the flames, awaken the power held inside of me, harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Michael to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? I haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory, won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen. And there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Welcome everyone to the Overwatch League APAC edition. Yes, you are not seeing things. We are back, baby, and I'm so excited to be joined with Trid once again. Vicky Kitty here, and we're going to be taking you guys through a gauntlet of matches that we have on our hands here.
Yeah, day 2 of the final week of the qualifiers for the summer showdown. We've had a couple of teams that have already secured themselves a place in the tournament. Unfortunately, one team that's been removed from elimination so far, but we'll get into the nitty-gritty in a little bit. For now, you can see at the bottom of your screens, we've got Spark versus Charge, our first matchup of the day, and let's take a look at those standings. This is for the entire season, though, so don't get baited. Things may not look as they appear when we take a look specifically at this stage. But as you can see in the Eastern region, not really surprising anyone, Vicky. Dynasty and Dragons still on top for now.
Absolutely, and you know what's so important about this right here, Trid, is the fact that Charge are now officially on top of the Valiant after their performance in the match that they just had yesterday versus the Hunters in a clean 3-0, so things are getting shaken up here a little bit. Of course, you want to be in that top 3 spot in the East region because that will be able to allow your team to directly qualify into the playoffs, so that's great news here for the Dynasty, the Dragons, and of course the Spark we're going to be seeing later today.
Time for the stage standings as well. Kind of already alluded to it. The Valiant, unfortunately, will not be making it to the tournament next week. Instead, we have Dragons and Dynasty have got their positions. Only 2 spots remain, Vicky. And the Philadelphia Fusion and the Spark, they're going to have to be playing out over the next couple of days to secure those wins.
It's going to be difficult here. I mean, we got some pretty interesting series on our hands, but this first one, I have to admit here, Trid, is going to be my favorite. We have the Guangzhou Charge versus the Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the Spark roster first. Alpha Yi back in the rotation after a temporary little break. And so this is like the roster we expect from the Spark. They, they've had to have a couple of iterations over the stage of this tournament where they have been missing a few players. They've been given the time. I think this is probably going to be one of the better iterations of the Spark we see over this season. And to be honest, they're probably going to need it in the matchup today against the Charge. The Charge have been a team, I think, who have done quite well in the current meta. I think they've been able to find solutions to solve the Junker Queen problem. I refer to it as a problem, don't worry. But yeah, there's the roster there. Shy, Alpha Yi, Burner, Irony, Super Rich, and it's amazing to see a bunch of the players on this roster who are having a fantastic rookie season in the Overwatch League, and to the point where people are asking where these players are and saying that they would fix problems, particularly Alpha Yi. They're just like, where's Alpha Yi? He's probably going to do really well here because Genji's doing really cool right now, and Genji's a core component of what's happening. So, yeah, Spark looking really strong right now. I personally think they can eke out the win against the Charge today, even though the Charge are looking a little bit spicy.
Don't let me, Trid. I know you absolutely love this meta. I know you and Avril. I know this is Avril's favorite meta too. I was telling him about it earlier today. I can't even say that with a straight face. But now taking a look at the Charge, you mentioned them. You mentioned their progress throughout this stage for all the right reasons, because after what we had seen in last week between the Spark and the Hunters took it 3-1 over them. But guess who took it over the Hunters just yesterday in a dominating fashion? It was the Guangzhou Charge. Choi Se-won, Prong, they had a very pop-off game, rather series of games yesterday. And of course, Jimmy does what Jimmy does best, always trying to promote the rest of yes, Trid, and he continuously does it. But I have to admit, Choi Se-won yesterday was on another level. There's a reason why he was our chosen MVP for that match. So I'm really excited to see how this plays out because of the things that we were mentioning before. I mean, has Spark missing out on Alpha Yi, who was stuck in quarantine zone, Irony too, who had some time that he had to take off himself. Did any of this time take away from Spark's ability to practice this meta, to find some time to run some scrims here? I mean, yeah, we have Alpha Re back into the mix since, I believe, last week, but have they been able to keep up with the other teams like the Charge after what we had seen from them in their series against the Hunters, and even dropping a map to the Valiant?
Look, in terms of depth with this composition, it's not super complex in terms of what you pick and what you bring into the table. A lot of the refinement these teams are going to go over the course of the tournament is just going to be about tidying up mistakes and just working on how they work together effectively. So having that time to be able to sync up with players who may have had to take a back seat due to various reasons, it's going to just strengthen the team, but it's not like there's a huge compositional change that comes into play. The heroes you're going to see are very static, very fixed. The only variations really come on of like whether we're going to see a Sojourn or an Ashe instead, or there's some weird messy times where Cassidy comes out for some reason. But for the most part, it's typically going to be Ashe and Sojourn where you see the variance. Most of the teams are pretty stable.
One other variant that we've also been able to see throughout this stage is the Echo as well. We saw it yesterday where the Echo wants to duplicate the Junker Queen, and then, I mean, what's better than just one Junker Queen is having two on the screen. Imagine that ante when you build up that Rampage as quick as possible. It's the support ults that are incredibly important, but the one factor in this meta that we have on our hands that I always look at least is the Genji. How much impact is that Genji getting? Can the Genji dive in, have some backup from the Junker Queen to isolate either the enemy Sojourn or pick off the enemy Brigitte, deny that rally, deny that speed boost? And it would actually be really interesting to see how Alpha Yi coming out of last week is gonna match up against the likes of Choi Siwon here in this matchup. That's really what I'm gonna be focusing on when I'm looking at these two teams.
And sometimes with that focus as well, like, we need to bear in mind that sometimes it's not even the kills that are going to actually be the impact here. If you can draw ultimates out, particularly the support ultimates, to deny them from other responses, or if you can pull the resources back to protect the Brigitte and the Sojourn, you are still finding value. But more so it's on what your team does with the attention you draw and the resources you pull into defending your attack. So yes, keep an eye on the Genjis. Don't get too fixated on the kill feed necessarily, because that won't be the indicator of success all the time. It's how much resource the enemy team has to put into dealing with the ultimate. But if you're Choi Siwon, however, the kill feed tends to be where you end up anyway. But I'm saying,
it's about denying that space and that opportunity, as well as the fact that you have to imagine forcing out some of those support ults. I believe we just lost Trid. It's okay, Trid will be able to come back soon. Don't worry, guys. We're just getting our players set up here. But while we get set up, and as we took a look at the Charge and the Spark, it's nice to note that our first map is going to be going onto Oasis. So now, going into a control map here, we're going to be able to see how this is going to match up against the Spark, because I am looking at the way that the Spark are going to try to play this out. Charge, obviously having Choi Siwon here on this roster has really done them justice. Of course, Xerneas, Jimmy, another one that has been able to pop off coming from the Hunters. They played against their former team just yesterday, really popped off. Looked like they were having a lot of fun, maybe a little too much fun, but you know what? In this point, especially looking at the stage standings, you want to be able to solidify that position for either third or fourth place here, because we already know that the Dragons of the Dynasty have punched their ticket in the top two spots of the East. So looking at what we're going to have on our hands here, I'm excited to see what the Charge do, because basically here, after taking that win yesterday, that sets them up with 3 wins. And I believe that is the minimum requirements that we have seen so far with a lot of these teams in punching in their ticket for the official tournament. So Summer Showdown may be on the horizon here for the Charge. Just going to get set up right now. Going to get set up for our first map as we wait out on Trid here too.
I am back. You
Hey,
know what?
Trid.
I was so excited for this match. Gremlins assaulted me. And they took down the source of my power, which is my PC, to deny me from viewing this absolute spectacle between the Spark and the Charge. As you can see, I don't know if you covered this, Vicky. I'm coming in blind here, but Oasis is our first map.
Yep.
Gonna kick things off with a control as we jump into map number 1. Hopefully the teams are ready to go. Do you know what's really cool, Vicky? When we were getting ready earlier, we have our little feeds up, and we can see kind of the player cams in the background of what's going on. And while we're getting set up, in the background of one of the cameras, I just see like a whiteboard lecture going on in the Spark HQ. They're just going through the game plan. They're like They're probably saying, don't do this, you idiots. This is how you play the game. Remember. And like getting into the slam. Ooga booga, slam desk, kill people. It's great. This seems to be the strategy. And it's working out a lot in this Junker Queen meta.
I like Trade Coach here. I actually really, I feel like this would just automatically improve my own gameplay. Don't do that.
What,
don't be
ooga
dummy.
booga,
Ooga booga,
kill.
don't be dummy. Don't get killed. All right, just win. All right, getting started right now here on Oasis. I scratched the surface a little bit of this first map here, Trid, but I also noted here that this is going to be super important once again for the Charge, as they already had won that third series that they really needed to be able to be in that comfort zone to punch their ticket into the Summer Showdown, as you can already see Xerneas taking onto the high ground.
Yeah, we've got the support there of Far Away behind them. Nice little support pocket. You can see the Spark are actually very far spaced out. They're all paying attention to Alfie as the attention seems to be turning over to Kron right now. They're all going to back out. Teams have seemed to regroup as they rotate around to the point. It's unlocked, and Shy's going to take out Choice A1 first. Not a great start for the Charge, as the Spark can now move on onto the point and clear out these members. No taxation coming in on the back end of that for the Charge, so it's looking pretty clean, but he did get away with that first cap, so it stagnates the amount of progress the Spark can make on this first fight with.
It's 8% here for the Charge, but what a way to open things up. Alpha, you kind of telling Choice of what I hope you guys missed me, because I am back and I'm here to shine. They had some extra time to also practice for this final week. That's going to mean a lot here for the Spark. But with that shout there too, Tred, you saw that they were able to actually clean up the rest of the Charge, stagger them a little bit.
Yeah, just going to build up more of that time percentage here as they set themselves up. Going to dive straight in. Oh, Burner needs some help, and he's going to get just that to keep alive. Shout coming in just to reinvigorate the rest of the Spark and his conflict. Krong going down low, has to back out. They cannot sustain that position. He's going to have to give up the space. Choice A1 coming in clutch though to find Super Rich, and there's the cleanup. Charge will get the flip here, just around about 42-43% by all said and done.
Krong desperately needed to also get that pick there too, because he fell super low, so he wanted to get the passive healing real quick from the Carnage, and now the Charge are going to be able to take that point. And looking at this now, you can see Xerneas already ahead of Super Rich in terms of that sound barrier, so both of the Charge support lineups here are going to be able to have the support ults to combat that from the Spark. Looking at Alpha E and that Blade, and where's that impact that we were mentioning before to try to match that with Choice of One?
Still playing catch up a little bit here on the Junker Queen, so it's an easy function of that. The Blaze already coming out for Alpha E, who's dived straight into this fight. Slash around for Kron, turns the attention too far away. Don't have to worry about that acclamation. A byproduct of this fight, Vicky, is that Bernard is going to storm ahead when it comes to the use of that Rampage in the next couple of fights.
The Rampage putting in the work, but the Blade from Alpha E and the patience there too after Xerneas had used the sound barrier to actually deal with the Blade. Hearing that come online, the Charge didn't burn too much minus that sound barrier though, so Krong's didn't get that Rampage online soon. Faraway didn't burn that rally. He got it at the very end of that fight, and so has Choice of One as Bernard now gonna have the Rampage himself.
Around the core of the fight. There's the overclock coming in from Jimmy. Everyone's very healthy right now. Gonna have to be accurate with the headshots. Choice one's been removed. Barner's gone down. Rampage not gonna find anyone there. I think he got cancelled out potentially, or at least votes away by Faraway. Probably have to get a replay on that one later. Charge are holding their own for the time being. Rampage available for Krong. Don't think they're going to want to have to use this though. They are entering into that final fight territory, but it looks like they will get the flip, and they're going to need that ultimate for the defense they're about to embark on.
Despite that, the rally from Faraway as he was taken down there, that first pick from Shy really helped out the Spark, but then the fight unfortunately just snowballed as Choice of One with the Jagged Blade gets taken out. Alpha E dives in right afterwards. That's 2 out for the Charge, and right now the Spark are already at 93% Trid.
Yeah, this is a dire situation for the Charge. The flip will come in. If any resistance comes out here or anyone else drops, they're going to have no chance of going for the retake. It's going to be messy as it is. You can see Choice A1 going over to Tracer, Jimmy on the McCree. You can pretty much count this one out, Vicky. There's no way that the Charge are going to be able to find a pop-off. But hang on a minute. No. Jimmy, Choi, no! You can't be doing this one. You can't be getting away with this. The Charge finding 2, but they need to convert even more to make this successful, Vicky. They're on the point, holding out in overtime. If they could just clear out Alfie, who's very low right now, they have a chance to get the flip, but Bernard has started the counter-attack for the Spark.
How did Alpha Yi not die in that fight, Trent? That was absolutely huge. And Bernard holding it off angle to force the charge to actually be stuck in the middle in a spark sandwich. They delayed that. They denied the opportunity for charge to flip that point that they desperately needed. And I'm already going to say this right now. Off of that first point in this first map alone, Trent, I'm excited to see how the rest of the series is going to go down.
Just Jimmy and Choice A1 being able to come back on picks purposely designed just to get and touch the point.
Yeah.
Right? They're just there to be fast, maybe get a quick pick. It's just unreal that they managed to get away with that one, pick up the 2 kills. Oh,
so
clutch
close.
down barrier there as well. Nearly found himself. But good use of space there to put terrain between them so he couldn't get cleave damage afterwards. So Xerneas having a little bit of presence of mind there to stay up.
I'd be sitting on the edge of my seat if I was Xerneas right there, but he knew what he had to do, backing away a little bit.
Sitting on the edge of his beat, Vicky. He's sitting on the edge of his beat.
And getting to live it through there. Spark already going to contest the charge here on this high ground right now. See Choice Wong going to try to match up with Alpha Yi, but Alpha Yi's survivability in that last round was insane.
Yeah, very slippery for a metallic Genji player. Put some WD-40 on there. I mean, if the blade is going straight at the surface, it doesn't really slip off, it just decapitates at that point. So Alpha Yi can't really slip away from that one. Jimmy also feeling the hurt of the blade after being taken out. There's a lot of damage dealers just missing from this fight now. This is going to be even harder to actually have a successful win because it's just tanks and supports on the field for the most part. Carnage denied there. Good pushback. Krong on the pressure. Super Rich then converting it into a kill. Fantastic to see from Spark, but it's point presence given over to the charge.
Super Rich with that spacing here as the Spark are going to be able to flip back the point in their favor. Saw Krong earlier on with that shout. Try to enable the rest of the charge shot. Try to hold that choke point, but Spark taking some of these off angles. They've been a little cheeky since that first round here too, and now they're going to have that advantage on the point.
Yeah, get the road flip in. See Xerneas just doing a bit of scouting with Choi. Extra support there on a forward operating unit. Alpha Yi went from being slippery to very sticky. Very sticky right now. The things that get stuck into him are pointy objects like knives and blades. Alpha Yi removed once again really early into this one. But Spark have given up the point.
Giving up the point, and Choi So-won baiting Irony towards him to allow the cleanup from the rest of the charge to sandwich him from behind, and Bernard's going to meet him right back in the spawn there. 2 down for the Spark, and while Charge are going to be able to flip that point, it's going basically back and forth between both of these teams now. Super Rich also going down there. He's going to make his way back. He's going to have that sound barrier online very soon.
Yeah, good options coming on across the board from the supports as all the ultimates. So going to come online roughly the same time. Xerneas a little bit further ahead. Support ultimate, the only damage ultimate that's available, in fact the only ultimate on the board right now is a huge advantage in favor of the charge. You've got Dragon Blade, which someone's going to pop immediately on cooldown pretty much. And Spark are backing off, they're just getting obliterated here. Don't want to be committing resources into this, it's a lost fight. Go for the reset, Spark, and then go on your counter attack.
With Choi saying hi real quick to them as they exit the spawn here too. Something that I was mentioning to Avril yesterday, and we were talking a little bit about it, but with this meta, we've been seeing a lot of these spawn camps coming in, more than I've usually been able to see in my history of casting Overwatch, and it's interesting to see how a lot of these teams have been able to position themselves as Xerneas has that sound barrier. He's going to use it to counter Alpha Yi, who wants to dive in with the blade. Nice little boop, but Super Rich is going to try to keep him alive here. Now the rally, but a huge rampage coming online, landing onto 4 of the charge. Bernard with the Carnage and as well as the Rampage going to be able to take care of Xerneas. The support lineup of the charge could not keep the rest of them alive because of the timing, not only between the Rampage, but they wanted to counter the blade from Alpha Yi. They didn't have the resources necessary to counter the Rampage, so they already burned up the rally and the sound barrier from the charge.
But that's what we were talking about at the top of the match, Vicky, was like, you don't necessarily have to get kills. If you can at least burn some resources, like the beat, you're in a good spot. Because Xerneas beat Soundwave as well to knock back Alpha Yi, keep them out of the fight. But then you just see that huge cut through from Bernard, as we saw, and then off the back of that, amazing cleanup from the rest of the Spark to win out the fight. So, we now have basically dry fights. Shy has the overclock available, but we're looking towards Krong's Rampage. That's definitely going to be the more impactful of the 2 ultimates when it comes to the context of a team fight. However, Shy could do Shy thing, goes on with a railgun shot. Alpha Yi's out, Rampage cuts through, there's free, puts himself in traffic, but is able to escape from that one for now. But the carnage is happening elsewhere on the map. Spark are giving up this position, and it's so close to being a charge round win.
Got a little scared right there when he used the rampage into the traffic. But that also isolated him from the rest of the charge, and that because of that, you can see some of these isolated picks coming off from the Spark. Overtime ticking away as the Spark are going to flip this point back in their favor, and they're going to have a plethora of ultimates to work with, but the one that they have to look out for the most is going to be Choice of One's Blade.
Yes, 100%. Choice of One's Blades are coming online. Support ultimates are pretty far away. If Super Rich pulls off some shenanigans, might be able to get a beat in the next fight. However, it's going to be a bit of a tall order. So if Choice of One and Charge use this on tempo, which they should do.
Wow.
Ooh, Irony's down. You might even need to use the Blade to close this round without Vicky. He's definitely going to try and get the capture here. 1% left. If the Sparks show themselves, Choi is revealing that Blade and going straight for the back line.
99 to 99, Choice of One already dealing with a lot of these back-end pressures, and he dives in with a Blade. He finds Bernard. Now the number is in the favor of the Charge as the overtime is ticking away. 3 down from the Spark. Super Rich is desperately trying to make his way there, but unfortunately he cannot make it in time. Even though he was so close to that barrier, it's Choice of One who ends up being that gauntlet to prevent them from actually touching that point.
Ties up the map quite nicely, sending us to Gardens to close it down, see who takes the early lead in this series. Very much seeing the clutch potential of the Charge here. Yes, they didn't win out the first round with their clutch, but put in a valiant effort. And not the LA Valiant. They've put in a lot of effort, but not much attainment this stage so far. So just a regular Valiant one. Sorry,
give it props
Tay.
sometimes.
I'll send you a flower basket.
Oof. You know, I gotta give it props to him though. He always has to show that support to the Valiant.
Super fan.
Sometimes some of that energy carries them. But looking over at what we're gonna see here, Trid, I feel like we're playing hot potato between Alpha Yi and Choice of One, and it's been very entertaining so far between the first round. Alpha Yi, of course, being the one to dominate the control over that choke point that leads to the point. Choice of One doing the same here in round number 2. Now, who's gonna control the high ground here? Xerneas is gonna be able to try to get up here, maybe get some boots. They already get Alpha Yi though out of the fight from Choice of One.
I think it's the Charge. The Charge going to control this high ground, Vicky, by virtue of having the majority of the numbers. And then you're taking out both damage dealers now. Yeah, Alpha, you can get back fast, but the fight's already over. That's going to be first cap going over to Charge, and they also pick up quite a handful of ultimate Charge on their side. Usually, I'm going to say usually, the team that's receiving the most damage typically pulls ahead and support ultimate Charge. Not the case here. Charge, by virtue of having all their members alive, were able to keep Xerneas and Farway up. So they go leaps and bounds ahead when it comes to the rally charge for the next couple of fights. Probably won't see that come into play until maybe around about the 40%, 50% mark based on how quickly these fights go. But it's something to pay attention to, that early ult advantage has already been given over.
See Alpha Yi already trying to dive onto the high ground real quick though. Gonna be able to get away as a charge now with that shout. Gonna be able to survive. Choice One's gonna be able to jump right back here. And with Farway being able to find Irony, Shy already gone, like you're saying before here. Alpha Yi does manage to get that one pick, but you're out 3 members here in a meta where dropping one teammate is more than enough to force you to back away. So the Charge are going to be able to take another team fight here in this 3rd point.
Look, we've all seen enough GOATs in the past couple of years to understand that losing a member or two pretty much kills a composition sometimes, barring some pop-off potential. So watching 1 or 2 members go down pretty much spells the beginning of the end sometimes in these engagements. Charge still on top, ult's about to come online. Basically got that 100% to nearly 60% rally charge, but it's Choice A1's Blade that's really pulled the advantage here. Could potentially look to use this on tempo, but if Charge can sort this out the final fight territory, then go for the big deployment, that's going to be a big net win for them, and they can just win the map off of that. It's on them to try and stall this fight out, I imagine, or if they can get picks, just mute any offensive Spark would want to map.
That and try to pull ultimates as Prong unfortunately goes down first here, but with that sound barrier, now that's going to be the green light for Alpha Yi to also use the Blade. If he can even have the chance, Jimmy won't let him, and Choice of One now has the advantage with the Blade himself. He's going to be able to dive right in. You have to watch out for the rally, or rather the Farway trying to keep him alive with the rally. Jimmy's still on the high ground, and here you have Xerneas Farway cleaning up things here in these close quarter fights. Jimmy now being able to come out on top. Nobody from the Spark is going to be able to touch this point. Oh, for Alpha, he's going to desperately try to dive in with the Blade, but you're by yourself. Overtime ticking away. Well, yeah, you're gone already. Nobody really having that time.
You have a stun. You have 2 knockbacks. Alpha Yi had to do. That's the only thing Alpha Yi could do is pull the Blade, try and get a pick there. But like, yeah, if you're in that position as a Genji, you got both supports, and you got the tank, and you got the entire team just watching you. Can't really get away with much there. I love what the Charge did. I love the confidence they had at the end there. They lose Krong before the fight starts, but you know what? They know they have the Blade. They know they have the beat. They know they can stall this out and try and weave some kills here because Jimmy also has the ultimate ramping up in that fight. So you lose Krong, you slam the beat on to stabilize everyone, you let Choice A1 get the beat out, so get the blade out, suddenly starts hacking people down, then Jimmy and the rest of the team come in and do cleanup duty just to win out the fight in a 4v5 starting point. Love the confidence, love the closeout, charge, leading the series.
And what I really liked right there too, Trid, was that when Alpha Yi saw that the sound barrier had been used, you saw Alpha Yi immediately try to dive in for an opportunity to contest Faraway, who had popped the rally in that close quarter fight. So basically kind of baiting him into those close quarters, and he didn't even have the opportunity to pop that blade himself. I love the way the Charge are playing here. It's kind of going back and forth though, with Spark taking that first round. Now we're going to be going on to a map number 2, and that's going to be coming after this short break. Welcome back, everyone, to the first series that we have on our hands. The first map is already in the books, and we are moving on to Midtown. And after that first game that we saw so far, Trid, I'm excited because it looked like it was going back and forth, minus that third round on that first map where Toysa One was dominating the front lines.
Yeah, Choi having the time of his life on the Genji here. Alfie find themselves going down a little bit too early in the fights, especially on round number 3. I think there's a lot of 4v5s that were going in the favor of Charge just because Alfie was getting picked off quite early before there's actually any real engagement. I think if Alfie can tie that up a little bit and be more participating more consistently in these fights, I think Spark will have an opportunity to still be in this series. But if Charge are able to still get away with a couple of clean picks, maybe call out some clutch potential when things don't go their way, I can see Charge taking over this series quite quickly. And if they go to match point after this map, Vicky, oh boy, I do not see the Spark coming out of that hole.
It's gonna be difficult. I mean, look at how Choi is looking right now. He's sipping on his drink. He is
sipping
chilling.
on his juice.
Yeah, he's feeling it right now. But man, you can see the way that the Charge are looking, full of confidence. Nice to know as we move on to the second map, though, it's the Spark that have the Charge's numbers this season. The Charge does have a different look, yes, but at the moment, the Spark are one of those top contended teams. When you take a look at what's been going on in APAC, they're in that conversation. Yeah, the Seoul and the Shanghai Dragons are on a different level, completely on their own, I would like to say. I said this with Albert yesterday as well, where if you could put down a tier break, I feel like there's 2 tier breaks between the Dynasty and Dragons and then everybody else in APAC, but the Spark are kind of right after that right there. So it's interesting to see how some of these adjustments that the Guangzhou Charge have made in their roster have really come alive in this stage.
Let's see them get ready to go on the offense, and no surprises to me, Vicky. I don't think either of these teams are ones that vary their compositions too much when it comes down to the head-to-head. Both quite comfortable taking the Sojourn flavor of this composition. Of course, you'll see someone like Jimmy potentially go for a quick shot out of spawn to punish anyone who's being cheeky, but will ultimately go back to the Sojourn after they've tried to do that. And no one falls victim of it. No one's going to be cheeky and challenge them, and so Charge go out on the offense.
You know this game, you know how it goes, especially here on Midtown in that first point, as Jimmy's going to be able to try to get in some poke pressure from below that bridge. See Spark are going to have that split position, though, here with Irony right behind Bernard. Charge, though, already trying to dive into the side room to try to overtake that point on the high ground here. If they can find a little angle, but Alpha E's trying to stop them at the same time.
Yeah, he's just going to take it slow, wait and see if you can build up some cooldowns, go for some picks. Xerneas going very dangerous in that corner. Not enough charge in Shy's gun to take a second railgun shot, and of course at that distance, the spray down. Not going to be the most consistent to catch a fast moving Lucio. Recovery's there, but Bernard charges forward. First couple of kills coming in for the Spark. Far away answers back with 1 tax, but it does not change the outcome. First defense goes the way of the Spark.
Oh, though you lost out on Irony and Super Rich, and Bernard falls incredibly low here. Choi, though, finds himself low instead, and Bernard with the shout at the very end does just enough to make sure he stays alive, and Choi meets the rest of the Charge in the spawn.
So, having an elongated fight like that can sometimes cause some issues. Everyone's back and able to get back on the defense, so there's no overlap here using spawn advantage. The Charge are going to have to push through again. They've already burnt about half of their time bank, Vicky, so they need to get a move on here. Looking across the board at the ultimates, Advantage definitely sitting in the side of the Spark. Faraway can get the rally online, but by itself is not really going to do much, considering that there's usually some good responses on the opposing team to deal with that. They're moving over to the point, and Carnage cuts through. They're going to find that first pick, and Alfie's gone down!
Alfie's out for the count. Even with that shot, it wasn't going to even help him stay alive. So the Jagged Blade as onto Krong as he gets taken down as well. The Charge, though, they do lose out on Faraway and Krong, so the rally won't be online here as the Spark are going to continuously hold that high ground on the bridge. They're going to clean up the rest of the Charge. Some trades at the very beginning were in favor of the Charge, but the way that the Spark are holding this choke point trade is actually really great in terms of their positioning. Essentially just sandwiching and diving in on Charge every single time that they get overzealous after 1 pick.
All this does, Vicky, is just converts into more of this time bank being burned. 1 minute 40 left for the Charge right now. Got a rally and a blade to use here. Shy could be very cheeky, use that overclock and just use the instant pick potential of the railgun to make an immediate 4v5. We've seen Charge push through them if they have an ultimate advantage, but they don't in this instance. So you have to pay respect and they'll have to back out. It's all about time wasting here for Spark. Blade comes out for Alfie, they can get a cut through here and then the push before it begins. It's all over. That's 2 picks, Carnage and a Blade. I'll follow up with the second. They're going to get another clean one. Now makes this very dangerous for the Charge, Vicky. Sub 1 minute time bank. This is going to be their final attempt, and they still have to run into a bunch of ultimate stockpile by the Spark.
They've been piling up their own ultimates, but just have not had any opportunity to really take advantage of that. Alpha Yi had an opportunity as he actually set himself up for the flank, and then he had Irony right there, Bernard as well, with the shout to put him in position, but like you mentioned already, less than 60 seconds on the clock. Xerneas has a sound barrier right now here too. Gotta look at Bernard though, and his Rampage to see how he's gonna open things up. Choice of one, is he gonna get denied here? He gets healed up thanks to the rally, and now the Rampage managed to land on Choice of one, managed to land on Fallaway, but the fact that he's able to stay alive from the shout, and
great
Krong
counter by
now
Krong.
gets taken out immediately afterwards. Alpha Yi finds Krong immediately. Yes, they lose out on Shy from the Spark, but this is Irony now falling low. Super Rich needs to keep the rest of Spark alive, or the Charge are not going to be able to move out to this point finally.
33%, it does deny the draw, so it does mean we're going to get a win, even if the full hold does come through here. Spark opening themselves up to some chaos by doing that. Does not mean we're going to get a full hold. Choice 01 getting one pick. Shy comes back with the railgun to find Xerneas. The sticking power of the composition pretty much removed once you get the Doom as well. Overtime should tick down here. People will filter in, but that is close to being a full hold for the Spark. And what a way to come back from a map 1 defeat.
Despite Irony and Bernard going down in the middle of that fight there, though, you had Super Rich that was still alive there. You saw Alpha Yi get enabled, get put into that position, so that way he could clean up the rest of the Charge and delay what the Charge wanted to prevent. That's why they made some of those desperate swaps into the Doomfist. They wanted to get to the point as quick as possible to try to beat the Spark to it, but the Spark were able to actually filter right back to the point, defend it from the Charge, and although the Charge did manage to get that one tick, though, that's not the results that they wanted.
Look, they avoid the draw. That's probably the most important thing for both the players. It just means that, hey, this could be over quite quickly as well. Spark get one good offense where the spawn locations are. If they can make it a clean fight win, no stagger potential. They can close this map out very quickly and tie up the series and go for a full reset on the scoreboard pretty much. So it's looking pretty good if you're a Spark fan right now. A lot to be excited about because, look, it's going to be stagnated. You're probably going to get Shy and Jimmy. They're going to build up their railgun, and Shy is probably going to hit like a cheeky headshot on someone, make it a 4v5, Spark will push through, and they'll do it in about 1 minute and 30 seconds.
The profit
I've transcended and seen the future.
The profit trade. And then we got Bernard dancing first real quick.
If that actually happens, though, come on now. That's pretty impressive. I don't think it will. I think we'll probably have something a little bit more intense, a little bit more stagnated, but they're on the rollout now. They're all on the offense. They've got a pretty low benchmark to hit to complete this map.
Jimmy already falls low here, though. Dry as Bernard's going to be able to try to dive in. The shout, though, to enable the rest of Spark. Getting a bit extra aggressive, more aggressive than I was expecting right here. Bernard gets punished for it. The rest of Spark are trying to back away in time, but Super Rich is going to get caught off here if he can't manage to get away. Choice of One's going to try to sandwich them right behind, and the Charge are going to win this team fight. They need to dwindle away a lot more of this time bank before feeling that confidence, but it's like you mentioned before too, Trid. It's that patience with the Sojourns, just trying to charge up that railgun, make the ability to actually get a play going down with the overclock, with that unlimited charge there too. So now they're going to be able to play this patiently, see what we're going to have on our hands between Shy and Jimmy.
So it's exactly as I predicted, Vicky. If we roll back the footage, we can validate that. The Spark went in very aggressively, and Charge were able to shut them down, lock them in the tiny Overwatch rune, and win the first fight, just as I predicted at the start of this round. So no need to go back and look at the footage, actually. We're sure we can just believe everyone, every word I've just said. Looking at the Charge defense, though, Blade Online for Choice A1 coming up soon. The way they've been playing, I'm not shy about them actually getting that for 100% quite quickly. Nice disruptive shot, just breaks up the flow of play. Jimmy will have to reposition massively because you can see the Spark have started to take territory away from them. Xerneas actually getting that first kill onto Irony. This is really a little bit sloppy by the Spark. They keep splitting the team up, and Charge just pick one division of the team, go into them, take them out before anything can be accumulated. And now they're at 2 minutes 20. I was worried for the Charge coming into this round, Vicky. I actually think they can full hold this.
With the way that they're playing right now, it's definitely doable. If the Spark keep trying to contest that side room, they are trying to split push through that bridge there. And Jimmy also has noted that, where Jimmy's not the one that's going to get caught off guard when he's playing through the backside by the fire truck. He sees Alpha Yi dive in. He has that slide that he's going to be able to get back into the high ground. Not Choice once got the blade. He's trying to find the opportunity. He's found it with Irony. He's found it with Shy. Yeah, he gets shut down by Super Rich, but that's two huge picks down out from the Spark here. Bernard is still alive, but just barely, as Super Rich is the only one that could help sustain him and that shout. Oh, quick little pause here.
Wonder what that is about. Excuse me, I got killed by a Lucio as a blading Genji. That shouldn't be happening. Choice1 probably complaining about that, I imagine.
Check him. What's going on?
Yeah, check his PC. Check his PC. That's not right. Yeah, so we got a brief pause. We'll try and get you some information about what's actually going on here. I think it's probably going to more likely just be a quick technical thing. Relatively easy to fix, I hope. Don't know who's called it though. 1 minute 40 on the clock. So let's give us a nice little pause screen. We can see information. Unfortunately, you guys can't. So we'll try and relay what's happening right now. Xerneas and Faraway have ultimates available. Krong's at 85%, so Charge in a good position to have a lot of resources to throw at this next fight. They got 1 minute and 40 seconds to still burn through though, so they can still go the other way. Spark across the board generally have a higher ultimate charge. If they can go into this fight, looking at numbers on the board in the fight anyway, it's effectively 3 versus 3 actually, so this is quite balanced. Spark can bleed this fight out a little bit longer, maybe get the support ultimates out from the charge, then come back with ultimates of their own. They could still win this. Or they could just naturally win the fight.
I'm looking at Xerneas and Farway. They just take care of Alpha Yi, who's gonna come in for that final fight potentially with that blade. But it's more so how Xerneas is gonna keep this sound barrier. Is he gonna use it to deal with the rampage, or is he gonna use it to deal with Alpha Yi and Alpha Yi maybe trying to go for the flank with the blade?
Look, they're going to have some idea that these ultimates are going to come online. These players know how to ultimate track, so they might not get it 100% right all the time, but they've got a rough idea that they're going to have to deal against these ultimates at some point before the map ends. There's another minute left. So, aggressive play from the Spark here. They're going to use the rally. Farway's going to answer back into it. Beat's still available. Rampage is going to be available. Burner pulls the trigger first. Beat comes out from Xerneas. Free hit with the anti-heal. 4 on the side of Spark, and they've lost Irony!
Oh, huge Rampage was the one that's hit onto Spark, but they managed to come out on top. It was Alpha Yi who had more impact with that blade. The desperate swap from Choi to go onto the Tracer to maybe touch the point. You see Shy's got him in his sights, but he can't even touch the point in time. That's all the Spark needed right there to be able to claim the second map, and we already got an even series on our hands here, Trin.
By virtue of just getting such an incredible defense from the Spark on their first attempt, they were able to just guarantee that the benchmark for success was so low, they just had to win not even the cleanest fight in the world, just get like enough of an advantage to the point where the spawns would just make it impossible for Charge to defend. And they pulled it out right at the end, despite being put on the back foot quite early, and also running up against the ultimate advantage in their favor currently. But as we spoke during the pause, Vicky, Spark, they may not have had any online, but the team average was certainly higher than Charge's. So they were going to be able to have more to bring to the table if the fight got extended, which it did.
Bernard just had such a big impact, not only with this Rampage, but with the Shout as well, because once that rally was done, once the sound barrier wasn't already used up, you saw that Alpha Yi went into position with the blade. They had fallen relatively low because of the enemy Rampage coming in from the charge, but it was Bernard who not only used the Rampage to answer back, but with that Shout, it really helped stabilize the rest of the Spark to come out on top of that fight. And again, like we saw, they only needed, just very briefly amount of that one tick, just they needed to touch a toe on that point to be able to get that second map, and now we got an even series on our hands once again. That was the Spark taking it on to Midtown, but we still got another map coming up soon. It's going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar right after this break. Welcome back, everyone. Spark just take map number 2, so we have an even series on our hands with a little bit of a momentum killer at the very end of that last map, but the Spark still come out on top, conserving those ults, and Alpha E doing what Alpha E loves to do.
I think Choice 01, I haven't been given the official reason, just in my own headcanon of the course of events that happened with the charge. I think Choice 01 spilled their sippy cup, and so we had a little bit of like loose liquid everywhere, which needed some attention quite quickly. I'd like to think that's what happened. It's funnier in my head that way, but it's probably something boring, like the mouse died or something. It just needed to swap it out.
Can you imagine, though, what a mess it'd be? I mean, they quickly went to clean up if that happens to be the thing, because that pause didn't last too long.
Yeah, it's good that they could have like cleanup on site for that one. Pretty handy. But
no, he's still
tight series.
Yep, he's still got his sippy cup. He's ready.
Yep. The lid looks really loose on that though, Vicky. Like it looks like quite flimsy on top of the cup. So I can believe that slipped off. But it is now, unfortunately, time to jump into Watchpoint Gibraltar. Less about sippy cups, more about spaceships and science and Winston's home territory. It's not really a country. It's homeland. I bet he didn't come from Gibraltar originally. This is where he just settled.
This is where he chills. This is where all the action happens here.
Well, unfortunately, we won't see Winston. Despite this being a very Winston-favored map, we don't see Winston.
And you won't see Reaper breaking in either here. Not going to work out there.
Not.
But getting set up here, the charge, they did take that first map going in. The Spark, though, were the ones that come out on top on the defense, doing a really good job at forcing the charge to kind of try to force their way to split push over in Midtown here. Now with the charge starting things off on defense, though, they could come out from losing that map on Midtown and try to replicate that here similarly on Gibraltar. We've seen some goofy things to answer back to the Junker Queen meta that we've had on our hands so far, specifically talking about our contender friends that are now playing in the London Spitfire Trid with the May. And we saw that it had some success to an extent, but this is APAC that we have on our hands. They don't want to take any chances. And as I say that, Bernard is kind of, showing his face with the Orisa, sending out the spear and saying, oh, wait, hold on. Not what you expect here as I swap right back over the Junker Queen.
But the thing is, though, like the spear has the knockback, the Jaded Blade has the pullback, so you can displace them off the edge anyway. Like, it doesn't matter which one you want. I'm not sure what the advantage of the quick, cheeky Orisa was, but it doesn't matter. We knew they were going to switch over to the Junker Queen anyway. Charge pulling ahead slightly in the ultimate charge as they are just getting set up on this high ground still. Shy's at 100, so if someone pops their head, they may be privy to a railgun shot, but they've lost the charge. Use it or lose it, Shy! Use it or lose it!
Looking for an opportunity if the charge can even give it to them here, though. Bernard forces his way down from the high ground. Alpha E follows up and finds Faraway. This is already a good start here for the Spark to get this payload moving. Krong does answer back immediately, though. It's about fighting Krong in that tight quarters, though, as they do manage to take him down, but Jimmy with a nice off angle is going to actually answer right back and find Shy.
Really well played there from the Spark. Bernard using the Jagged Blade to create openings and kills. Ooh. That would have been Modern Warfare 2, throwing knife off the crane, 360 final kill on Team Deathmatch. That would have landed. But just missed them. Shaved the whiskers off their face, but wasn't able to actually connect there. But no, as we were saying, like, it's a great setup there. Jagged Blade pulls them into the fight, and it creates an opportunity. It's always good to see that being used. Very skirmishy around this first corner. They boxed Irony into a corner. They managed to break free, but it's Krong getting that first kill onto Shy. Alfie's got the blade, but there's no way they're going to use it when they're under this much pressure.
Especially with Shy going down first. Alfie's going to meet him right back. Here comes that shout, though, here to help try to keep them alive at the very least. But the Charger going to be able to clean them up, finally regain some control underneath that car wash. But now they're going to also be able to get right back to the high ground and reposition, because the Spark were on a bit of a tear. And now you can take a look at the ultimates coming online for them. Faraway does have that rally. Xerneas about to get that sound barrier, so the Charge have enough opportunities here to answer right back.
I'm sure they are going to be just fine with this one, Vicky. We've got the blade available for Alpha Yi, but Ultimate's coming online for the Charge, as we discussed. Whole buffet here. And they're just waiting, lurking as this payload goes underneath the car wash. And they're just being washed with damage, with projectiles, with bullets, as you'd expect.
Xerneas is ready. He's ready to rain some more of that extra damage on the high ground without having to overextend. It could be tricky,
Go on,
though,
Xerneas.
because...
Don't be a coward. Beat from the top. Beat from the top to the ground. Leave yourself open to being headshot.
Gotta wait for it here. Gotta wait for the opportunity. Spark with the rotations, though. I like this option. You see Alpha Yi getting in position to use this blade right here. Super Rich to try to enable him with the sound barrier right now here, too. with the Rampage, though, landing onto 3. You see Irony falling incredibly low. Shy does as well. Both 3 members of the Spark, none of these kills will get finished up, minus Super Rich finally, Choice of One, finally nailing that down. Charge have a lot more sustainability now as Far Away falls incredibly low. They're going to find Bernard, so they won't really have to worry about the Carnage instead here too. So now the Charge, they do trade just a little bit, but it's Choice of One and Jimmy that really help out, come out on top. And I just have to note here too, the Disruptor shot, also controlling so much space in that side room there too, when it comes to a lot of the exit points that the Spark want to use to try to reposition whether they want to disengage or re-engage.
Yeah, that was like the icing of the cake. Like, how sad are you if you're Alpha E, right? You pull the blade, you are already on top of Jimmy, ready to take them out, and then Jimmy gets beated, and then Jimmy suddenly sets a land speed record and jets off in a different direction, completely away from you before you can get that third and final slash in, then drops the Disruptor shot, like you said, to control the space. What do you do if you're Alpha E there when there's so many options to shut you down? You didn't even draw that much resource, to be honest. Like, you could probably have pulled more if you were more of a threat. But there's a good answer from the Charge. They're going to use that overclock. They're in a tight corridor. This is a shooting gallery for Jimmy. He's not finding the connections.
This time around, they weren't forced off the high ground. They're actually just jumping off themselves, trying to find the opportunity as the overtime is on board here for the Spark. They're trying to isolate Jimmy. Jimmy getting away, sliding right into that health pack. He manages to stay alive just briefly before Bernard and Irony get taken out. It's the isolation from the Charge that helped them on this defense to force the Spark off this payload and force the payload to stop exactly right here before getting to that first point, Trid.
Good defense in the Charge, no extension, closes it shy of point A, even that home stretch. It's a very winnable benchmark that's been set by the Charge. Very reminiscent of what we saw in the last map on Midtown, where it's pretty much you'd expect a team, barring some major difficulty, to be able to meet the threshold that's been set. We're now going to flip it back around though. Spark get the luxury of being on the defense. They can set up on the high ground. Charge are going to have to assault. But seeing how willing Charge were to assault Spark, take the fight to them, I don't think they're going to have many problems choosing to fight the Spark on their terms.
Especially at the very end there. I mean, they had to, at that point with the overtime ticking away, they wanted to force the Spark off that payload there before it passed through that entry wave past the car wash. But the way that the Charge were able to, not only, they were forced off that second to last fight off that high ground with Alpha E's blade. The repositioning from Charge was instantaneously respected, so they were able to just immediately disengage from that situation. Jimmy, like you mentioned before, was trying to get isolated from Alpha E, but it didn't work out because he was able to get boosted by Xerneas. Get out of that spot, also have that Disruptor shot to help back him up as that insurance policy. But the way that the Charge played that at the very end, where they're the ones that took that fight over to the Spark, they split still that attention on the other side of that car wash, was fantastic. Now the Spark are going to try to replicate that here as they're going to be able to wait for the Charge on the high ground.
No sneaky picks. Shy is still staying on the Ashe here though, Vicky. So we have seen that first kind of stable variation. You know, Jimmy's not going to stay on the Widowmaker. We'll go over to the Sojourn. So Ashe coming out here, slight differences between Sojourn. Yeah, you've been able to have more consistent uptime with long-range damage. You've got the Dynamite, which is great for AoE. That's like more burst rather than forcing people to opt into your Disruptor shot. Shy, please don't Dynamite yourself. That's not productive. And they already lose Alpha E, not related to Shy's own self-damage. But look at the progress that's already been made by the Charge. They pretty much got it to the queue. Spark have to come down and fight them. Spark have to opt into this fight.
All right, Bernard managed to get down, stops their push with that payload, but now this has enabled the Charge to get up to that side positioning in the side room. Irony does find Far Away, though, deny some more of that old potential that they could charge into, but it's the Spark, though, that lose out on Shy. See Kron getting taken down. The number advantage is in favor of Spark, so the Charge are just going to reset real quick here. Jimmy can't even get away. He does that get isolated when he tried to take that off angle, but that did really help out Jimmy when they were able to get that progress, because you saw how quickly the Spark had to actually split their focus when they dropped down from the high ground.
Yeah, just payload got to a comfortable destination for the Sparks, then they have to commit to a fight, and they will give up their high grounds who have to contest that payload, unfortunately. They can't have that locking position. Good Dynamite, only finds Jimmy. Trade up the Disruptor shot there. Choi working towards this next blade, has the ultimate lead at the moment. I'm sure if he keeps playing this harassment over to the back line of the Spark, he's going to pick it up even quicker. It's much slower from the Charge now. They're just weaving around the point trying to get set up. And you can see the payloads like rolled back down the hill effectively, right underneath the bridge. Dynamite from long range, safe position for Shy. No one's paying them attention. Tight corridor. This could be lethal for the Charge.
Don't really have the opportunity to isolate Shy there too, so he's getting a lot of that damage with the Dynamite. Faraway gets taken down again from Alpha Yi, so he was able to push up just a little bit more. Even seeing the charge on the high ground right there, the Spark are completely fine with it. They're going to be able to clear this payload right here by the car wash instead. Then they can split their attention to the rest of the charge. The Sound Barrier from Xerneas is going to start the engage from Choice of One and the Blade. Faraway doesn't have the rally yet, but he could get it for the second round. Choice of One gets shut down from Alpha Yi, but now Alpha Yi has the Blade that he could just wait out for as the charger is still there by the car wash.
I think Alfie doesn't want to use the blade here, doesn't want to have to be forced to. The fight's going on too long, and they got the rally coming out just immediately in response. Cutdown is there to provide enough damage for the rest of the team to clean up. Alfie going ham under the tunnel to pick up the 3 final blows. 1 minute 20 on the board. They also committed Bob to that. That was a really expensive defense from the Spark right at the end there. I'm pretty sure they wanted to have been in position to save some of those. They have got the Rampage, and unfortunately, Kron's going to level it out, but if Jimmy goes uncontested in his next fight with an overclock, the amount of pressure, even without kills that they can exert, might be able to push the Spark into an unfavorable position for Charge to be able to jump in and clean up.
Especially in this position that Jimmy's trying to take right now, too. They can see that they're trying to find Shy over to the side. I'm looking at Krong and that Rampage. Jimmy to try to match how to put in some of that extra pressure. Faraway died earlier in that last fight with the rally, but that's fine. Looking at the Spark, they don't have those support ults just yet here. It's Bernard and the Rampage that they have to worry about. Krong's going to be able to try to shut that down as Jimmy is in that position that he was in before. Amazing angle as you can see the overclock come online. The charge shots from the railgun. He's found Bernard. Here comes the Rampage. That's what they needed right here, too. But they still were on the point here at the same time. The charge still managed to take it over. The Spark, despite some of those trades going down at the very end.
Look, you didn't get the kill conversion from Jimmy onto Bernard, but you saw how much damage was being caused there by the overclock, dinking into the giant Junker Queen. And even throughout the shout, even throughout the additional healing and the overheal that comes in, still was able to put Bernard in such a situation that they were easy to pick off, couldn't sustain their position on the payload, and ultimately you saw at the end there, Shy having to coach gun themselves to the payload to at least try and stall it out and put it on overtime, which unfortunately they were unsuccessful to do. And even if they did, they had no HP to hold that position. It was just untenable. Charge had done everything they needed to. Jimmy pumping damage into the tank, cleared out the space, and the rest of his team was there to play sweeper duty.
Especially with the Rampage coming in from his team to be able to actually get a lot more of that impact to prevent the other Rampage from actually finding more out of the ante. So a fantastic showcase here from the Charge. They're now sitting at match point trade. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out as we move on to our 4th map here on New Queen Street, and that's going to be on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone, to the East. We are currently sitting at match points looking at the Guangzhou Charge in what looks to be a pretty close series between themselves and the Spark, because the Spark are putting up a pretty good fight here, Trey.
Very defensive series, Vicky. We see not much progress being made on these maps at all, so if you're a bit of a tourist of Overwatch maps, not the day for you, unfortunately. We're only getting past like the first door, effectively, and then it's all shut down because these teams are very good at defending. Now, that becomes a little bit different when we move over to our next map, which is of course going to be New Queen Street, a push type map. We will see a lot more of that. It will typically be very back and forth. If it's your first time tuning in and watching a bit of push, yeah, if the team gets basically to the 90 meters, maybe 100 meters mark, you typically call the map at that point. It's very difficult to come back from some of these deficits. So you're looking for these this bot, the blockades to be kept relatively central for a long and healthy map. Any team that gets a significant lead, well, game over, friendos, game over. Now, my question, Vicky, is: do we still see them keep on the Sojourn? We see a couple of Ash variations, particularly when it comes around to New Queen Street. But I have a feeling the variants last time didn't work out for the Shy, so we might end up just sticking with the Sojourn.
I am expecting the Sojourn to stay in place. I do feel like, especially with this meta, the way that we've been able to witness push on New Queen Street and specifically Colosseo, that we've also seen this too, it's very standoffish. Neither team usually wants to try to be the one to get caught off out of position, and it's a lot of trading between the Sojourns. Now, I'm expected to see if the Charge actually really want to roll out with this. Troy has been, going on to the Tracer to desperately touch the point here every so often. No, we're sticking to the Pride and True. That's what we're going to have here. Why swap here, especially with the progress that the Charge have made so far? But that's what I'm expecting here, especially depending on which of these teams manage to claim that high ground first. A lot more standoffish that we usually get to see on the other game types.
Interesting. Look at how they look on the overhead. Both Jimmy and Choi going on the off angle, where it's just Alpha Yi moving over to the side away from the pack. So interesting that they try and set the crossfire like that, move both damage dealers away. It provides Jimmy a position to be able to get some side angles in the team, maybe also back up Choi they want in that battle to the train carriage. But Alpha Yi, left to his own devices, goes away and gets that first pick on Xerneas. Thankfully, they answer back onto Irony, and the fight's really starting to compound now.
Now with Jimmy going down, though, the number advantage is still in favor of the Spark. Alpha Yi falling just a little bit low. Bernard can't get away in time, though. Choice One managing to capitalize, even if it may cost him his life. But he's right behind Krong. He wants to try to follow up with Krong, and Krong getting sent so low is going to allow right now the Spark to get that progress with the bot first.
Choi goes for the cut through. Trying to escape. Please don't go down here. What a snipe from Shy at the end there. Using that railgun to good effect, picking up extra stagger potential and really hamstringing the defense of Spark when they get back to this bomb.
Now with the Spark having that control, though, now you can see Charge, specifically Jimmy, just trying to get into that angle to try to get one of those charged up railgun shots himself. A match out here from Shy, who's already close to that overclock. Alpha Yi now trying to take a nice off angle here too. It's that defensive position and playstyle that you and I were mentioning before. It's the way that this entire series has gone off, because this is the point here in this next corner where the Spark don't want to over-contest. They see that there's an entry point for the Charge to come in from the flank. They don't want to get sandwiched here from the Charge, as they are trying to look for that opportunity before.
Yeah, and also this is like really a big sticking point, a big first objective of the map, Vicky, as well, is that we're coming up to that checkpoint. So if you give that and get the forward spawns, it's much more difficult to defend. Push back here, good kiting to get away from the blade of Alpha Yi. No victims down, and actually Alfie ends up losing their life over this one as well.
Although Krong gets taken down, that was really nice of Krong to split that attention from Alpha E. Alpha E couldn't capitalize off of that blade. Everybody was split up here as now the rally coming in from far away to answer back from Alpha E's absence. Now you can see the Spark having Super Rich, having that sound barrier. Irony's about to get the rally here too. The sound barrier to try to answer Choice at one, but it's not going to be enough. He's cleaned up Super Rich. He's cleaned up Bernard. Jimmy's going to be able to find Irony, and that's 3 down for the Spark and the charge. They saw that bot, and it was in their sights, and now they're going to be able to get that progress themselves.
Yeah, good flip back. Still in a winnable position for both of these teams. 36 meters, pretty easy to push back from and meet. Potentially even exceed. The symmetrical map though, you can see the exact same placement, probably going to stop just on that corner shy of the checkpoint. Good defensible position for the Spark to be in on this one. Nice cut through there, Shy under the pressure, getting the healing he needs. He's got a Rakita right next to him for the Inspire and the armor pack to keep him up. They're going to use that shout in this next fight. B comes out from Xerneas, there's a rally from Irony, but it's Shy to go down first to the Carnage.
Oh, the shout to shout, but Xerneas with the sound barrier is going to allow the charge to have that diff real quick here. The Spark are going to be able to back up. Here comes the Rampage, though. It's found 3, and Farway's not going to be there, so it's only really Xerneas for that sustainability. Not enough from the shout either from Krong as he gets taken down. He'll come back with the Rampage, but Alpha E answering right back. Going back and forth now, getting a lot more aggressive in these side rooms.
Look at the distance they have to travel back here, Vicky. They're going to meet contestation in the exact same spot. They're going to have to deal with this on the exact same corner. Whoever breaks this corner hold first is probably going to be the team that ends up walking away with the win. Now, if you're the Spark, fantastic. You get the 5th map. But if you're Charged, you will close out the series if you can manage that. Now you're on the defense. Let's wrestle back some control and push it back into the enemy's court.
See if they have the opportunity. They do have Krong and his Rampage here. Choice so close to that blade as well as Alpha E, but Choi does have that advantage, and he definitely will keep that advantage with Alpha E being gone. See the Disruptor shot to try to control some space as Krong tries to dive in with the Rampage. He's found 3. He gets the Carnage off there too, and the cleanup on top of that from the rest of the charge. An amazing fight there in these side rooms that have honestly really benefited Krong and Choi more than the Spark.
Krong's a serious contender for player of the match, the way they've been playing in the latter half of this series in particular. Right there, big ultimate with the Rampage, consistent damage, follows through with the Carnage to get the key pick of Irony off the board. Bot will keep on moving, going to get the touch. Spark just going to come into range. They really want to stop this checkpoint from coming in, but if they do it unsafely, it's going to cost them even more. And they will get the connection just shy of it, but Krong's already cleaned it up. Choi pulls out the blade, and Spark have just walked straight into their demise. Checkpoint's going to be captured off the back of this, no doubt whatsoever, Vicky, and it's starting to get dangerous from the Spark. They may enter into unwinnable territory.
Cleaning up that corner beautifully there too. Following up from the rally from far away with Choi Sowan and his blade. Now they're going to be able to have the advantage here, but you look at the Spark, you look at their ult economy to try to contest that with the charge. I mean, Jimmy's about to get that overclock. Xerneas as well with the sound barrier. Here comes that shout to keep the rest of the charge alive, but it's definitely not going to be enough as the blade comes in. Bernard also with that jagged blade to get that follow-up. Krong gets taken out, so does Jimmy. Now the charge get cleaned up, but they're going to be able to have at least some room to breathe when they come to contest, since the bot has to make its way right back around to that other corner where it was originally stalled at.
Yeah, they've still got to try and break this defensive position. It's like they've not really made that progress they were looking for. They've got a lot to eat into the charge. Charge have a lot of time to be able to set up as well here. You know, they're positioning to just come and fight them on the bridge rather than at the corner in the first place, which is where you're going to abuse that map distance you've accrued for yourself. Rally popped. Support ultimate still available in the form of the barriers on both teams. Jimmy has the overclock available, but has to back away from it. Can't hold that position. And finally loses his life to Bernard. Spark, they're in a great spot to be able to contest that next corner and make some progress, but it's just a kill box right now for them in that lower room. Krong's surely going to go down, and the bot keeps on trucking.
If the room on the other side wasn't going to work out for them, at least they took that fight on the other side room that was small enough to allow Bernard to pop off with Irony right there and the rally. So the charge also lose out on Jimmy in that ult, unfortunately. He didn't really get to capitalize off of it at all. They just fully dived in onto him, and now this bot's going to be able to wrap around that corner that we were looking at.
There you go, good progress made. You can see the nice little yellow line in front of them. Still not matched what the charge have dealt. But killing Jimmy's a great way to work towards that, especially when Shy can pop the overclock immediately afterwards. Krong's got nowhere to go.
Oh, he's still going in. Gets that 3K real quick here, Trick. One more. Can he add it to his collection of heads? The Disruptor shot as he manages to nearly get away. Choice One gets to see another day.
And that's going to be Spark matching and exceeding the distance. It now becomes difficult for the Charge. They've got a huge decision to push back. They've only got 3 minutes to do it as well, Vicky. Fight win after fight win after fight win, or the Spark are going to force us out to a map 5.
Here he comes, Choi, though. The Rampage as well onto Farway and Kwong, but the rally coming in from Farway as Choi Siwan's going to be able to dive into everybody in the backline from the Spark. Super Rich Irony get caught, so does Bernard. Everybody from the Spark gets cleaned up, and that's exactly what the Charge needed because they were staggering a little bit right there in that corner. I was worried for them, especially with the progress that now the Spark has been able to round up with.
But now they run into the same problem. They're probably going to stop 2 fights before they can actually get themselves back to that checkpoint and look to exceed resistance. Passed over the halfway point now. Spark aren't playing as aggressively. They weren't able to capitalize on that midpoint fight that the Charge had. But they are able to stall it shy of the corner. That play from Alfie goes in immediately for the Rampage. It's big from Krong.
Huge right there, finding Shy. Bernard falls incredibly low, and they finish him off as well with Jimmy having another opportunity with these Charge railgun shots. He finds Bernard, he finds Alpha Yi, and everybody else in the Charge are going to be able to clean up the Spark. Another team fight win underneath the belts of the Charge, and now they're going to finally get that progress with this push bot.
Should be able to match the progress, I hope. 1 minute 30 left does make it difficult. If they start losing consecutive fights, big!
Oh.
That's so big to actually get there and contest it. Now they just need to win the fight. If Spark win the fight here, Vicky, they might actually just take the map. It's going to be so difficult, but Kron goes in with the jagged knife.
Oh, and now they're going to be able to take care of Bernard and Irony. That's absolutely huge right there. That's what they needed right now for the Charge to at least find that progress. Now they're going to be able to match that with the Spark. Now they're going to be able to be in the lead after another team fight win. The Charge are looking to wrap things up right now with a limited time bank 2 trade. Now you have less than a minute for the Spark to actually get things going for themselves.
Irony and the rest of the Spark need to win this fight right now. If they lose it, they might even get capped. Like, if they do not win, they have to fight. They cannot just stall it out. They won't win the wrap. They'll lose the series. The aggression has to be taken from them. But Jimmy!
Oh, no! Jimmy finding Super Rich Choi, going in, finding Alpha Yi, the Spark. Understand what the nail in the coffin is here, too. They have too much of a limited time bank. They would have needed to win 3 more team fights after this one here, 2 Trid. Charge now diving in, despite Super Rich having that sound barrier. What can be done here with this limited time bank? Less than 30 seconds on the clock.
You're playing for pride. It's no longer about winning the map, Vicky. It's about stopping the Charge from getting the disrespect cap. This doesn't happen on New Queen Street a lot. You can't let this happen. Hold your head high. Shy's finding these kills. But like you said, with 10 seconds remaining, they can maybe force overtime, but the amount of consecutive fight wins they would need to send this back to basically completion on the other side of the map is unprecedented. Charge just need to breathe on the Spark, and they'll be walking to a series win.
Like you mentioned before, it was also an expensive fight right there. Although Alpha E is about to have the blade, I'm looking at the Rampage overtime ticking away, but here comes the Charge. They used up the shout, and they've already found Shy. We have noted it before how important that first pick is now here too. As Alpha E is going to try to dive onto Choi Swan, the rest of his teammates though in the back, like Bernard, are getting picked up. Here comes the Carnage. You see the Rampage now coming in, isolating only Irony, and it's not going to be enough for the Spark. The Charge now take control over the bot, have the extra progress, and they take the series on their hands.
3-1 scoreline, Vicky. You were raving the Charge coming into this, and your confidence, your trust was not disappointed. Charge able to come out here very back and forth, especially at the end there on push, but just able to come out with those consecutive fight wins, keep the momentum going, something the Spark were unable to break consistently against the Charge lineup. Choice of One had some fantastic pop-up moments, but I'm fairly confident that our player of the match is not a damage dealer. I don't think it's a damage dealer today.
It's gonna. What I'm really focusing on here too, Trid, is Charge right now. Basically, they've guaranteed themselves here in the Summer Showdown with that win here too. I mean, although they did get that 3rd win, it's that 4th win that really is that nail in the coffin to allow the Charge to feel comfortable here. They can take a breather, and it's that last place that's gonna be quite literally insane. But our MVP of the match is going to be Choi Se-won. Trade. We were expecting maybe, is it going to be a mix-up here? We saw Choi be MVP just yesterday, but we can't deny the fact that Choi just went absolutely insane in this series. We did see a few mistakes here from both Choi and even Alpha Yi in some of these entry engages, but it was Choi at the very end who has always managed to get so much impact, especially isolating the backline of the Spark between Irony and Super Rich.
Hashtag Kron was wrong. I'm
Kron
kidding.
did amazing though. I've always looked at Kron.
I think if you looked at it numerically, we put them on a scale out of 1 to 100. We're talking about Choi Se-won being at 100 and Kron being at 99. I think that was a very close series between who was walking away with that one. But yeah, no, I'm not disappointed by the fact Choi picked it up. Choi definitely was in that conversation very strongly as well. Fantastic plays here, lots of Genji cutdowns, oftentimes getting more out of those substantial ultimates than Alpha Yi was able to accrue this series. That is ultimately not just an individual thing, it's also a team effort on how the teams are responding to the Genji aggression. Oh my god, what an intimidating man.
He's got the anime pose and everything. I mean, I
don't
don't know.
Like, come at me, bro. Come at me.
I don't know how I feel about this real quick. I mean, he's literally one with Genji too with the way, because, you know, Genji basically does the same thing when he wants to taunt you to come at him. So
I feel like production have photoshopped the blade out of his hand. It looks like he's about to ask me for my wallet. Like.
Oh man, and 49 final blows, 91 elims. What a way for Choi to be able to take MVP twice back-to-back, because again, he was the MVP of the series that we saw just yesterday between the Charge and the Hunters, and there's a reason why Choi has been in that conversation time and time again.
Just a consistently strong player, fantastic, thriving right now in the current meta, having access to the Genji, so able to just be a huge difference maker. Does sit quite highly in the standings when it comes to Genji players in the region, but there are some people, mainly who are you, that are still consistently just top dog when it comes to that particular hero. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll take a look at some of the highlights from that past series.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
witness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Michael to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen. And there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Welcome to Watchpoint, everybody. I'm Danny, all serious business limb, and with me on the desk today are Jonathan Reinforce Larson and Scott Custa Kennedy. Gentlemen, good morning. How are you doing, sir?
I have so much on my mind. Like, honestly, I really do. Okay, I got three things, okay? We've got to get going here. First of all, your glasses are immaculate. You look
well,
on point.
Thank you. Thank you for the praise.
You look for that. Second of all, this is the first time since Zoe went on maternity leave that we really messed up the outfits here. Because you guys are like dressed in black and everything. You got black.
Yeah, we just.
I am in white and like a rust t-shirt. Because it's really warm. I feel naked over here. I feel like I don't belong. I feel completely
There's a lot
untouched.
of skin coming off from you and not really much.
yesterday.
What do you mean?
Since
People
yesterday,
love
there
the
was a
skin.
lot of skin.
It's all right, dude. But okay, third of all, I got my coffee over here. I can't show the cup on broadcast because it's ground light. And I was thinking, like you know how you make like cold brew like during the night?
Yeah.
Is cold brew coffee just like slow cooked coffee?
Kind of, yeah. It's like.
Because everything else is kind of fast, like 5 minutes. You know, you roast on like brew some
Very.
coffee.
All those questions
Cold
are
brew is
so
like
important.
slow cooked coffee.
But I want to say today we have to be very serious because after all that clownery that we did for poster yesterday, I'm all for just business today.
Oh, right.
Danny's on it. Okay, focus on
sorry.
Cody. Yeah,
But
all right.
everyone, focus up, because it's serious business today, everybody. The Eastern region of the Overwatch League Summer Showdown has 3 matches last night. And while the previous days' matches were 3 Overwatch, you know, you're going to want to watch the games that happened last night because there was a lot of Summer Showdown implications. Not only that, you know, overall, it was just very, very interesting games. You know, I'm just going to drop this seriously because I don't think it's going to work.
I think you're doing great.
All right, let me just get back to this. All right, so let me just say this right now, a little bit of spoiler alert. So let's just jump right in. All right, first up, the Battle of the Zoes. All right, the Hangzhou Spark took on the Guangzhou Charge. Yeah, and well, the Charge continue to do just that, and now the Spark are on the outside looking in. I mean, this match, I think TLDR, Guangzhou definitely deserved the win. I think they were the better team. They looked a lot more coordinated throughout the whole match, and not only that, I think they had better ult usage. Choi Se-hwan and also Jimmy, definitely, you know, they were the standout players for the Guangzhou Charge. For Hangzhou Spark, Alpha Yi tried his best throughout the whole series to carry the team, but it just wasn't enough for the Guangzhou Charge. They had a really good defense on Midtown, and then Guangzhou just on this map right now, Watchpoint Gibraltar, Guangzhou Charge was like, hey, you full held us, we're gonna full hold you guys. Haha! Right back at you. And then we went to Toronto, the Toronto map, and then and then Guangzhou was like, we're just gonna end this.
I've had enough of this. Yeah.
But I think overall, I'm like very impressed how much Guangzhou Charge has improved, I think, this stage. And they were definitely not only deserved of this win, but also I'm very excited to see them in the Summer Showdown tournament.
Yeah, we don't actually really talk about this team enough here on the Watchpoint show in terms of how much their additions have helped them elevate. You know, obviously they had Unique, they had Rio, they had Develop, and they just didn't really live up to the expectations for this season. The Charge, willing to make a change in the middle of the season, picked up a lot of these great players, people that others weren't really willing to touch as much. You know, we have Xerneas, who obviously rebranded from Yveltal. We have Jimmy coming back in as well. So the Charge have really stepped up their game, and as we've always said, their Eastern region, you can always just make a play at the end of the season, and all of a sudden they're getting wins over teams we would never have expected them to get. So I'm excited to see how far this team really can go. Maybe it is just their meta, but maybe they're going to be on a completely different level to anything in the first half of the season.
Right. And our next match of the evening was the Chengdu Pandas versus the Valiant, who were on a 9-game losing streak. And of course, the Valiant took down the Hunters, right?
Wait, what?
Right, of course. They were on a 9-game losing streak. Of course they're going to beat the Hunters.
Yeah, of course. Valiant always wins in these map 5 scenarios. That's what we know them for. And Chengdu are never silly. Not true about either of those things, because this went exactly as you would expect it. This was a complete barn burner. Like, this was a tavern brawl of players just honestly punching back and forth of like who is going to do more. This wasn't exquisite execution. This wasn't the best team play you've ever seen overwhelming another. No, this was just pure all-out mechanics. And then everyone honestly threw punches throughout this series. The most significant difference that we saw between both of these teams is Becky is leaning heavily on that Echo over the Genji, which is something we've seen, sputterings of from other teams, but Becky's heavily leaning into it, and it made it look really good. The Chengdu Hunters, if they weren't able to sort of start getting anything going, they were just spawn camping them, especially on those Para-ESO. There was like a 2 to 3 minute spawn camp where we saw Bobs touching the spawn door, we saw Rampages touching the spawn door, everyone was touching the spawn door, and the Valiant just looked like a dominant team. But the Chengdu Hunters aren't to be disregarded that easily. We went over to Coliseum and it went really far back and forth. The Valiant had their back against the wall, and this is usually where we saw them, see them crumble and fold under the pressure, but they had this ridiculous run back through on Coliseum after a very close Gibraltar that happened here. And they finally break the curse, because Valiant, I talked about it just yesterday, they aren't this terrible team that exists in the Eastern region that we saw from them last year. They actually have been very competitive, just struggling to close out these matches when they go to map 5. Well, maybe and hopefully this is the end of that streak, and that they can finally start to get some consistent wins against the bottom end teams in the East.
So big picture, bird's eye point of view here. You're telling me that the Chengdu Hunters, this stage, beat Philadelphia Fusion, beat Hangzhou Spark, and all they had to do was either beat the LA Valiant or the Guangzhou Charge to guarantee their spot in the stage playoffs. And they couldn't do either of that. They couldn't beat Guangzhou and they couldn't beat LA Valiant in consecutive days. And now their playoff spot is not in their own hands. Come on, Hunters! Come on! What are we doing here? What are we doing? Honestly,
what do you want from them? This is exactly who they say they are. They don't lie about themselves. This is Chengdu Zone,
this
baby.
Is not who they are. They don't have Among anymore. They're not. They have Leave. They have an MVP candidate. You don't have to be like this. Why are you like this way?
It's Jinmu. Jinmu is the source.
Are you?
That is.
Johnny, are you confused about this?
No, I'm not confused. I'm frustrated.
You frustrated? Well, keep that for like 10 seconds, because the last and most certainly not the least, the Philadelphia Fusion faced off against Seoul Dynasty. And poor suffering Philadelphia Fusion fans. We're here. We're here for you guys. They look strong, but taking Seoul, they took Seoul to map 5, but the Dynasty remain undefeated in the summer Showdown qualifiers. Now you could go ham.
So you say that. Today is opposite day, all right? I'm going to take the other point of view of every single opinion you have. Because and this is unironically, by the way, I'm not being sarcastic here. This was actually a great showing from the Fusion relative to the performances they put up the rest of this stage, all right? They've been an absolute joke leading up to this point, because they were the best team. They were the best team of APAC in the mid-season madness. The way they took down the Hangzhou Spark, they made top 4, didn't they? They made top 4 and lost to Atlanta Rain in that lower bracket match, all right? But so far this stage, they didn't look like they understood the meta at all. But this series, wow! Like, what a glow up from this team, all right? Fury looks like he understands Jungle Queen. They had played with tons of patience here. When Seoul Dynasty were playing the Ashe composition and sitting back a lot more. The engages from the Philadelphia Fusion, they look great. MN3 came in instead of Carpe, and MN3, he popped off. He had some amazing moments throughout the series, like here shutting down Stalker, for example, with the Dragon Blade. This was honestly a different Philadelphia Fusion that we've seen like from the rest of this stage. And now, with a chance to actually qualify for the stage playoffs, I would rather see the Fusion in the stage playoffs than the Chengdu Hunters. Because they looked really good in this matchup. They looked like they could compete with the likes of Seoul Dynasty. Now, Seoul Dynasty, they ended up winning the match, all right? But it's not for lack of trying from the Fusion. Seoul Dynasty, they realized that the Ashe wasn't working for them. They realized that the Phila Fusion had a good understanding of how to deal with Fitz on the Ashe instead. So Seoul Dynasty, they flexed over to Fitz on the Sojourn instead to neutralize the tempo matchup within the game. And that's where you saw Seoul Dynasty. They were dominant on Colosseo, and also they closed things out on Busan. So Seoul Dynasty, they win this one 3-2 because of some nice tactical adjustments, playing more Sojourn to end this match. But overall, the Fusion looked good, man. The Fusion looked good. If you're a Fusion fan and you're like in despair and you're like quote retweeting like bad Pachimori tweets and stuff like that, stop that. That is not right, all right? You should be cheering on. You should be tweeting at the team and just like, yo, you guys were sick today. I know you guys don't feel great, but you have a chance. I believe in you guys. The Fusion players right now, they need belief. They need praise, all right? Because they deserve that after this one hell of a series against the Seoul Dynasty today.
Whatever, all the things that you said, I could summarize it by Costa's tweet a couple days ago where a Fusion fan tweeted it, DM'd you and said, we're good, we're the best, haha, look at us. Oh, no, we're bad. We're still bad. No, we're okay.
He's probably already tweeted at me at this point, being like, we're back, baby, we almost beat Seoul. But the sad reality is that they didn't get over the line because, and as you said, their season in this stage is, questionable because they need to win through a match. They could still lose out to the Chengdu Hunters. So, I don't know. It's so back and forth. I'm in.
I'm buying low.
I agree with you. Here's my thing. I hope that they learn from this lesson and MN3 stays in this roster.
Yeah, sure, but MN3 was not only fault. Like, Fury played a lot better.
You cannot tell me throughout this entire season they have played better when MN3 is on the in the lineup.
Of course they play better
with MN3 in the lineup. And they need to stick to that. We saw Carpe so much throughout this stage. We questioned he was struggling. Why was he playing? We all know Carpe is great. We all know he is a phenomenal player. Whatever is going on, it's like the DM on Shanghai Dragons effect. When DM was in the lineup, he's a great player, but they played worse when DM was in the lineup. They should just play MN3 at this point.
Sure, all right.
I mean, yeah, they're still not out. They have one more match tomorrow, right? And we'll be previewing that, of course, tomorrow. Tomorrow. All right. Well,
they're playing Hangzhou, I think, right?
Although this was a loss, but like Johnny said, this was a great matchup and a great performance from the Philadelphia Fusion. And not only that, they also made a huge achievement, the Philadelphia Fusion, and I guess Philadelphia, a player from Philadelphia Fusion. Sorry, guys, Zest. Finally got his 1,000 final blows. I think he's the first APAC region player to reach 1,000 final blows. There you go. So yeah, big ups to Philadelphia Fusion and congratulations to Zest.
Zest has been absolutely incredible for the Philadelphia Fusion. And if he was on a more consistent team and Proper didn't exist, he would be in the conversation for Rookie of the Year. Yes.
If Proper was not in the conversation.
1,000 final blows in the season. Look at that.
Who cares, dude?
What do you mean, who cares?
The Fusion tweet this out because they've never won anything and they're proud of this. Who cares about 1,000 final blows? 1,000 final blows after the West region?
Why don't we?
More than you. What are you complaining about?
Guys, you were the second region to get 1,000 final blows.
Let's let them fight. Let's take a look at the Eastern standings for now with all those chaos. We got Shanghai Dragons, of course, and Seoul Dynasty in the top spot. Guangzhou Charge clinched. All three of them clinched. And then we got Fusion and Hunters left. Hangzhou Spark is out. Valiant out.
Yeah. So Fusion, they have to win 3-0 or 3-1 against the Hangzhou Spark.
Right, tomorrow.
In tomorrow's matchup, yeah. And then they'll be above Chengdu Hunters because Chengdu won like the head-to-head, and so they have that tiebreaker.
We also, overnight, we also have the Shanghai Dragons taking on the Seoul Dynasty for the #1 seed. It's going to be exciting. I thought I would have had my money on Seoul, but after that performance against Philly, and my more confidence in Shanghai, it could honestly go either way, just like the Dallas Shotgun.
True. And with the Summer Showdown qualifiers winding down, we wanted to, take a look back at the stage and give away some completely made-up, arbitrary, essentially meaningless award. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't watch. We've got the watches coming up right after the break. sorry guys. Before we move on to our next segment, we were, during the break, we were talking about Zest. And we had this hot debate of whether
1,000 pounds. Great job, man.
It is a big accolade in the APAC region. That means he has the most final points in the APAC region. We talk about Prophet, we talk about Sorg, we talk about Lip, we talk about all these great players, and you're just going to discredit that Zest, a rookie, hit that accolade first in the Eastern region.
That's all you get, Costa.
Because it's just like the more playtime you got. Yeah, they went deep in tournaments. You went the deepest in the mid-season matters of the APAC teams. Great job. You went the deepest. You went to the finals in the kickoff clash. Great job. Look, if Proper wasn't in the Rookie of the Year conversation, Zest wouldn't be in it because it'd be all Reiner.
We're done.
Even Hex is yelling at you in my ear.
I don't know what you guys think, but this is a hot debate for them. So yeah, you guys could talk it out after our pre-show, but let's move on to our next segment. Once a stage, we like to take a step back and look at the stage as a whole before we go into the tournament. So we make up awards and give them out. That's how it works. So without further ado, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the Watchies. Woo! All right, starting with Costa. All right, you've made up a new award to give out for the Watchie. So go ahead and explain it to the good people at home watching our show.
Yeah, my award is going to be the Remember Me award because there are some players that they hit the bench or they don't play very much for a team, and then we just sort of forget about them and they fade off into nothingness. Not this player. This player collected a ring on the bench here for the Shanghai Dragons and then comes back and makes himself incredibly valuable. He is, who are you? You got to remember the name. In 2022, he has played just under 500 minutes, and that is more than he has played in his entire Overwatch League career in all of his seasons combined. In 2020, he started on the New York Excelsior, had middling success, but in 2021, he only played 24 minutes in their championship season, and we were always questioning, why is Who Are You really on this roster? And he is proving this stage exactly why he is here. He is the best Genji. He has been doing this for years. He's been doing this since me and Johnny were relevant, for God's sake. He is so good at this hero, and he is, an important and integral piece of the Shanghai Dragons roster, even if he doesn't always play. He comes in, he stays fresh, and he has just been, honestly, I'm going to say it, I think he's the best Genji in the world right now in this meta.
Oh, and it's going to be another debate.
I don't think you can argue against that. The amount of impact that he has, he doesn't get all the resources like some of these other Genjis. He just does it, and he gets more value, and he just does it time and time again. And then his blade value is immaculate. So, Who Are You? Remember the name.
Here's what, no. Look, if someone wants to argue that, just tweet at Costa, who is actually better than Who Are You? I'm not gonna get into it.
I don't think that's arguable. Because, for the East at least.
Everything's always debatable.
Yeah.
Right.
Stalker's another good shot. He's been really good this day.
Yeah. All right, so moving on, Reinforce, we just saw Hoodoo get a lot of kills, but you're taking on a different approach to your Watches award.
Yeah, there's been a lot of shouting this pre-show. There's been a lot of fighting in general in Overwatch. I don't even know what they're fighting for. Like, honestly, why are we skirmishing? Like, every single map. Like, what's the objective here? What are we accomplishing, all right? I get there's just like a good and bad side or whatever to like the Overwatch team in the lore or whatever, but like, why would you have two tracers go to it? I don't get it. So, this is all about, appreciating like some zen, appreciating some quiet time. This is your 2-minute break. No violence, no final blows. And this award,
but they're shooting at each other. That's no violence.
The most patient, polite pacifists. They're soft-air guns. They're not real guns.
They're not real guns.
They don't deal a lot of damage. All right. There's I don't even know if there's fall off on Sojourn, but I'm gonna pretend there's fall off on Sojourn's gun.
So those are water guns.
Water guns. Yes, they're water guns, Danny. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know where the water is coming from. Especially, you should be very careful with that water. All right. Be sparse with the water. We need to take care of the planet. We don't have a lot of water in California right now.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're in Rome. They're not in California.
Yeah, they're not even close to California.
Yeah, they're in Colosseo. I don't know what the water situation is like in Rome. Anyway, yeah. So as you can see, they're taking it kind of easy here. And I appreciate this. They're willing to discuss, negotiate. You don't have to solve everything by fighting and by shooting. And many times in these Overwatch matches, they shoot before they even get a chance to like wave high or like discuss. So both teams here, taking a chance to respect each other, be civil. And they're not really about violence that much. Until Kilo. Kilo's actually, he's going to fire the shot right here. Come on, Kilo.
What a bad person.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's gonna get in with the final blow here that like opens things up. And then all chaos just breaks loose. It's just like boom! Genji's dashing in and out, and there's craziness everywhere. So, but yeah, most patient, polite pacifist. Justice versus shock. Thank you for showing what appropriate behavior looks like. We need more of that in the Overwatch League.
No.
All right. Well, there has been a lot of great stories this stage. Franchises turning things around. Obviously, Toronto make it to their own homestead is great. But for me, it's another team from up north who wins Watchies for best stage story, and that is none other than Vancouver Titans. Vancouver! Woohoo! I mean, they got their first win and didn't stop qualifying for the Summer Showdown tournament. And also, props to some of those players who've shown up big this stage. Aspire, we talk about him a lot because he's such a great soldier. King is definitely noteworthy. His performance on the Genji has been really good. And also, Aztec on Brig this stage has been very impressive for me as well. I think Vancouver Titans, of course, they were 0-13 coming into the stage, and then they got their first win on the big day, August 14th.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then after that, they're kind of on a roll. I think they took a break, a match break in between, but then they're still on a roll. They're feeling confident.
Yeah.
You don't want to burn yourself out, right?
Don't get too many wins.
Yeah, don't get too many wins. Just get a couple, and then, you could take a break and then go back again. But definitely, Vancouver Titans, I'm very excited.
I would throw Washington Justice in best stage story as well. Their roster got nuked, and they're qualified before the Vancouver Titans.
It's like you're trying to make me angry, right?
It's a great story. It's a great story.
It
People
is.
people are like, oh, the Washington Justice, they're dead in water. We don't care. And they're like, oh, we're gonna qualify for Toronto. So calm down.
All right, well, those are our picks for the Watchies, and nothing could be more important than our made-up awards, except maybe picking the actual games, and you can do that. Did you guys know that? Do you guys know where to go?
No, where do I go?
Pick'em.overwatchleague.com. Thank you so much, Costa. Use the app, send in your mail-in picks, think them into the universe, and if you're right, you can win cash and prizes. Though, let's be honest, everyone knows the best prize is cash.
True.
Money. 돈 in Korean. Wow. Korean word of the day.
Pengar.
It's ton?
돈.
Don?
돈.
Don.
Yeah. Very simple, right?
Don money.
Don money, there you go. Yeah. All right, Florida and Paris face off in our first match of the day, and you better believe Florida has their eyes set on the prize. What's that prize? The prize of not being eliminated from the Summer Showdown tournament. We'll get right into that matchup right after the break.
It's like a bone in his body.
Welcome back to Watchpoint! Hi everybody! Oh, wow. Our first match of the day is the Florida Mayhem taking on the Paris Eternal. And while Paris is out of the Summer Showdown picture for now, not only does this young team need to find their first win, but they can play spoilers and knock Florida out. So, Costa, Florida has been marching to the beat of their own drum in some regards. How do you expect them to play against Paris today?
I really expect and hope to see them play the same way that they did against the Dallas Fuel. We just saw the Dallas lock in the #1 seed in this stage, and the Florida Mayhem were able to actually knock them off balance and actually take the map, this Hollywood, away from them. And on the back of it was RuPaul's Anna. He was very good at just sort of creating these sleeps. The way that you want to play this double flex support style is you're playing very defensively and you're trying to mitigate the opposition as they try and run you down. And these sleeps and these biotic nades are so important at doing that. And RuPaul was doing a phenomenal job. We haven't talked about him too much this season. He was a mid-season signer, and he's just sort of really stepped up. And on the back, trying to keep Sir Margette alive, which is a very difficult task from time to time, he has been stepping up. So it should be easier against the Paris Eternal. They just lost against the Dallas Fuel. Paris Eternal is a completely different beast. Stick to what you're good at, stick to what you know, and potentially they can qualify at a 3-3 record if they can take down the Paris Eternal, and then following that, the New York Excelsior.
I think Florida Mayhem is unique because they're playing double flex support against Dallas Fuel, and you were talking about Anna, but I also want to highlight someone from the Florida Mayhem as well, Checkmate, because he was playing a lot of interesting heroes against their match in Dallas Fuel. They got Junkrat, let's go, baby! Not only that, he was playing Pharah, and then we got some Mei action going on as well. So I'm just saying, people think this looks silly, but they got map off our #1 seed in the West, Dallas Fuel, right? It is apparently working for them.
I'm not playing Junkrat, but carry on.
No, I think whatever it is,
they won that round.
Yeah, they
like
did.
I said, Florida is, they're doing their own thing, and if it's working, just keep doing it. And honestly, I'm here for it. Like if they're gonna pull out the Junkrat, why not? I would love that.
Danny just loves chaos. Danny thrives in chaos. But it honestly looks good. If you recognize you can't win in the mirror, go silly.
True. And of course, reinforce. This Paris team is hungry for a win. Do you think they should play the meta or mix it up with a chaotic Florida Mayhem?
Mix it up.
Mix it up?
I'm not even saying this because I'm like joking around and like just having fun with it. I'm serious, all right? When the game goes crazy, you gotta go crazy with it. Yeah. And that's speaking like from someone with experience in this. Because like if you're just going to be like on the back foot on stance, gonna be like, oh, we have to play the meta, we have to play the Genji Sojourn Junker Queen composition. Like, you're not allowing yourself your preferred tools to break down some of these Pharah compositions. And like, what happens if the Paris Eternal again or not Paris Eternal? If Florida Mayhem comes out with the Junkrat again, you can't just tell yourself that like, oh, the Genji Sojourn Junker Queen is the answer because it's it's the best comp in the mirror matchup. Like, it doesn't work that way. So just play with whatever you're comfortable with, Paris Eternal. Play the game your way to deal with everything that Florida Mayhem is throwing at you. And Dove, I think, is a perfect example here. He didn't look good on the Sojourn yesterday. Quite frankly, he looked pretty bad on the Sojourn. But we know that he has a Tracer in his wheelhouse, and it's part of why they got their first win against the New York Excelsior, for example, right? So, Paris Eternal, I really don't want to see them just feel forced to stick to this Junker Queen Genji composition, especially because that's how they won Contenders, which earned them promotion to the Overwatch League, right? Play with whatever you're comfortable with. It might just be that they're going to stick to the Junker Queen and Genji meta, but I honestly be delighted to see Dove flex over to the Tracer if need be against the Florida Mayhem today.
I have a feeling we're gonna see Farah v Farah.
Yes.
I actually think you're right.
We actually.
I actually
This is
think
why
you're
I'm
right.
so excited for this match, and also
RuPaul Mercy.
double flex support. Not only that, like this is a very important match, like I said, because Florida Mayhem, if they lose, they're gone.
Yeah.
They're done.
They're done. With that, so are you guys on the Florida side? You know what? Never mind. Here, why don't we just take a look at our picks for today? Here's our Preds.
Should be a pretty easy day, right?
But we got
Johnny. Johnny. What did you do?
What are you on, bro?
What are you guys up to?
All right, can
All
you
predicting the same
can
teams?
you-
Are you guys crazy?
Okay, defend it.
Yeah, defend
Which
it.
one?
Defend
I'll
every single one of
defend
it.
any single matchup. Pick one.
All right,
Okay,
Paris.
Yeah, Paris. Why are Paris gonna win?
Paris, because Florida Mayhem, they look absolutely tragic in this jungle.
Paris have won one map.
They took one map of Dallas Fuel, and now they're just like, oh, we can qualify.
Paris,
for
you're
Europe.
saying
taking
Paris
one
is
map
that
with
much
this
better?
lineup.
Yeah, but Paris Eternal, like they're actually better in the Jungle Queen mirror if
What?
they were gonna go head to head. Yeah, dude, Florida Mayhem, they look tragic when they play this Jungle Queen Genji composition. Look, someone is one of the worst Jungle Queens I've ever seen. Crowley is better.
I don't know
Crowley is
what
much
Johnny is
better.
off the
Crowley
goose
is
right
a better
now.
Jungle Queen
Crowley is
than the
better.
Florida Mayhem. If they play straight up, the Paris Eternal are gonna win the Jungle Queen.
My head hurts.
You want to move on to the next two matches? I got the ammunition. I'm ready.
I think we need to bring it back
guys,
up
that
to
is
this
it for Watchpoint. It's time to check in for our with our casters for our first match. We got Jaws and Necra.
Joss, don't say
What?
anything. I know
I don't
Joss,
know
you're
what's
gonna come
wrong
out
with this
here
guy, bro,
and be
like-
like Johnny's stupid or something. No, you're wrong, Joss.
How did you know? How did you know? No way. I would never say something like that to
Because
my
you
dear friend
always
Johnny.
criticize me. You always give me crap,
No.
Joss. I know you.
No.
I could like
no.
hear him thinking the crap too towards you. Like,
Look, the only thing I was gonna say
No.
was, were you playing classic Wrath of the Lich King while you made those Preds and did the blind? Like,
No, I was right here. You
Johnny
know,
needs
I might
to
have,
set
you know, used my alchemy transmute mastery to craft some Earthstorm dice.
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
did make
yeah,
them, you know,
that's what
while
I
honestly
thought,
thinking
that's what I
about the
thought.
games.
Okay, wait, Johnny. I
Thinking.
want to hear this one. Okay, Boston Uprising.
Yeah.
There's been some rumors that the big three Western players are going to come through. You believe in those three players?
Yeah, I believe in those three players. They're gonna come out honeymoon phase. Have you heard of it? They got rid of the coach. They're feeling relieved.
Honeymoon
you know,
phase?
full with energy. Full.
You know they played before,
yeah,
right?
What? Yeah,
they're not
they
new
have.
players.
Look, I believe in the Boston Uprising.
so
Seeker is.
it can't be new. Okay, I mean, yeah, Johnny. Look, you just make it too easy. You just make it too easy. I'm sorry. I mean,
What
look,
do you
at the
mean?
end of the day,
Don't sleep
if
on
you're
Seeker,
right
my
and we're
guy.
wrong,
He's sick.
Guys, I
look,
wanna
egg
go
on our
home.
face, okay? Egg on our face if we get it wrong,
gotta
and
be great.
you're
It's
the
true.
prophet, okay?
true.
But you got to remember, me and Rose kind of got that Dallas Fuel Pred yesterday, and you guys all were shocked. So
That's true.
Yeah, goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much. Yeah, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Johnny's Pred actually comes reality. It doesn't really feel like it, especially in the first match at least. I can definitely see maybe where Johnny's coming in the Boston Uprising game with
Yeah.
the rumor that maybe Punk's coming back, Crimson a little bit of playtime too. Like, we'll see later down the line. But yeah, the Paris and Mayhem game is going to be a pretty interesting affair. Both of them have played Farah in recent matches and maps, which is quite interesting. We've got a little bit of the Jay Silly as well, Rose.
that was such a fun match to watch as well, especially when, you know, Florida Mayhem ended up getting so creative. We saw like 6 different DPS heroes throughout the entirety of the match. Like, that's a lot of versatility. And I remember actually seeing a tweet from McGravy where he said that, you know, especially versus a team like Dallas Fuel, they weren't super confident in that mirror match, so you have to get a little bit more creative. But against a team like the Paris Eternal, I feel like we won't see nearly as much creativity because Florida can just kind of rely on those fundamentals to be able to win the mirror.
Well, they need to win here as well, because if they lose, they are out of contention for the Summer Showdown. So they need to find the dub, whether that's pulling out the Jay Silly or whether that's going straight back to the regular old comp we're seeing more often than not now with the Ashe and the Sojourn and the Junker Queen, of course. Right, Florida Mayhem, they are starting Hydron today, so still no Exi, so it feels like Mayhem right now more comfortable with Hydron in the lineup. Of course, when he kind of burst onto the scene, Rose, in the Overwatch League, his Sojourn was up there, like one of the best. People were saying, this guy, you know, pretty crazy on the hit scan, or on the Sojourn at least. And then we knew Exy was coming into the lineup, and then everybody was saying, well, when's Hydron actually going to play? Where Exy could maybe play a little bit better than he could. But right now, the Florida Mayhem seeming like they want to just run Hydron. More comfortable with that fact, and, you know, his Sojourn did look very clean at the start of the season. Checkmate 2, his Genji has been kind of extraordinary. Will we see anything crazy? Don't know, but Checkmate Junkrat, wouldn't mind. Wouldn't mind.
I would totally be down for some more Junkrat here, but I don't know. I mean, look at this Paris squad as well. They've got some tricks up their sleeve. I think they're still trying to find themselves when it comes to playing in the Overwatch League. But Jaws, even when we were able to take a look at one of their most recent matches, we saw some bright spots. Rack Attack on that Brigida has been so standout to make sure that things are, you know, being booped away with those flails, or just the team is being kept alive. And then Malthol's Genji as well, I think, is another hero that we have to look at as being very proficient in this roster.
Oh, he's definitely been a bright spot, that's for sure. Especially when he's on camera, always does some attempting to lick the camera last time around. And yeah, I'm not sure what's going on in the Paris Eternal camp, but they're having a lot of fun, that's for sure.
I'm just gonna ignore that, but that's okay. And you know, Crowie as well. I think that the desk has pointed out that every single individual player on this team can be there, can get there, but they're not there quite yet. So hopefully they're still going to be able to use this as a learning opportunity. And you know what? Maybe they do surprise us. Maybe they have been able to work out some of the synergy issues and maybe just the nerves in general of playing in the Overwatch League.
We are going to Lijiang Tower as our first map, so there is no Nepal, so maybe no Farah. Although you can kind of play out Lijiang.
You can. Like maybe Gardens or something?
Yeah, a little bit of Gardens. Quite classic for the Farah, or like Echo, which is quite nice. We're going to Midtown Gibraltar, Coliseum, Nepal if we really need it. So we could go to Nepal if we go to map number 5.
That's
of course,
true.
Mayhem don't want to go there. They just want to end this 3-0. So they can just move on to the final day tomorrow. The qualifiers. Where they'll face New York Excelsior.
Yep, it's going to be a tough one, but Florida Mayhem for sure needs a win here today. But, you know, they did play before. You can see that you have that cute little stat at the bottom. But this was also a very different team than what we're looking at now for Paris. We'll see if Maltho actually sticks to the Farah, though. Interesting.
I mean, maybe. Oh, is there still that spot? Yeah, there is.
Oh.
There's a spot in the spawn room where you can hit Q as far, and it. Yeah.
I was gonna say
that was still a thing. Wow, I remember that. I remember seeing that a long time ago, but apparently it's still a thing. Okay, well, no silliness for the time being. Maybe that'll be changing later on. We got Midtown and Gibraltar, which will be quite interesting maps, especially Gibraltar. Maybe we see something crazy from Florida Mayhem, but no, it's just static comp so far. Oh, Maltho takes the first death of the series already with a Checkmate finding that kill. Look at Florida Mayhem's presence actually moving all the way up. And how Maltho got caught off guard.
It seemed like maybe he was caught out of position there, and that was something that Checkmate could have taken advantage of. It's always so tough because Checkmate's one of those types of players that when he sees an opportunity, he will take it. So you really can't make any sort of positional mistakes in front of him.
All right, speed boost rush for the Paris Eternal when they actually boop Hydron. However, Checkmate once again comes up big for the Florida Mayhem. Bit of an even trade, not so much anymore as Quarry runs down RuPaul when it's an even trade again. There you go, it's 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. 3 on 3, quite a mirror match. Checkmate's going pretty low though. You've only got that Lucio healing as of now. And it's not going to be enough to sustain the Genji on the Florida Mayhem side. They still control the point, so it's not bad. And people are coming back quite readily as Sermashed finds the boop on Lucamino. An extremely scrappy fight. And still the Florida Mayhem willing to fight. RuPaul is back. Sermashed's going to come back rather soon. Ooh. Eventually RuPaul is finished off. Sermashed 1 HP. Doesn't quite get taken down. In fact, Hydron takes care of Rack Attack. And this fight has been going on for approximately 15 minutes now. As the Paris Eternal to eventually finish off Checkmate. But now someone's back! Another Florida Mayhem player on the point. Wait a second, who's that around the corner? It's RuPaul. Oh no, he's backing off. It's all good.
Okay.
Fight's over. Paris game.
I mean, at this point, right, Florida and Paris were trading blow for blow that it made a lot of sense for Florida Mayhem to continue to commit themselves to the point. They walked away with 61% of that capture progress.
Yeah, you take that. You take
yeah,
that.
I think you take that every day of the week. But now we're actually coming up to ultimates as well, so I'm expecting these Dragon Blades. Lucamino, though, has the answer online before Zermaj. Oh, never mind.
Don't need that beat anymore. Muffle's already dead. There's the beat from Paris Eternal. Stop and checkmate's play doing much, but still in that small corridor, those swings are still doing a heck of amount of damage. Checkmate finish off Cryo and Lucamino. Make that 3 with Rack Attack by in the dust. Florida Mayhem run over the Paris Eternal. Muffle's blade just dulled there. Hydron took him out rather quickly. Just pulled it and instantly died.
I was going to say, Zermasha doesn't have the sound barrier up yet, but it didn't matter at all. So that's one way to deal with a blade. If you just take them out before they can take out you, then I think you're sitting pretty. But both sound barriers are off the board now. We're really looking at the rallies and also these rampages.
Oh, nice rampage coming out from both Junker Queens. Someone burns down Lucamino. That dot damage doing a fair amount. Both rallies have been popped too. So Florida Mayhem still up a player. And now Hydron leading the charge with that overclock. Scores the kill onto a Rack Attack in the back. And with a quick point flip, Paris Eternal have to go again. Last fight now, 90%. And Florida Mayhem, what are they going to do? They're just going to run up to the spawn doors.
At this point, why not? I mean, you can just stop Paris from even touching the point again to pop the overtime.
Yeah, someone has to touch. Lucamino has got 1 kill, Rack Attack with another. There we go. Looks like someone's on the point. It is Muffle. Just in a duel with a Rupal. And wow, he actually goes down to Surmashed. I'm not sure this will matter because there are still double supports and a DPS on the point for Paris. And yeah, they do end up getting the flip, but that looked rather dicey at the end of that.
Yeah, Muffle's been taken out a lot. I feel like there's a lot of focus from Florida to make sure that Genji isn't finding as much value. And yeah, wow, look at that. I don't think.
No deflect.
Oh no.
Goodbye.
Well, that's a lot of respect to the Genji.
Yeah, easy 4v5 now. They knew Muffle died pretty late, so now they can just run in and don't have to worry about Genji resetting off their backline. Paris Eternal, however, have to worry about Checkmate doing exactly that. Oh, a little deflect in front of the flailing brick. Just like that, the Florida Mayhem do end up wiping the Paris Eternal. Yeah, he's behind you, Checkmate. It's not a horror game, but it is quite scary for Paris Eternal. There's one Lucio. Oh, it's Lucamino, but he's dead. There goes the round, and Florida Mayhem off to a good start.
I think this is just the way that Florida needs to play this, though. Like Genji and having those blades at the ready can be a fight win. And especially if you aren't super confident that you might have some type of answer, like the sound barrier available, then you may as well just go after the Genji, get them off pace. I feel so bad because like it doesn't feel good to be the constant focus for targeting, and that's what Malthus in terms of position right now. It's rough because, you know, what do you really do at that point unless you try to invest all of your resources on Paris' side to try to keep them alive?
Checkmate, gonna stay on the far
It looks like
Yep, looks like it.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Checkmate Farah. No Mercy Pocket. It's gonna just rely on the healing packs, the armor packs from Rupal. Speaking of which, Rupal was pretty low. Oh, he's dead. Well, that's unlucky. Checkmate needs to find some value. Malful on the other side. Just found 2 quick kills and Surmasheds off the map. Reset for the Florida Mayhem. Wow, that was an extremely quick push from Paris Eternal.
Yep.
They spot Checkmate in the air. It's like a lot of sustained damage with the Farah. Oh, there you go. Checkmate actually switches straight to the Genji. It's a lot of sustained damage, but you really need to be able to hit somebody and then the team follow up on it, right?
Right.
And normally that kind of player is someone like a Genji who follows up on Hydron's damage. But yeah, if you have the Farah and Hydron, it's mainly about the kind of the poking and hopefully hitting someone with a railgun and a rocket.
Yeah, the splash damage just isn't enough in that case. So good switch off.
Ooh. There you go. Speaking of railgun body shots, there's Hydron. He's pretty low. Had to dash back to the rest of his team. But yeah, with Checkmate starting to go to the Genji, instant value has been found. No funny business from the Florida Mayhem. Instant switch and a cap.
I think this is just how Florida needs to play. This is about the fundamentals. It's about playing the mirror, and especially when you know as well that there are players that can have pop-off moments on Paris, you don't want to fall victim to any of those types of moments. So Florida, they do have to kind of just stick to what is working for them so far, as much as it is fun to see the Pharah. But Checkmate's already 65% to play, keeping up with Malthol.
Yeah, and he's changed too. Did have that DPS passive, so he got a little bit from that Pharah damage, but still keeping up. With the Genji, they got a double kill very early on. Very respectable. Another quick fight for Mayhem. They're going to continue to control the point, and now the ultimate's coming online.
Yeah, we're going to see the Blades coming up pretty quickly as well, but this is where it gets tough now. Surmajed is going to be the one that's in the lead with an answer to Malthol's Dragon Blade. Lucamino trailing behind just a little bit, but maybe if Rakata can get this rally up, then that's at least some sustain that they could use to get the beat online.
There's a blade from Checkmate. He's got that commanding shout at his back. Oh, Rakata didn't even see him coming. Both support's in trouble for the Paris Eternal, and yeah, no support ults even used in that fight. For Paris at least. Surmajed did use his beat to counter that blade from Malthol. But a good team kill. And I mean, Mayhem are just setting themselves up for success here. 3 ults online for this next one. Paris Eternal are going to have to come up with something big.
I mean, you could just pop the rally now if you're RuPaul. Go ahead and grab that shield, get that rolling, and then you could just go with the Rampage to follow that up as well. At this point, then Florida Mayhem just kind of unkillable. You can't really out-sustain the damage that would be coming through.
Double overclock. Everybody's lining up. I'm waiting for this 4K Hydron. Hits the Genji in the body. Beats still available for the Paris Eternal. Malfo dead already, and someone on the point with a big rampage. Rakatak's in trouble, but Lucamino saves him with that sound barrier as Krawi takes care of him with that brutal axe swing. Paris Eternal still holding on to their rampage, and the Florida Mayhem are now in overtime, just trying to isolate one target, but it's actually RuPaul that's getting chased down by the rest of Paris. Krawi uses his rampage and affects both Surmajed and Checkmate with that anti-heal. Someone changed over to the Winston to get back to the point in time, but Florida Mayhem do end up losing, so he's going to go straight back to the Junker Queen.
Yeah, I like that Krawi held on to the Rampage, because if Paris Eternal had cleaned up Florida just a little bit faster, then you have that Rampage to keep control of the point for the next fight. You would have been the only ultimate online. But I think that the situation was dire enough after Surmajed had gotten a pick. You go for it. But Florida's coming back really fast here.
And I know on both sides, really, just ult tracking's pretty easy. Everybody used everything in the last fight, so you're not really expecting anything more than just a neutral fight in this situation. Krawi's already pretty low. Hydron using that power slide to get away, and now Krawi's just alone, but he does take, or help Malthol take RuPaul with him. Well, less heals for Florida Mayhem, but I think they're more than willing to fight. Such a small amount of front line for the Paris Eternal with Dove, and Malthol already pretty low. Checkmate dashed into the back, earns himself a blade with those headshots, and an easy kill on Lucamino. Rakatak didn't stand a chance either. Paris Eternal. I'm going to get wiped. Can they touch the point in time? The only person here is Krawi. Oh, he throws the knife. Malthol is back. No deflect, no dash, and a lot less health. Oh, Checkmate just jumps off the map. He's trying to make it even. Don't worry. They do trade somehow. Krawi's still pretty low as Rakatak and Lucamino make it back to the point. Will actually that be the difference maker? I'm not sure. The Florida Mayhem lack their Genji. They've already used their beat, and now Hydron's in a whole world of hurt. Rakatak and Krawi end up going down, as now it's up to Dove to try and find kills. He's getting chased, and with that overhealth from RuPaul's rally, it's not going to be enough. Even with Checkmate jumping off the map, the Florida Mayhem still claim the round. Oh, Malthol. He's 30 HP. And there's OT.
Yeah,
Krawi's dead.
It's going to be a slow trickle.
He's done. Yep. There it is. It's OT. There you go. Pretend that wrap-up hand was handled just there, and it sounded fine. Florida Mayhem with a nice 2-0 start on control. Good start. And yeah, Florida Mayhem not doing anything crazy. Rose, you know, a little bit of Pharah, but they do need this dub today. They are fighting over 2 positions in the Summer Showdown.
Yeah, and they're off to a really good start as well. I think the focus that they're putting onto each individual player of Paris has been really pivotal so far, and then also just the quick swaps to know that, yeah, the Pharah didn't work right away, but they were very quick to adjust here. They know what they need to do today.
Maybe silly things are going to happen a little bit later. We'll see. 1-0 for the Florida Mayhem in a must-win match against the Paris Eternal. We're going to jump to a break. We've got Midtown up next. Hey, welcome back. Here's a Hydron stat card for you. Oh, voice went a bit weird there. Yeah, he did a lot of damage and a lot of final blows. And railgun accuracy looking pretty clean as well. 64%. And only 4 deaths on Lijiang Tower. Going to head to Midtown next. No substitution. So we're going to see Hydron again in the lineup. You know, Paris Eternal, I feel like every week we kind of say, you know, they got bright spots, bright spots here and there. I would love to see them after this tournament in a different meta and see how they perform then. They've only got 1 map win so far in the Summer Showdown qualifiers, so seeing them in a different meta might paint them in a bit of a different light. I'm excited to see the development of the Paris Eternal, but I think this game very much focused around Florida Mayhem and them trying to win here. They need to be able to clutch up and ideally take a 3-0, because then you get a better map score, Rose.
Yeah.
But they are fighting over 2 spots in the Summer Showdown. London Spitfire, Gladiators, New York, and Florida are currently fighting over those 2 spots.
Which is so weird when you think about the teams that are down there. Like, I still am in shock at this point that Gladiators are still fighting for their life.
Glad's down there and Atlanta Reign not making it to the tournament. Like, that is insane stuff. Insane stuff. And we mentioned it yesterday, but I'll reiterate it now because it's fairly important. The Mayhem, they need to win here. If they do, that final match on the Sunday could determine it all. Could determine that last spot. It's New York Excelsior versus the Florida Mayhem. It's going to be a crazy one. Nail-biting stuff right until the very end. Normally, as you get closer to the tournaments, like, some matches don't become as important, especially for like actual qualifying. It's more on like the placing side of things. But that match, the very last one, could determine that last spot. We'll have to wait and see how that ends up panning out. But we are in Midtown, and Florida Mayhem running out on the defense first.
Oh, ooh, okay. We do get a little bit of silly business, but it's not actually silly business because this is a strategy that we've seen from Florida Mayhem that was so hyper successful. Sir Majed on the Zenyatta and RuPaul on the Ana. Joss, I'm so excited about this because the way that we've been able to see Florida Mayhem capitalize on the tools that are available to both of those support heroes has been so fun. RuPaul hitting a bunch of sleeps onto blading Genjis, Sir Majed also using those orbs of discord just to be able to try to get like massive volleys or even just help out, just increase that damage overload. This is going to be fun to see, and I think this is, you know, this is like a legit strategy for Florida. It's with these two players specifically. Like, it only works with these two players.
Very much feels like it. Yeah, that Discord orb can be quite troublesome for Krawi or just any Junker Queen, to be fair. You got no shield to kind of hide behind, so you have to just take cover. Uh-oh. Oh, nice little bit of defensive work there by Checkmate. He dashed straight into Lucamino, who's trying to go for a little cheeky play onto Sir Majed. Oh, and Marvel ends up falling over. Not a great start. The longer these fights end up like... Oh, Lucamino's just straight up there. Oh, there's no way. There's no way. There's way. Okay, Lucamino makes it out alive somehow. Long-range axe, and actually someone gets punished. Whoa, he didn't expect that either. Jumped out of his chair almost. Paris Eternal with a good snipe onto someone. Have opened this one wide.
They really have. And at this point, it's really about sustaining and like trying to be able to push forward with this advantage. Don't get caught in some of these CC effects.
See ya.
Wow. Don't
Nothing
get caught.
nicer than seeing a volley to the head of a DPS. Feels pretty good, man.
Yep.
All right, 2 ticks on the board, Rose. Here comes someone. He's back in the action already. And remember, they don't have Paris Eternals don't have Malthel at all to help them with the damage. And yeah, they kind of needed it, I felt like. Quite quick of a team wipe. And with Paris Eternal not being able to like stop Sir Majed taking these off angles, the longer these fights last, like I mentioned before, the way more beneficial it is for the Zen comp because that added damage from the Discord.
Yeah, look at
Dove
that.
going Tracer?
Yeah, exactly. This is a way to deal with it. Like Paris has just identified that same pain point you mentioned, which is there's no real way to go after Sir Majed, who's taking these longer angles to try to stay alive and also, oh my god, like also get picks.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll wait. We'll reset, and we'll wait to see how Dove approaches this.
Yeah, you got to go fast if you're Paris, right? That's why you. That's why a lot of these teams obviously run with Lucio with this kind of comp. And against the Zen, you just have to get on him ASAP. You can't just sit out in the open. But it can be tough if you just get discorded. A couple of headshots from the Zen or... Yep, another huge right click from Sir Majed, just like that. It's gonna hold your progress. I mean, Paris Eternal, they do have 2 ticks on first, so it's not they're not in the worst spot in the world, but they need to get Malthol and Dove in a position where they can get on top of Sir Majed. But now he's got Transcendence, he can pop it defensively if he really needs to.
Exactly, and at this point, I feel like Sir Majed doesn't even need to save it for the blade.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
Checkmate was high in the sky. There's the Transcendence as Paris Eternal tried to get on top of the Zen. Checkmate cleared Krawi off of the map, and now who is in trouble? Oh, it's Malthol. He has no deflect, and Sir Majed gets nanoed. And this, oh boy, this guy is cracked. His mechanics so clean on the Zen. And the Florida Mayhem just continue to hold. I mean, Paris Eternal, they got Pulse, they got Blade coming up.
I remember.
Man, don't really have an answer to that.
No, not really. I'm still so tickled by the fact that we're still seeing Zenyatta's get nanoed. Like, I saw the buff go through with like the kick, and all of a sudden, like Zenyatta's were getting nanoed left and right. Just so fun. But someone can still actually stop this. Like, on the Rampage.
There's
Oh, miss.
Hit the pulse on the floor, that's unlucky. And Malthol tries to go in too. Both DPSs using their ultimates to try and take tear of Sir Majed. And someone just hits the front line with a big rampage. And that's it, that's the defense, that is done. There's the team kill. Both Dove and Malthol tried to get on top of Sir Majed, completely denied. And then someone saw his opening and took it. Paris Eternal with 85% and a little bit on first point. Still a win condition here, Paris, but it's looking tough.
Just get the fuller hold.
Yeah.
That's all, Paris. It's definitely a tough one. I think that the way that, because of how comfortable Florida is as well, working with the Zenyatta and the Ana, like this is not the first time that we have seen, you know, both of these supports together on this team. It's just been kind of different DPS and different tanks to round it out. But with the Junker Queen as well, I think that just this meta makes that even more powerful. But it's also like only this team that I feel like could really, really, really run with this. Ooh, dub
Come
on
on.
the Ashe.
Give me someone extra silly, Mayhem. Put someone on the Winston. Put Hydron on the Junkrat. Put Checkmate on the Torbjorn. Give me someone extra silly. What's this little replay? Oh, this must have been either one of the... Oh, the right click on Lucamino.
Oh.
There is... Oh, onto Crowy. Okay. There is nothing better than getting a right click from that far away. I'll tell you that right now. And it is a little bit harder now. I don't know if anybody remembers, but Zen's volley used to be a lot quicker. They slowed it down.
Yeah.
So getting it now is a little bit more tough.
Listen,
they're going to run out with the same kind of backline. They've actually got Sermon not on Lucio, actually. They've got him on the Zenyatta.
Okay, oh, interesting. Yeah, okay. I think maybe just to like feel out, maybe if Sermaja could have gotten like a pick, because he was able to do it the other way on the defense, so maybe on the attack as well, he just gets a quick volley. But the Lucio is going to allow them to go really fast, get around these corners, get the positioning that they want. And especially when you're dealing with the Ashe, right? You're dealing with so much more poke damage. Need to be able to get past that quickly.
Ooh, Lucamino just hiding behind the bin there. Has he got disruption shotted? Oh, Hydron double booped, in fact, straight into the wall. A very, very good assault from Paris Eternal. He tried to go for the Hail Mary as well, just trying to go for the slide jump headshot onto Dove. Didn't end up working out, but that was nice coordination from Paris. They spotted Hydron out in the open. They double booped him into the wall so he couldn't power slide back to the rest of his team.
Yeah, super good stuff. And now that Paris has won that first engagement, they can look at trying to build up to some of these ults before Florida. And if they're able to continue to set the pace like that, get these first picks, get some of these ults online, then they could actually get the fuller hold. But Florida's going to take the same approach they did on their first time around as well, maybe using some of the high ground, especially when Hydron is trying to find an angle. But Paris is playing around this fire truck really well.
Checkmate and Marvel working up towards that blade pretty quickly, mind you. Although 2 minutes have almost elapsed from the time bank of the Florida Mayhem. Commanding shout for the Paris Eternal already used. Someone used his one just a moment ago, so still. Neutral fight, poking away, earning these blades for the Genjis. Dove trying to poke his head around every single time. Checkmate's not in his face. There's the bomb. Tick man. However, the beat from Florida Mayhem might be good enough. Dub ends up going down, but Bob is still on the field shooting people. And a rally from the Paris Eternal is going to be good for the time being. Doesn't matter if Dub dies, as long as he got that Bob out in time. He acts as the 5th player. He's good. Paris Eternal with a good defense thus far and still hold on to that beat.
That's so big, especially when you may want to bolster up Malthel just to give him that extra support and sustain. Florida Mayhem have it a few times now, just taken out Malthel as soon as he's popped that Dragon Blade. He's maybe a bit vulnerable, maybe a little bit lower on HP when this happens, but the Sound Barrier could definitely help with that. Notice as well, Dove did just switch over to the Sojourn, so now that's another interesting piece of the puzzle that Florida's going to have to figure out.
Nice bit of movement there, Rack Attack jumping over the fire truck to escape this rallying push from the Florida Mayhem. Both blades pulled, not finding anything. Just a little bit of a reset. However, Lucamino ends up going down Surma. Yet of all people, hits him with the Cheerios. Malfoy reflects Hydron's ult back into RuPaul. I mean, Florida Mayhem is still on the point, and Crowley's super low and is now onto Hydron to clear off the rest of the Paris Eternal members. A check mark for Mayhem, maybe another one, as the reinforcements are slowly arriving for Paris Eternal. Lucamino gets booped up and killed as the disruptor shot's too much for Malfoy to deal with, and the Florida Mayhem will claim map number 2.
It's a little bit closer, though. I mean, Paris put up a really nice fight there on the defense. A lot of really clean engages. And even when you look at control as well, despite the fact that it was a 2-0 for Florida, there were some close rounds there as well, where it wasn't just like 100-0, you know? So maybe, yeah, Paris looking up. Paris looking up right now.
Looking pretty good. Okay, we'll see where we can go. On to map number 3 is Gibraltar. So things can change. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. Mayhem still need to win this. They've got to close it out. That's right, we are less than a week away from Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament. It's going to be a good time. Toronto Defiant are hosting the Summer Showdown presented by Bell. That's September 8th to the 11th. Come and experience Esports live. If you can't, you can obviously watch it at home still, but it's always better in person. Get the crowd energy. It's going to be a good time. Plus, there's a ton of extra stuff you can do there as well. You can play some Overwatch too. Come join the party, and be sure to check out the Bell Fan Zone for the best seats in the house. It's going to be great. Me and Rose will be there, and yeah, it's going to be a banging time. Casting in front of a live audience, there's nothing like it. I don't know how to really explain the feeling, but it's euphoria. There we go.
I'm so pumped, especially after missing out on the kickoff clash. Man, I'm so pumped to be there in person.
It's going to be exciting. And seeing all the teams on stage, like, there's a different energy completely, you know, and it's going to feel different for some of these players too. Florida Mayhem still trying to make it there. They're 2-0 up. They need to win today, and it's looking rather likely. We are going on to Watchpoint Gibraltar. While Paris had a decent-ish defense on Midtown, it was still a first hold for Mayhem, which they overran on their attack.
Yeah, it was still a closer game, though, than what we've seen so far. And I think Paris, again, is really still trying to find their footing. I think they're getting there. It's just still going to take maybe a touch longer. But with Gibraltar, this is someone's map. You know, when we look at just how the Florida Mayhem have played throughout the first two stages, especially when Winston was way more meta, someone popped off. Like, I'm looking forward to seeing what he's able to do on the Junker Queen as well. Looks like we're going to stick to the backline that has really been working for Florida, but the big change here is going to be Hydron actually going with the Ashe, especially using that verticality on this map to really bolster up that attack.
I was hoping we might see a little bit funny, but no. I like Hydron on the Ashe, though. I really like it on this map, and Florida Mayhem still kind of experimenting with the backline. I mean, Sir Majed, we saw what he could do on Midtown, so running Zen here. Not the biggest shock. Not the biggest shock. See what Paris Eternal want to go for.
I don't think they're going to do anything too silly. I mean, even with Dove going on to the Widowmaker, maybe that's just like a kind of a quick pick to see if you can get something and then you go back. Like, like checkmate was in your face. Oh, no, it actually looks like maybe Dove is going for it.
Yeah, okay. Lucamino and Rakatag are also running the Zen Ana, so no speed boost for either side. I want to see how Dove handles Hydron and vice versa. It's a bit more difficult now for Sir Majed and RuPaul to peek out, but yeah, I mean, Sir Majed's still going to do that anyway, it doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, sometimes if you feel like the other team is silly, then you got to get a little silly yourself. I really like this backline. I don't think that the Lucio Brig or just kind of like the normal meta team that we've been seeing was really doing Paris enough favors. So maybe this like kind of Widowmaker pressure can really help to get some quick picks and then also force Florida off the high ground.
Just waiting for that opening pick from Dove. Hydron's, Hydron with a beautiful shot onto Dove. Body shot straight into the headshot. Yeah, no deflect from Alpha Lever, so he has to back up. Wonder if Dove ends up switching. Looks like he's wanting to stay on the Widowmaker. Another nice shot from Hydron. Wow. RuPaul managed to sleep Rack Attack on that little corner. That was rather impressive at that range.
Yeah, I saw that too, and I was like, whoa, how did RuPaul hit that shot? Because that was such a weird angle, and I feel like almost maybe he was trying to hit somebody else, but he still hit somebody, so that's good. But
it's definitely one of those angles and like sleep darts that you just, you know, they're all coming around that corner, so you just kind of YOLO sleep and then hope you hit somebody, and if you, nice headshot by Dove. Hydron almost goes down. Oh, Hydron does go down. Muffle cleans that up really easily.
Really big. You still have to take out the back line of Florida, though, and RuPaul's going to be working up to the Nano, and that's a trade.
Oh, there goes your deflect. There goes the rest of your team. Yeah, the Discord Orb does so much damage. Well, not so much anymore. Nice knife pull from Crowie. Kills Sir Majed pretty quick, fast. Although still Mayhem with a good hold so far. Minute and 30 seconds to go. just getting the first ultimates online. It's been such a slugfest at the moment.
Yeah, we see the Nano like still being held on to. There's going to be a Nano on the other side as well. At least maybe that can actually help with the Blade. I don't think anybody's really expecting a Transcendence to be online yet. Despite the fact that Zermajin is doing quite a bit of damage, Lucamino's actually going to get the Transcendence online first. So maybe this Nano Blade isn't really going to be that effective.
Good knife pull there onto Krawi, but he backs up just in time. A lot more burst healing in this comp. Oh, what a shot from Dove. There's one dead. I mean, the Arna's alone. This seems like an easy kill. Maybe not, but as Hydron takes care of Malthus, and now the Nano onto someone is something else that Paris Eternal are going to have to deal with. Nano onto Krawi in return as Hydron sits at 10 HP as his supports are a little bit distracted, dealing with a dive from the Paris Eternal. Now Krawi's made himself into the server room, puts the bleed onto RuPaul, but it doesn't matter. He's got the health back and he's got the backup. Sermajed laid Krawi to rest after that sleep dart, and with 30 seconds to go, Paris Eternal need to get back ASAP.
Yeah, you're going to see Lucamino switch over to the Lucio to help get the team there just a little bit faster. We're going back to basics here for Paris after they used 3 ultimates against the 1 from RuPaul. Now this is it. 10 seconds remaining. Malthus Blade, Krawi's Rampage. They've got to get the work done here to capture this first point.
And they still got Transcendence on the Florida Mayhem. They still got 4 ults. And they still have Bob, the most important ult in the game. There's the Rampage, hits 2, can't use Transcendence, so Sermajed might want to use it afterwards. Bob comes out, as well as that Blade. Discorded is Malthus, still takes out Checkmate. Now 1 ult removed from the Florida Mayhem's bank. Checkmate's going to be able to come back pretty fast as Malthus' life cut pretty short with that dagger. And a first point hold for the Florida Mayhem. Looking good going on their offense now.
I feel like we're just going to see the same old from Florida, especially if we looked at how they ended up approaching the defense and then the attack on Midtown. Might just go back to the El Clasico, if you will. The Lucio Brig. We'll see. I do wonder if Paris is going to try something a little different, though, because I feel like they might need a little bit of creativity, just something to try to, like, outsmart Florida here.
I did like the Widow pick from Dove, but he didn't end up getting that many picks. He got 1 onto the Genji, onto Checkmate, but that was after sights too. And you really want your Widow to just kind of open things up, go for the grapple shot, maybe headshot a DPS,
right,
or ideally a support, right? But yeah, especially at this level of competition, your supports. Well, I was going to say you're not aggressively peeking, but then Sermajed on the Zen is more than happy to do that. Nope. Okay.
No, it's just okay.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah.
But no, Dove not going Widowmaker now. He's going to the Ashe instead. Looks like Mayhem are just going to run standard comp. They just want to end this quick sharp.
Well, and I mean, when you think about that too, like the Ana and the Zenyatta that Paris are going with, it's really relying on Paris actually getting those picks. And Florida could just kind of bum rush them here with the Lucio. Speed boost in their face. If Paris isn't careful, this could be a steamroll.
Yeah, Paris definitely have to be respectful of the speed and the energy coming out from Florida Mayhem. Just a slowly but surely payload move, and yeah, get out on the car wash, and now you're in this position without too much interference. Paris Eternal are going to have to drop on somebody.
Ah, well, they were trying. I mean, Checkmate actually got quite low there after Dove landed that giant dynamite. Oh, Hydron too. Pretty good.
Right. Good son.
Deflect.
Another kill for Malthus. Double kill for the Genji. Maybe a third. Yes, sir. Krawi takes care of RuPaul. 4 kills for Malthus in that fight. Nice one. And 37% out, you'll take that?
Yeah, this is why Florida paid so much respect to Malthus during the first map of this series. Like, Malthus was constantly one of the first picks because Florida knew what Malthus was capable of. Gotta just take it out. The Genji can be so dominant in some of these matchups. So may as well take out some of the firepower of the Paris Eternal. But one more time, up to bat again. Florida trying to get this cart to the finish line.
Nice boop there from Sermajed. Boop and Krawi off the map. Or not off the map, sorry, off the high ground. That'd be insane if you could move that far. Hydron's on the Widowmaker too, mind you. So again, just the single pick is required. Oh, double. Okay, Hydron just double headshots Crowy, like straight up. And headshot Stuff too.
God.
Okay, switch to Hydron. We got to see him pop off. 2 kills for the Widowmaker. This is not exactly something that Dove kind of reproduced in his attack. I mean, is it a tank? You feel pretty safe going against Widow. You're like, yeah, whatever, right? Surely he doesn't double headshot me. Surely.
Yeah, that was that was some pretty nice marksmanship there. This is why we've looked at Hydron as kind of like the Widowmaker specialist there on Circuit Royale for Florida, playing the Sojourn as a part of this team for this stage. I mean, another pick here, and this is it.
Oh, there you go. Speak of the pick, and it will appear. Marathon as well. Jesus. Hydron is just clapping. Transcendence for Paris Eternal to keep them alive on the point. Another headshot for Hydron. It's just too easy for him. You can see exactly why Florida Mayhem are playing him right now. And there you go, Florida Mayhem with a 3-0 clean sweep against the Paris Eternal.
Wow. Oh,
they're not out of
God.
this just yet. Summer Showdown still in their sights. And it's going to be a crazy couple of days. And they're going to have to wait and see if their result and their fate is not decided before that game against the NYXL tomorrow. What a showing from Hydron at the very end.
Jeez, that headshot into the Zen, yeah, like, oh, poor Luke Mino, like, just walked right into that one. But three headshots at the end to seal the deal? Gosh darn, Hydron, like, you're on something else today.
Man, a little
Absolutely
sneaky PM in the
crazy.
chat too from Hydron. Some things never change. Shad. Yeah, Florida Mayhem looking good. I mean, yeah, the scoreline couldn't paint a better picture. Paris Eternal didn't get a single point in this series. Still a lot to hope for if you're a Paris Eternal fan. Maybe they'll change things up going into the next meta, and let's see how they end up transforming around the new meta that's potentially coming with the next patch.
Right.
That's all up for debate. But what's important right now is the Florida Mayhem with a 3-0. They needed to win. They got it quite easily, and now they're looking forward to that match against the New York Excelsior tomorrow. But first, do the player of the match. It's going to be Surmar Jed for this one.
Yeah.
He's
I
quite
mean,
aggressive Lucio player on most of the time, but his Zen play,
Look at
oh
that.
yes, on Midtown. That sort of spoke volumes. He was
Yeah.
leading final blows on Midtown too for Florida Mayhem.
Absolutely wild. I mean, Hydron, of course, put on a flashy showing at the end of Gibraltar, but there's a lot that you have to rely on the support line to do for you in this meta. And the fact that Sir Majed can play so flexibly between the Lucio and then, of course, the Zenyatta, like, that was so fun to watch. And I think that's one of the reasons why we, like looking at Florida these last few matches, is they're coming up with strategies that really work for them individually as a team. And so Sir Majed, yeah, putting up some numbers. Look at the offensive assists per 10 minutes. That's all the orbs of discord there. And harmony.
Yeah, playing to your strengths. It's normally half the battle, right? And yeah, they're doing that in spades when they have Surmar on the Zen. They look good. Florida Mayhem. We'll see how they end up facing New York Excelsior tomorrow. Unfortunately, Paris Eternal still not able to clutch out an additional win. But, like I said, there's hope in the future. I think for Florida now, I mean, Hydron sticking on that Widow, it definitely feels pretty good, but probably could have given the player of the match Tim too. So it was quite up in the air.
It was a close one there, yeah.
I think there are a few people that we can give it to, yeah, but we've got another banger of a game coming up in just a moment. Washington Justice and the Houston Outlaws fighting for some placing. We'll have to wait and see how that goes down, but we're going to take a quick break before that game. We'll see you in a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Game Break. I'm joined here with Hydron from the Florida Mayhem. That was a speed run right there of the Paris Eternal. You guys are looking pretty dominant right now. You've had a pretty interesting stage though, because you guys haven't really played the meta that everyone usually has. Walk me through that. Why are you guys playing the double flex support? Why are you guys sort of playing that different kind of look?
Because the meta now is just boring, so we need to spice things up. But I think, honestly, the double flex stuff is pretty good on some maps, and it kind of throws teams off when they never play against it in practice, because everyone plays meta. So when they play against it for the first time, sometimes they freeze.
Yeah, no, it absolutely works. And I have a quick follow-up. When did the Surmaged Lucio first come into fruition? When did the idea get planted for the first time?
It's been a planted seed for a couple months. There was a speck of hope with this Lucio, but now it's starting to pay off. So,
No, he's a very talented player. So, talking about talented players, Exy started this stage on the hit scan, and you've since become the consistent hit scan player for the Florida Mayhem. What caused that transition? Are you the better Sojourn, just more comfortable in this meta?
Yeah, I think it's probably like a meta thing. I'm more of a really aggressive type player, I'd say, and he's more of like a point and click. So I kind of just go in, and that's kind of what this meta is. So I think that's why I'm playing.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. And, the Toronto LAN, it's coming up soon, next weekend. You guys are still in the running with your match coming up against the New York Excelsior tomorrow. How confident are you guys? They've been looking better, but so have you guys.
Yeah, it's not going to be close. So I can't wait for that, and I can't wait to make Toronto. So,
I'm excited to see you guys there. Another speed run coming tomorrow for Florida versus New York Excelsior. Hydron, thank you very much for joining me, and good luck in your match tomorrow.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Back to the truck. Danny, take it away.
All right. Thank you, Hydron, for the interview, and of course, thank you, Costa, for the insight. Well, that last bit, it was like he said, it's not even going to be close. And I think it's more interesting because when I interviewed New York Excelsior yesterday, they said the same thing. They were like, oh, we got a lot planned for them. It's not going to be close. We're going to win. That's all happening tomorrow. But before that, let's talk about this match. It was definitely an easy and fast dub for the Florida Mayhem. Johnny, how are you doing?
I'm all right. I got my buddies over here. We're chilling. We got Hammond. we got Gunjamate over here. Like, we're hanging out, we're chilling. We're having a good time. It's all good. It's video games, all right? It's video games.
It is video games.
It happens.
Like, I think when the match first started, I thought Paris was going to put on some fight, but
First round was close, yeah.
Yeah, but
First round, it was close.
and then after that, just everything just fell apart. What happened?
Okay. Look. All right. So, I think it was like a month or so ago. A former assistant coach by the name of Bryce Zenith from the San Francisco Shock, he tweeted out that he was very sympathetic to players on the Vancouver Titans and the Paris Eternal and some of these other teams that have been struggling, like New York Excelsior, for example. Because honestly, he basically made the case that like the mechanical skill discrepancy, it's not as big as you think. Like if you looked at this series and just looked at the result, just like, wow, Florida Mayhem 3-0, Paris Eternal got full held 2 maps in a row. I mean, that just means that Paris Eternal players are bad, right? Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that that's like the case. Yeah, sure, I would say that, Hydron, Checkmate, someone like these guys have tons of talent, and I wouldn't, I wouldn't put them down. But the Paris Eternal guys, like, if the Paris Eternal guys are in a system that they're allowed to flourish in, I would think they would do much better. They didn't lose because they were the worst mechanical team between these two. They lost because their communication seemed awful, like their target prioritization was even worse. Like, they're not put in a position to succeed when like Malthal is like dashing in and then he gets no help. So Malthal dashes out as Crowy is going in and Dub is like doing his own thing, like on the hit scan. Like these guys, They're just not put in a position to succeed. They're not put into a system to look good as players. So I'm not going to blame the Paris Eternal players. I don't think this is necessarily all their fault. They're a lot more talented than they're giving credit for, especially after a loss like this. Paris Eternal as an organization, at some point, I think they need to answer for the fact that, you know, they were 8-8 last year. They looked good as a team. Galamese was like a Coach of the Year candidate. And so far this year, they had like a good roster on paper. We were like, this is a pretty decent team that could compete with the best. They were tragic. You know what? They went like 1-12 before they got dropped. Now you bring in contenders champions here, just like, hey, these guys, they won contenders. You pick up Krawi as well over Vulcan for some reason. And you're like, hey, we believe in these guys. And they go 0-9, and they can't even pick up a point versus the Florida Mayhem. I don't necessarily blame the players. Like, I think the franchise needs to look at like what they're doing and how to enable their players to look as good as possible. Because they're not fulfilling the player skill. I'm not going to blame the players in this one.
Yeah, I want to jump onto that as well, because I think the Paris Eternal, they're just a team. Remember, they got thrown in the middle of this stage, so they haven't really had that run-up, that practice against the best teams. But on top of that, the Vancouver Titans are a prime example. This is a team that was winless until this stage, and I think it's easy to forget that, like, when we were watching some of Vancouver's matches, we were like, that's tragic. Like, they had matches like this. While all it takes is maybe some minor adjustments in the coaching staff, the players get a little bit more confidence, and then all of a sudden, you know, Vancouver's going to Toronto, they look like a competitive team in this meta. I want to see that for the Paris players. I hope next stage we see a better, more well-prepared, and more indicative performances from these skills.
I know we got to move on, but I just want to second that. I think DPay deserves a ton of credit for how he turned the Vancouver Titans around, and we don't acknowledge like DPay's accomplishments in the Overwatch League enough. Yeah.
It's fine. You just did right now.
Well, we're gonna see more of them later, so you know, you got a few minutes then.
Of course. I mean, congrats to the Florida Mayhem, of course, but they have one more match tomorrow. Paris Eternal on the other side. Definitely, they do seem like they do have a lot more homework that they need to do. All right, that is it for the first match. Let's move on to our second match of the day. We got Washington Justice versus the Houston Outlaws. This one's gonna be, I feel like this is gonna be a good match. Houston looked very good. Pelican looked amazing. What was their last match? It was against Atlanta Reign. Yeah. They won 3-2. Right?
Yes.
And
I thought we discussed the Vancouver Titans before the break, but yes, you're right. It was Atlanta Reign, yeah.
And Washington Justice, the same. Like they had some roster changes, and I honestly think they look better.
Yeah. No, honestly, ever since they lost 3 of their like star players, they've actually been performing to a better level. I think Assassin has stepped up on that Genji.
Assassin was great.
Yeah, Decay can step over to that Sojin. You know, Kalios is apparently the best Junker Queen in the league.
All right, calm down. Calm down. Yeah.
But like, really, they have been improving. My big question is, if the Houston Outlaws can perform and Pelican and Merritt can perform at the highest level, it is going to be hard for the Washington Justice to win this match. But it is not unreasonable. We've seen matches where Pelican and Merritt have gone missing, and the Washington Justice are in the position to be able to punish that.
Absolutely. No, I absolutely agree. I think that Houston Outlaws, they probably look like the favorites because Pelican and Merritt has been on an absolute tear this stage. But overall, the Washington Justice, as you mentioned, like as a whole, I think they've been playing really well. And Assassin on Genji, he's looked spectacular. And if they can play around Assassin's Genji, if he doesn't, you know, go into his feeding frenzy, I think the Washington Justice could put up a really good fight against the Outlaws.
I mean, yeah, definitely this is going to be a very good match. Other than Johnny, everyone has picked Houston Outlaws here. Let's see what our casters think about this match. Mitch and Matt, who do you guys have for this matchup?
This is a hard one, Matt. What do you reckon? I think I made my pick. I said it'll be a map 5. Yeah. What do you mean, is it? What do you reckon? Johnny's the only one that... What? Who'd you go for, Johnny? The Justice, right? What do you reckon, Matt? What do you mean, is it?
I sided with Johnny yesterday and I was wrong, but I kind of like the Justice in this one. I feel like the Justice, they've been ascending as of late.
You debated by Kaio's tweeting his stats, bro!
I take a flyer on the Justice. Take a flyer on the Justice. Why not?
Okay. What do you guys think? Okay, so let's actually have this Kalios conversation really quickly, because some of these stats make him look really good, but I argue that like they're kind of framed in a way that glosses over his high rate of deaths. Do you think that's actually a significant part of his stats that is being omitted, or do you guys think that he is a real deal and like a top Junker Queen in the league?
So I will actually say this, especially against the Houston Outlaws, he needs to be very careful, Kalios, that is on the Junker Queen, because we have seen Merit flex over to Ashe a lot of the time. Yeah. That's going to be a more passive pick. So Kalios, for example, he's going to be forced to rampage aggressively to go in, whereas Dante with the Ashe can like rampage, you know, to reactively, like when the Washington Justice are pushing in to punish that. So I gotta say, Kalios, he has to be very careful about the dynamite damage and just like the headshots coming in from Merit on the Ashe.
Yeah, and I also think the numbers are quite skewed as well. You need to keep that in mind. Like, he has had a small sample size. They obviously had some easier matches. He is a good Junker Queen, but from the eye test, it does not line up with how dominant his stats are. So take it with a grain of salt. Stats are not everything in Overwatch.
Yeah, homie do be looking like Oxfam levels of feeding. I do want to know also, Danny, what's on your Crocs? What's on your Crocs?
Danny looks like
I thought you said Crocs.
He looks like Superman from like the
Danny,
neck up and then
I got some fire. I got shrimp. I got a controller and 89. My year of birth. Got a watermelon.
What's with the watermelon?
Don't give out too much info, Danny. Don't give out too much info.
Danny doxing himself via his Crocs live on
and then I got
broadcast.
represent LA, baby.
We have to say goodbye.
I got LA right here. All right.
All right. We'll leave you guys to it. We'll catch it. We need a beverage sometime soon, by the way, boys. You come up here to Overwatch. We haven't caught up yet, so let's make that happen. Matt,
he's got to put a life alert in one of his, like, you know, those life alert things they have around their neck, right? You know,
yeah, I do. On his
one
Crocs.
of those life alert things in his Crocs.
That's how he holds that. That's how he hides the house arrest bracelet as well. He just pins it to his Crocs. You know, he doesn't look like a felon. Obviously, I do love a bit of self-expression via one's footwear, even if it is, you know, Crocs, Matthew. But you know, you've already sort of said, okay, you feel like the Justice, you're taking a flyer on them here. A little bit of an outside pick, but both these teams, neither of these teams are in clinching scenarios here. But the winning team, especially the Justice, are like +5 in map differential. So a win here for the Justice could put them into the top 4 if a couple other things go right. It's not at the realm of possibility.
Honestly, between teams like this that are kind of like so close in this type of meta, you don't really want to kind of like say it's a coin flip, but it's really close, right? Like you can kind of see this one going either way with how both of these teams are playing. Like you mentioned, they're not like a clinching scenario, right? So you're really just kind of like jostling for position here in the summer showdown. Let's see who it means more to, obviously, right? I know with kind of how we see the teams play out today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's have a closer look at the Washington Justice here. Yes, fielding a 5-player roster, the only one of its kind in the Overwatch League, but these 5 players seem to be all that they need. And Matt, already been mentioned, but Assassin is turning up as a West best, I won't say league best, but West best Genji player. He is number 1 in hero damage coming into this week, number 2 in Dragonblade kills and Dragonblade efficiency. That's, you know, kills per Dragonblade. The guy is seriously causing a lot of damage here, and I think he's well positioned, you know, in a kind of matchup where, you know, Johnny mentions Merit likes to play Ashe. He likes to play a little bit more safe. Assassin's going to be the one to try and put some pressure on that backline and that Ashe.
And Kalios is not going to play safe. He is going to get aggressive on the Junker Queen. That's the kind of playstyle they go for. I believe the last match we casted, a lot of times you like lose them early, but then Decay was there on the Sojourn to like pick up a kill or 2 to really swing things in the Justice's favor. So I think you're going to have a pretty epic DPS matchup today between Assassin, Decay versus Merit and Pelican.
I mean, every pick'em that I've seen from anyone, regardless of which team they have winning, says they expect this to be a 5-map series. So everybody is already expecting quite the extravaganza between the Washington Justice and, of course, their opponents, the Houston Outlaws. Again, look, this team has definitely some defining features in this kind of matchup. I think Merit's already been touched on here. Leps look fantastic as he's come into the league. And Lastro is tied with Skewed for top Inspire uptime percentage in the league. So it's another hero that Lastro's ostensibly flexed over to, where he's putting out league best stats.
And Dante, for all in, you know, he's basically turned into a tank this season, right? You know, playing the Doomfist, then, you know, it looked like maybe potentially trying to move back into like some of the damage dealing, but then obviously his Junker Queen really good and strong that they want to have him play that tank role yet again, which kind of pays off, obviously, to have somebody as flexible as Dante on your roster going into the season, right? With 5v5 and everything kind of like new with Overwatch 2, didn't really know how it was going to play out. He's ended up working out for the Outlaws in a huge way.
So
between these two teams, the Justice actually lead the Outlaws by a map differential of +4, which is really quite significant considering that they're both at 3 and 2 right now. So this is a matchup of 4th plays 6th. And again, getting into that top 4, it's going to make a big difference in terms of how your first couple rounds go when we get to Toronto. But both these teams are locked, so it's a great primer for what we should expect for two middle-of-the-pack, highly competitive rosters heading into the Summer Showdown.
Here's something odd. Do you want to avoid the 4th slot? So, that 4th place team obviously doesn't get to pick like their round 1 opponent. If the Gladiators were to qualify, I imagine you are signing up for a round 1 against the Gladiators, right?
So that's a great point. I think obviously the Mayhem are really
in a really
chasing,
roundabout way. Yes.
Yeah, the Mayhem are chasing that spot, to sort of sneak their way in, as are sort of New York. So the Gladiators, though, they're at 0 map differential right now. So yeah, there's a chance they come in 8th, and no one is going to want to pick them because as soon as land comes around, it's like, hang about. These guys always seem to find another level, and maybe we'll continue to see them explore that flexibility they've again been able to display. So that might be on the line here. Again, I'd say that neither team's thinking too much about that, as there's some of that is really going to be out of their hands here. But again, a matchup to really show your stuff. Both of these teams, of course, have played host to Happy at one time or another. I think there's some confusion there as well. I think Scotty was like, oh, Happy on the Outlaws. I know, it's kind of crazy. Both these teams have had incredible players come through. They have incredible players still on the rosters. And that stylistic difference between Merit and Decay might also come to the fore in this kind of matchup. Not only, Matt, when it comes to the choice of preferred hit scan hero. We know Merit likes to play that, Ash. But also, of course, of like that less aggressive style from Merit. But it's been what has enabled him to do incredible things like find that the triple collat railgun. You know what I mean? The guy makes sure he stays around in those fights for a long time, not just a good time.
I think, like Johnny mentioned, though, you can play a little bit slower, maybe with that Ash, right? On you got Junkertown in the pool, right? For map number 2, that would be good for the Ash play. Some points here on Busan, even, right? So maybe you're able to use that little bit of a slower type of play and bring the Ash in if you're the Outlaws.
Yeah, part of Izo as well is an opportunity to get value out of that Ash. We've seen quite a few teams, try and make. Well, I think Edison played a bit of it there against the Shock and worked out pretty nicely here. Now, again, historically, control maps look pretty good for the Outlaws, which obviously bodes well if you're going to be going to a sort of a long series here. But I do suggest you throw much of that out of the window because the Justice are fielding a much different look here. And remember about Kalios, remember about that aggression. Will the Outlaws be able to punish it, or does Kalios have a change in tact for this matchup? A fascinating head-to-head here between the Washington Justice and the Outlaws. It's 8 and 9, plays 12 and 5.
Yeah, and we'll get right into it in a sec. As do we see an Ash here? No, it'll be just the Sojourns for both sides. So looks like the Outlaws just kind of going towards the point as the Justice is going to take this right side.
The Outlaws waste no time, and they kind of leave Pelican as a loose end here. He's probably hoping that Decay overextends to some degree, or if he has a chance to be, third party onto Assassin. Decay opts to sort of rotate around to a slightly safer position. Note that Merit's playing on that left-hand side here, so really trying to put his team in between him and the Justice. Decay, though, slowly inching forward here, applying a little bit of pressure to Pelican. A lot of poke on Dante here. The Justice are very healthy by comparison. The Outlaws need to get Dante topped up, otherwise they're going to have to give up this ground.
Oh, yeah, is Dante getting so low, and it's going to be Decay actually finding Pelican. It looked like almost he was trying to just burn down Dante, but the rail goes right through.
Yeah, I mean, great start in that fight for the Washington Justice, Matt. Decay's able to move up, and Pelican's at half health or so. A lot of damage getting spread there as well by Krillin, who's able to push up and just punish anyone from the Outlaws overextended. And we did see Dante get booped around in that fight there. So, good opener. I just feel like the damage was well spread by the Justice here. They just had higher output.
Yeah, so it'll be Justice now racking up percent on the point. You see Assassin way closer to this Dragon Blade here than Pelican. How do you want to attack this if you're the Outlaws? You're going to have to go around this outside, maybe poke a little bit, see if you can get a knife from Dante onto one and get somebody in close.
Both Junker Queen's taking a lot of damage, but again it's Decay who finds a pick. This time it's on Lip, and now the Outlaws are pretty much condemned to push forward into this fight and give it up. Not great considering this is going to put the Justice rather above 50%. Look at that. Sound barrier's already up. They've got the blade for Assassin here. Now, Lep's team's taken a ton of damage, which has allowed him, obviously, to build his sound barrier, but still slower than Opener. The Justice, so much to work with here.
Yeah, and it's just not really great for the Outlaws in the sense that you're looking at this fight kicking off, what, 75% here on this point. Now you have a bunch of ults kind of thrown in. You may have one more attempt after that, and it may not even be a good one, depending on how it goes.
Now Assassin takes his time to a degree, but he sees the rally come out, and it's time for the blade, so he forces the Outlaws to layer their support ultimates. Decay's going to hold on to that overclock for the time being, and Pelican still doesn't have a blade of his own. He'll get a mid to late fight, if at all. Merit needs to connect a few of these railguns. He's got a lot of space. That trademark passiveness giving him the safety he needs to line Assassin up. But it's been a trade. Dante falls in the front line here, which means that the Outlaws are still at great risk if they want to push up. But Pelican is going to try and make the play with the blade, and there's no support ultimates to slow him down here. Commanding shout will be there from Kalios, but that's going to be about it as Opener falls to the blade. Pretty conservative stuff from Pelican there, Matt. He knew he only had to get the really one kill.
Yeah, and he knew that the Justice were going to back out kind of regardless, right? As you saw, Kalios gets his ultimate there, but he decides to, you know, back out. No reason to just kind of force the issue. You know you pretty much depleted all the Outlaws' resources, and I was going to say you go around this corner, hit a nice rampage, and you're good to go, but it's Merit finding a kill on a Decay that's massive is going to buy a little bit more time for Houston.
I mean, Matt, in fairness, Decay was positioned ahead of Kalios there, peeking the corner, maybe trying to find an early pick of his own. He gets punished for that. Merit has far more space to work with than his opposite number. But the Justice are, of course, already at 99% here. We head into a fight where both teams likely will have Rampage. It'll be extremely volatile because there'll be no support ultimates to try and dampen the impact of that anti-heal and damage.
Yeah, ooh, a nice little jump off the side here from Kalios. It's getting closer. I think just trying to line this up. He's got to be careful, though. Commanding shout to give himself a little bit more help.
He wants it. Oh, that's an angle and a half. 3 players connected with there. Dante has to use his Rampage, and he only catches Kalios. The rest of the Justice could go to work, but Assassin is brought down by Dante. Decay returns to the fight and finds one, and now we have a 3v3 on the point. Commanding shout there, and Krillin's going to be falling to the disruptor shot. Dante shout will send the Outlaws forward, and winning that fight here is absolutely massive.
And Merit was able to do so much work, man. Like, he rotated all the way around to basically this point here where the Justice are coming from and started to just crossfire on the Sojourn from there, and just so unpredictable. So, like, you know, the Justice didn't expect him to be kind of firing from that position. Nobody ends up turning, and you're kind of split between two halves of the Outlaws, and now the Justice find themselves in a lot of trouble.
Lastro with the rally here. Be able to use that one preemptively if the Justice start to make the push, which they naturally are going to have to. And there it is. Lastro lets it go at the start of the fight here. So some overshield given out to Merit and Co. Merit, again, playing pretty safely. Doesn't want to inch too far forward, but is going to be harassed by Assassin, who's getting very close to a Dragon Blade. That will be a little bit of a red flag if it comes out for the Outlaws, and here it is. Assassin doesn't want to give them any time to respond. Left doesn't have a sound barrier yet, but Assassin is accosted as well. He's forced to turn around. Now to deal with the front line of the Outlaws, and Pelican is down. Decay has the room to work with, and perhaps it was Assassin that set that up. He had to give up his life for it, though, as Lastro is able to take him down, but Decay surges forward here. And away! The Outlaws forced. That's unreal. That's just unreal. The Justice were on the point. They push off of it.
There's 4 players there. There's no forcing off of the point.
Oh, the Outlaws get forced away, but the Justice weren't out the point. They didn't have it capped. That's not cricket, as they say.
It's not good. But the Justice were, you know, in control for a good amount of that round. The Outlaws battle back, though. I tell you what, once Merit went on that flank, started picking up some kills, it was...
they pushed off the point.
Yeah,
to chase the Outlaws, just take the W. Please, it's like 95 degrees in here. Anything that sort of causes my mental state to decline, combined with this heat, it's going to have some fruity results. The Justice, please help me, help you to help me.
I was about to say, if I wasn't aware your mental state could decline. I mean, that's dangerous.
Rock Bottom has a basement, Morello.
Does it?
Yeah. Oh, my guy. Oh, my guy. All right. Kalios takes a fair bit of a licking at the start of the fight, but Assassin's managed to work his way around here. Lep speeds the Outlaws forward, but they've not been able to find a target. It's Krillin and Kalios are getting battered Yeah, Kalio's falling down here. Great early pressure from Houston, despite the fact that Assassin was able to wrap around to their backline pretty quickly.
And the fact that, I mean, I'm more impressed with Pelican. Like, he was so weak, and from Assassin's POV, it looked like there were 2 players, like, attacking him. He's able to survive all of that. Some help with the reinforcements from the Outlaws. I think if you're the Justice, you may still be a little bit boomed after how that round ended, right? Like, still kind of mentally trying to recover here, where, you know, first little bit of this round, obviously kind of tough to bring it back.
Here's a commanding shout here. The Justice need to buckle down. Decay's pretty powerful position here. A little bit hard to harass, but he opts to give up the high ground in favor of having a more target-rich environment. But the same can be said of the Outlaws as the Justice drop right into their laps. And they get absolutely eviscerated.
Oh, Pelican's got a blade here. This is not great. This is not the second round that the Justice, like, they actually could have just won the last one, kind of taken some confidence, right?
I mean,
going to this one.
Yeah, sure.
They end up kind of beefing it at the end, and now you find yourself way behind here at the beginning of this round.
Some mid-range poke here from Pelican. He wants to drop down a la Batman and turn this into Gotham with the blade. Here it comes. Okay, immediate deflect there from Assassin. He has to get away, but Kalio's just fallen. Good start here for the Outlaws. Either way, this blade doesn't need to do anything because the Outlaws seem to be so coordinated, and they're punishing the Justice with this pace of play.
And the Justice are okay to, like, back out and kind of concede in some of these fights. The issue is they don't have many fights left. They just can't keep backing out and giving them up.
This is it, right?
Yeah, you've dumped all your eggs into this basket, right? 4 out of the 5 players have ults. Coming off this high ground here, but, you know, Merit has been so good. He got that early pick in that last fight in the last round that really kind of turned the tides.
Merit, a dearth of targets, but it does slow the Justice down at 96%. Washington need to move to the point here. Decay hoping to put some pressure down, but he hasn't connected too much either. Here's the Rampage. Decay hit by it. He's forced to take it the high ground, and Pelican's there to meet him. Hammer and anvil stuff here for the Houston Outlaws. And now the Justice are down to 4. Sound barrier has expired, but Krillin was able to use that opening to find Pelican. It's a trade at best, though. Merit able to operate on the high ground, but he's a little low. When Assassin knows it, he chases him down. That's 2 for the Genji in this fight. And the Justice have managed to organize a stay of execution at least.
And they've given themselves a real chance, right? Because both support ultimates end up being used there by the Outlaws. Let's see this as it's Pelican out of a dash. Oh, that's nice there from Krillin. But now Kalios, he has his Rampage, right? You can use this like over by the choke where everybody kind of has to funnel down, or the alleyway here. No support ult in response. So you do have an opportunity to really make this a game if you're the Justice. Oh, he's going to be so careful. He doesn't want to use a commanding shout, but...
Here's a Rampage. Pretty good connection. The hitbox on that is like a bloody Mack truck. And Lep is downed. Dante here with the anti-heal and tick damage. Decay throws some extra dots in. Throw dots, more dots. Pelican caught by the Jagged Blade here, and it will be 2 in a row by the Justice.
I love Pelican's idea there, is that he gets ripped in by the Jagged Blade, and he's like, well, I'm most likely going to die anyway, so let me just dash forward even further into the other team, try and get some damage or some kills down. As okay, well, Merit with a headshot here onto Assassin. Is Assassin's just kind of like jumping up on the high ground? That could be it.
To the high ground it goes. Look at the Justice. Look at all the ground they've given up. So the Outlaws trot their way onto the point here. Dante a little low. He'll be patched up in just a moment, and now Rally got to be used immediately. Pelican, where's the blade target? Okay, spots out the Sojin here. Can he keep eyes? Oh my! Pelican slapped up beside the head. His eyebrows at risk of disappearing into his hairline, low as it is. And that'll be it. The Outlaws keep the Justice at bay. An absolutely wacky first map in this series. But Busan goes the way of the Lone Star State.
I think if you're the Justice, you can just take a little bit of time after this map 1 to regroup. I think seemed a little bit out of sorts after how that round 1 ended, but the Outlaws took advantage, especially Merit, going on that flank in that first round and picking up some kills, and then the early pick here onto Assassin, that final fight really turned the tide in their team's favor.
Yeah, despite some moments definitely deserving of a Benny Hill theme, played on loop. We still see these teams look quite competitive when it comes to these fights. The eye test does not lie in this case. So stick around, everybody. More opportunities for the Justice to gain some ground or drop the spaghetti after the break.
Please don't let me in. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My gut eye on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
So quite a few of the realities, the features that Doctor Strange peeked into in that first map, actually saw these teams be very competitive for like 3 whole rounds. You know, just an absolute barn burner. And it was incredible. In our reality, in our shard of the multiverse, the Justice just C9 in on the first round, just walk straight off the point. And the second, they just... Well, they don't quite get there. You know, they managed to bring things back after being well behind, almost gets to overtime, but Merit goes hog wild. 30% of his team's damage, 8 final blows, 1 death. This is why we hyped the guy up. He's doing some serious work, and frankly, Matt, with 1 death over the entirety of Busan, there's not enough pressure on him from the Justice.
Yeah, I mean, we already know, like, I mean, everybody kind of mentions that, like, Merit may be a little bit more, like, wants to play a little bit more, like, further back, a little bit more passive, per se. I mean, I don't really know if you can kind of call him a passive player. Like, we see him in the mix constantly, just kind of, like, is wherever the team needs him to be. But if you're not going to really make him sweat in terms of, like, having to deal with multiple players in his face, he is just going to dominate this series, you think?
I think he gets that label from like a low death count, but also because he seemed to prefer to play Ashe. So people, you know, just, it's a little lazy, I think, just to label him as a more passive player. But also, like, the longer that your Junker Queen survives, the more of a defensive zone you have to operate in. Which is actually one of the issues we've seen for the Justice in the past, is that they, obviously, if they lose Kalios early, they can't really advance. We saw it in a couple rounds on that first round of Busan. Anyway, we digress a little bit, because regardless of whether he's aggressive or passive, Merit is where he needs to be, like you said. Paraiso, second map here. And it's going to be the Outlaws starting on defense. And no shock here in terms of the picks. We have Merit on Sojourn once more. And we know
could have played the Ashe here?
Sure.
Like if you were going to play the Ashe, this would have been the one. Yeah, yeah, that's a great point, Mitch. Not shocked they're running the composition that 99% of teams are running outside of Florida.
I mean, I said no shocks. You said, well. Okay, all right.
Well, because we talked so much about the Ashe play. I know you don't remember. It was like 20 minutes ago. But, like, we talked a lot about the Ashe.
You are older than me. My memory is well and truly intact. Thank you.
But I'm
you're the one that's
than
training
you in
UFC.
spirit, you know?
Yeah, okay. Just because you don't have a kid, mate. All right, I ages you real quick. Trust.
Yeah, you're still putting the cassettes in your car.
Okay. You have a 5 CD stacker, don't lie. Weirdo. Assassin over the top here. Just, you know, waltzes back through the disruptor shot. And they managed to catch Pelican here, so in the neutral, the Outlaws get overextended somewhat. But they don't really have any choice of being essentially surrounded, as Assassin is walking back and forth through the choke here, and Dante is very, very low. He has 2 supports up right now, but I don't think there's any packs available for Lastro. So they just have to slowly top him up.
It's so costly, though, like, in terms of, like, just overall, like, player HP pool to make this trek around the corner, though, for the Justice and not have a little bit of, like, a pit stop to regroup is, yeah, this should be the Outlaws who take it. So, one thing you kind of always have to even think about, and I think especially more in this meta, right, where there's not like a ton of fast, like, you know, commanding shout, right, gives the heal, but like there's not a ton of like burst healing, like especially like single targets, to where you come around that first corner and the second corner, and let's say you're down a player if you're the Outlaws. If you just look at like just the amount of health the players on the Justice have, like, the overall HP pool may be larger on the Outlaws because they're just overall healthier, right?
Yeah, that's true. It's just the Junker Queen, right? That they
they come around the corner, the Justice, like, what they almost could have done is like taken like a half of a second, like a little bit of a beat to just like get some health right here where we're seeing Decay is, and then push through, but they just went straight for it.
Here's a rally from Lastro, well ahead of Krillin, by the way. Lastro did so much work in that previous fight. And how do you answer this? I mean, you're pretty reluctant to use a sound barrier, and you're unlikely to go, never mind, they go for it here. Okay, in a 4v5, what can the Justice get with this is the question. Kalios is already half health. He has to use the commanding shout here. Krillin verging on his rally. Finally, he's able to bring Pelican down on the low ground, but it's going to be a trade. Crucially, Kalios is the first death here for the Justice. Not ideal. Their pushing power's gone.
Yeah, and you end up using that beat, like you mentioned, like, you know, probably didn't want to use it there. Yeah, I mean, maybe they thought they were going to be able to force out sound barrier from Lep and then come back with an advantage, right, where you would have gotten both support ults out, you would have had your rally plus your blade, but Houston never really even threatened by it. They end up holding on to their sound barrier. And now you think the sound barrier kind of lasts long enough in this fight with all the ultimates available? Like, lasts long enough where Lastro probably ends up with a rally towards the end of this, which could swing it in the Outlaws' favor. And you know, they didn't even get a tick on that the first good attempt they had was the only good one.
I'm looking at the Rampages here, frankly. Big impactful Rampages can turn this fight. Sound barrier for the Outlaws. They are so healthy right now. And yeah, the half of the Justice to stand up against this, but Lastro and Dante brought down Krillin, though, caught inside that disrupt the shot. It's easy pickings for Merit. He'll have to quickly reposition, though. Nice rail. Pelican's able to take Assassin down. And what does Opener do here? Not a whole lot. Yep, he's peacing out. Bye. Okay, Merit. Limber up then. It's map 2. Should already be nice and warm.
Yes, Lastro's going to have this rally, and you're going to have a Rampage here for what will ultimately be the final fight here for the Justice, their final attempt to get this point A checkpoint, as it has not looked good this far. You can just put so much damage and kind of poke at range here if you're the Outlaws. You see like just Pelican and Merit there, like not able to put down big damage on anybody else.
Lastro has doubled the damage of Krillin, by the way. Look at, the Outlaws are playing around Lastro. They play inside that small room there. Kalios tries to rampage. Yes, he's taken down. Yes, he catches 2 with the anti-heal, but Pelican may be kept alive yet. He gets a health pack, and the Justice get absolutely suplexed. Not even a paltry tick for the Justice.
And I love the no panic from the Outlaws. The overclock is popped, right? Decay gets up on the high ground. They know they can just like line of sight it, just stay inside that little like bakery area and just sit and wait it out. And then when Kalios has to use his rampage, like they have the rally going, and he basically has to just like launch his body into 4 players, and he gets taken out instantly. Dante able to come back around, get a decent rampage. I believe he got both supports and take the round. I mean, the first attempt was the Justice's best opportunity the entire round. And I think they just got too aggressive. They pushed the pace just a little bit too fast. They needed a second to regroup.
Decay cannot find a final blow in that round. He is 0 for 3. That is just brutal.
Yeah, it still gets Pelican and Merit, but...
Well, the fact Pelican gets kept alive. He actually ends up getting a Girl Scout cookie hurled at him midway through the fight. I'm telling you, man, Lastro, 11k healing per 10 on the brick.
Well, look at where the fights are taking place, though. Like, the Justice are trying to fight in this open space, right? They're taking so much damage in the open space that Krillin's only got 3 repair packs. You can't trigger the Inspire from there. And Lastro's only fighting like around that corner where you can easily start to brawl out. And he's brawling out against players who are not fully healed. Like, they're just lower HP. It's a huge advantage.
Well, Lastro has also given 1,600 armor to Krillin's 625. So it says a lot about just how high the health pools of the Outlaws have been, right? And obviously, he's getting rally like 30 seconds quicker on average, which is kind of insane. So it makes a big difference for sure. The Outlaws play around this small room. They want to get value out of that uptime percentage for Inspire. Now, they lose Lep here, a little bit dodgy, but Mira, look at the reposition. That's so classy. They don't even know where he is right now, and he punishes Kalios. This is unreal. Nobody's looking at the Sojourn. I don't know why. Assassin, again, focused elsewhere for the time being. Open is just getting hammered the entire time. I'm sorry. Merit, what has he got? The invisibility cloak? What is he trying to dodge Argus Filch in the bloody hallway? No one sees him, and the Outlaws dominate the Justice on the second map.
That's just a blowout of the map. I mean, no other way to talk about it. The Justice not able to make anything happen on their offense. Really only one good attempt. And then on defense, the Outlaws, they speed boost by. They take a half a beat to get everybody a little bit topped up, and then they just take the point with ease. I mean, dominance so far from the Outlaws.
We all expected it to be kind of close, even those that thought the Outlaws would be on top, but this has been anything but. The Justice are listless, they're already out of their seats, they definitely need a bit of a chat, I'm sure, right now, because otherwise this will have slipped out of their grasp. The Outlaws dominant so far in this series, it's 2-0. Stick around, folks, we've got more to come. but it's going to be a blink forward to keep Decay there. The man is still alive.
Look at this opener. And
Look at that too. They got sent to the skies.
Kalios ready with a rampage here.
Want to join the talented group, and I mean talented group, of OWL community artists? We'd love to have you. Submit your art celebrating summer vibes for a chance to be featured on the Overwatch League fan art gallery and on the broadcast. Now, those summer vibes, that's really up to your interpretation. It could be me melting in 100-degree weather here inside this garage, or it could be the Washington Justice completely capitulating. It could be, I don't know, Merit just invisible in that last map on Parizo against the Justice, just doing what he does best. The guy still has 1 death for the entire series. He is 15 final blows and 1 death. And you know what, Matt? I don't even know if he's the scariest looking player on Houston right now. Because then Lastro is there just absolutely dominating on the break.
I mean, this is what you're going to get when you have a pretty dominating series. I thought it would be like a close series, potentially like a coin flip. Thus far, the Outlaws, I mean, they have shut that down with how they've looked here in the first 2 maps. We'll see, though, can the Justice turn it around here in map number 3? It's another one where, long sight lines right here on Junkertown. Maybe we see an Ash, but even if not, you're going to have to pressure Merit a little bit. I mean, 1 death throughout, the first 2 maps as far as not, letting the Sojourner alive that long and being able to just farm damage and then hit rail shots. It's just not obviously going to be a good recipe for your team to have success if you're the Justice.
I think we need to talk about the elephant in the room here as well, Matthew. Someone we talked up coming into this game. Assassin is 4 final blows and 13 deaths so far in this series. The highest deaths in the server by 3. Kalios obviously right behind him at 10. We have not seen Assassin deliver that trademark brand of pressure that we've seen him be able to enact on so many teams beforehand. He has been shut down. And the Justice are more than just suffering as a result of that. They are in dire straits without him.
Yeah, it might be because Merit is so sneaky and slippery to track down and be able to find. And then also Lastro has been doing a tremendous job throughout this series as well. And with those 2 players, you're able to prevent Assassin from going wild. But right now, prevent him from even doing much of anything. So see Assassin probably just fire a shot here at the beginning. Doesn't get a kill, and now we'll be on our way. We Sojourn for both sides.
Yep, Merit more than happy just to play the Sojourn in this series, and it's kind of scary because it's not as if he played Ash because he wasn't comfortable on the Journ. No, ID hero he's incredibly strong at. That's a commanding shout forced very early, and now the Justice have put themselves in a pretty compromising position. They're off the card at risk of getting spawn camped here. The Outlaws just need to be a little careful not to overextend here, but you can see that the pressure is being felt by Washington here, Matthew.
Oh, yes, Kalios is still
shot.
really low, and he has to shout again.
Someone
and
heal the
now
man.
they know. Yeah, now they know this is the time to go. Well, yeah, I mean the healers are not in line of sight of them, right? We see them here where Pelican is fighting, and he's getting all these dash resets. Kalios is going to trap them the other side of the street, so to speak, where not able to make it across without having any of his health.
Filthy stuff. The Outlaws weren't interested in playing right outside the spawn doors, but now they've been given an opportunity to have such a forward hold, they're going to take it. Decay didn't quite have the rail charge to finish the job there, but Merit's out of the picture for the time being. His pressure being absent will definitely have an impact, and yeah, Kalios is able to get rid of Dante there. The Outlaws do push in, but let's just be real here. They just got 90 seconds for free, sat out the front of spawn for the Justice here. Washington need to get their skates on, and I don't just mean opener.
Yeah, no, nobody had to use any ultimates for the Outlaws, right? There was no kind of even attempt to, where now if you're Justice, you build some stuff up. Maybe this first corner you take another fight, or wait to see a fight a little bit closer to where the point goes through. It looks like with how fast they're getting out of the spawn, yeah, you're going to be able to fight this right here on this corner.
Oh, there's the shout. Okay, looks like the Outlaws try to punish Decay's positioning there. He's able to dodge away, though, the trademark mobility that makes Sojourn so nasty. The Pelican gets in there. Oh, man, a railgun body shot. Decay still forcing him to respect him here. Another one, keeping Pelican's head down. But the Justice have had to give some ground here.
Oh, Krillin not in the hurry. Yeah,
no.
as soon as they see him up there, they're able to just track him down so fast. He's up on that high ground, and, you know, Pelican is like looking for targets. As soon as they see Krillin, within seconds, you just have Pelican, and I believe it was Lep there at the time. They got right on top of him.
Lep's just popping off there.
And you got both support ults here for the Outlaws too. I mean, look how far Kalios is away from this Rampage as well. Like, he's just been taking so much damage trying to get close. They layered both support ults here, Houston.
Yep. They get Rampage as well. It's going to hurt. Openers down. Krillin clinging to life. Kalios also going to fall here. So it's going to be the Outlaws trading up. Only losing one player there was Lastro. He's often in the thick of things. And now we're under a minute left in the round, and there are no support ultimates on the board. In fact, there's really nothing on the horizon for the Outlaws here. Kalios may be able to build ultimate in this fight, but it's more likely he'll have to play aggressively to get it. And I mean,
it's more
very
likely
punishable
not.
play style. Yeah.
I mean, you're almost more likely to see like a Pelican. Well, I mean, Pelican could get the blade here, depending on like how fast kind of this fight ends up kicking off. But yeah, like what they've been doing is just poking Kalios down from range, like making it really difficult to get in, because he doesn't want to use the commanding shot right away. He wants to save it, but there's not enough healing to go around, and they get opener.
Unreal. That's unreal. Merit's able to find opener. Standout player in this game, to be sure. So Kalios hasn't quite built that Rampage yet, but he will have it for the final fight. I must warn you though, ladies and gentlemen, the bell begins to toll for the Justice here. They're going to have to get it right, and they're going to have to get it right now. Good start for Decay. Pelican taken down. That's a railgun headshot. It's a pretty precise working to get rid of a key play here, but Kalios is low. He's already used a commanding shout, looking for a way to make use of this Rampage, but may not have to worry about it at all.
Yeah, you probably are not going to get another attempt here for the Outlaws. Let's see what they decide to do. You know, do you get everybody up and like speed out and really try and make a push forward? Do you just kind of give it up and play for the second checkpoint? It looks like Pelican's, you know, making his way over here. But
they're going to leave it. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to leave it. That's the right call. It's the safe call, right? With the way things are going right now.
The Justice have somewhat of a peak in an old economy right now. But again, if the Outlaws are able to sort of abuse the Junker Queen's sort of uncomfortable positioning on that first point, that choke as they move out into the open, then here as well, it's going to be a bit of an issue. For Kalios, he has to play high ground if he wants to get a decent Rampage. Ah, I love the wrap. Very clever. Let's see if it works out. Blade here for Pelican. He drops down. He's able to
dodge it. Everybody dodges it.
You can't be serious, man.
Well, we don't get a great angle of it. Like maybe like was Kalios booped there or something,
right?
Boop
him.
Yeah, that's kind of where my head is at.
I like the idea though of making that rotation to get a good Rampage, because there's just no real good way for Kalios to get it with everyone up on the high ground like that, unless he like comes out of spawn. Still, man, that's soul crushing. Let's see what happens here. Blade up this. He hits the corner there. I don't know if
maybe he thinks he's gonna like clip the stairs, right, and kind of go all the way up the ledge, but actually ends up going to go into the corner.
It's not good. But the Justice have now their DPS ultimates coming online. Dante similarly hoping to Rampage the Justice en masse as they group up and flank. They are trying to outmaneuver the Outlaws here, but the cart needs to be moved right now, and the Justice a little split in their positioning here. Here's the overclock from Decay.
Yeah, you're putting a lot of eggs in Decay being able to pick up some kills, but look at this. I mean, just using the cover there for the Outlaws, just not going out and poking it, but Assassin now able to find Merit.
That's what Assassin hasn't been able to do all series, man. Put that pressure down on Mirror at the start of a fight. I mean, when he uses Overclock, no less. A very high value elimination there from Assassin, but a pretty decent Rampage isn't followed up on by the Outlaws. They have a rally in place so they can regroup, and picking up Decay here is rather crucial. If they want to go now, they'll have the player advantage for a brief window.
Yeah, as they have Pelican back in the mix, but it looks like the Justice, they want to back up. They know they have to wait for Decay.
Dante's low anyway.
Yeah, Pelican's can also just farm up some of this blade here. Just the poke damage at range.
All right, Washington, no guts, no glory. This is it. They barely managed to hang on after that first point. They're going to need to double down here. The high ground held by the Outlaws here, so uncomfortable positioning once more for the Justice. Opener takes a big hit. He's forced to take sidebar, as there's no burst healing available, as we've discussed. Pelican Blade here could seal the deal, but Dante's taking a lot of damage early. Here we go. Blade in. Krillin trying to get away. He can't escape, but he had Rally. The rest of the Justice are going to benefit from that incidental healing now. Pelican climbs the walls to avoid Kalios, and now he can drop down and put some pressure on. Kalios is forced away from his team, and the Justice cannot touch. They're stopped halfway through the second phase of the map, which in general isn't really indicative of a strong attacking round.
No, another great hold here from the Outlaws, and now you look on the Justice side of things, like what do you have to do? I mean, you got to pull them up with a tremendous hold, I think, here on point A, right? Because if you get to checkpoint B and it kind of starts moving from there, like you have one fight left at that point. Like your best attempt here is to hold before they take that A checkpoint. Do you decide to change anything up? Go a little bit more, passive long range? Do you just kind of stay with what you're playing now? I think first fight's going to be huge. Like being able to get a fight and win one like by the cart would be massive. This would also be interesting that if Merit decided to change things up, play the Ashe here on offense.
Huh. I guess the Outlaws probably feel like they can play pretty conservatively, as they have you'd think, pretty decent lead, a decent chance of matching what the Justice have been able to do. I also think this puts extra pressure on Assassin, because in a longer fight, Merit obviously has a more consistent damage output outside of having to rely on the peaks and troughs of Sojourn and building up that railgun. We'll see if it's just for the first few moments as well. It might be like throw a dynamite to dissuade a sort of spawn camp. Pelicans on the Widow. The Justice have to know this. Okay, yeah, so switching back to the standard setup.
Yeah, it makes sense. As you see the Justice taking a different approach, playing very close to the spawn door.
Kalios backs up here. Oh man, he's in trouble.
That's a big hit.
The Outlaws just have a much better read on the ebb and flow of these team fights than the Justice seem to. Kalios looked a little disoriented there, maybe just on virtue of how the Outlaws poured out. They came out obviously with that commanding shout, so they had the speed boost, but the Justice seemed immediately overwhelmed.
I mean, it's also tough for Kalios when he's taking like a fully charged rail shot from Merit consistently, and then he's got no commanding shout. You can clearly see that as soon as he uses shout and kind of like starts to wear off, that's when it's go time for the Outlaws, as they feel like that they can kind of get it out from the Justice pretty early every single time. How much damage they take.
Oh, look at how much space they have, by the way. The Justice cannot, play this choke effectively. They're just trying to gain some ground back for the time being. Merit, aggressive positioning, forced to back up here. Pelican, yeah, he's a little too far. I think maybe isn't in position to disengage at the same pace as the Outlaws. So Houston have to regroup here, and the Justice can now solidify this defense a little more.
That was huge for the Justice. That fight really kind of gives them a chance. Like, this is a good spot for them to be able to hold from. You can play the Genji on the opposite side of the choke, really kind of like collapse on players coming on through. So can they get yet another hole here as Lastro and crew tries to get Merit some high ground control. He's going to have this overclock coming up soon as well. Oh, he's so weak. Yeah, opener gets caught out.
Merit. What can he do here? Pelican gets shut down. Pelican's had a fantastic round so far, or rather a map. Dante won't be able to get healed nearly quickly enough, especially without Ant healing. And the cleanup ensues. The Justice here again, starting to get a feel for the tempo of this map.
Yeah, now they're going to have both support ults. Huge advantage here for the Justice coming into this next fight. Via the Outlaws, what do you try and do? Do you try and maybe like rally overclock and try and get both of those out? Give yourself an advantage for another fight that comes up? Things starting to turn, though, in the Justice's favor.
Yeah, I don't like the ult economy either for the Outlaws. They're not really ahead in any of those metrics, as you'd probably expect. Okay. Merit comes forward. Oh my! Oh. That is ungodly. Whoa. Another one! He's not even looking at Krillin. Absolutely demolished. 2 kills out of absolutely nowhere. Merit produces the white rabbit from the hat, and he treats it like it's absolutely nothing. The Justice devastated.
The second one was crazier. Being able to, getting decay, obviously, as he used the overclock is massive, but just turning the corner and just being able to take out Krillin, who's got the rally there. I mean, that is a nasty shot.
You don't see that every day, ladies and gentlemen, even with so many incredible players piloting the Sojourn role. Oh, well, I guess the Outlaws get to save their beaten blade as a result of that fight, whereas the Justice only have a rally to rely on. Man, I mean, the ramifications of those 2 kills from Merit will be felt, will echo through the rest of this round.
See the Justice giving up some space. I think Pelican needs to be careful about like where you decide to use this blade, like going up to the high ground. Obviously not the best.
Okay, here's the rally. The Justice making use of what little they have. A blade in close quarters. This could be a bit of a kill room here for Pelican, but quickly, the Justice try and back away. They've lost Assassin already. Pelican somehow finds himself on the front line, goes in a deflect, and somehow is not hit at all by that Rampage. So he's free to make short work of the back line of the Justice. And the Justice is dead. They will go to 8 and 10 now as the Outlaws make this a arguably one-sided series, and the superstar players for the Justice conspicuously absent on this day.
Arguably, I mean, this one was not very close. And what I definitely thought could have been a back and forth affair where either team could have won. That could not have been more false. This was just all Outlaws today. They were the dominant, better team.
No doubt about it. I mean, you look at from role to role, it definitely looked like the Outlaws had the better of the Justice. I've got to say that last map looked great for Pelican. He really was able to step up there, and he's very happy with it, as you sort of would expect. Solid stuff from the Houston Outlaws and a very good side. Now, they go +3 in map differential. That still puts them, in a position where they can be sort of leapfrogged. And again, maybe they don't necessarily want that 4 seed. Maybe they want to be selected by one of the top 4 teams. Regardless, a win here, proof of concept for their team composition, for Merit showing much more of that Sojourn play as opposed to the Ashe. Now means the Outlaws have both of those strategies comfortably sat in their back pocket. They can draw upon them in Toronto if they need to. They know they've made it to LAN. That's a big deal for this team. Now it's about really tightening the screws and making sure they've got all the answers for their potential opponents.
Yeah, it's just really strong play by everybody on the Outlaws today. The player of the match for this series obviously could have gone to really just about anybody here on the Outlaws, but we ended up going with Lastra today. I thought Merit's play was really strong, but Lastra on the Brig I thought was like a huge difference maker, like a big gap between like him and Krillin's play today, as Lastra was just able to keep everybody alive. The Inspire proccing pretty consistently. Good use of the rallies, getting in the mix, being able to pick up some kills. So really good series here today from Lastra.
Yeah, you can keep your MTD. I'll take the SBD any day of the week. We mentioned a couple times just the difference between the Brig's output and Lastra. We talk up Skewed as like a really, a very powerful Brig player. Lastra has also had an incredibly good series. We are talking about a player, by the way, who's primarily like a Baptiste Arna player, then moved to Lucio, looked really good there, and now is playing the Brig. So, a huge part of why we're so pleased with his performance is that he's able to make these switches and still really get the most out of a lot of these picks. I think back to sort of watching Prophet's POV. It's actually up on the Overwatch League YouTube on Brig, and seeing how he's really maximizing every team fight opportunity. Lastra is doing the same here. Still has, over a third, or about a third of the time, his Inspire is up, which is really big, and it's a reason why he's north of 10k healing per 10. Gone are the days where Brig is sort of an incidental, sort of hybrid off healer. She's doing a lot of output in these kind of compositions where everyone's grouped up so much, especially with how she looks in Overwatch 2. And Lastra is really making a huge difference. The reason why they win Paraiso is because the Outlaws understand they need to play in that room next to the point, benefit from that uptime percentage, benefit from, grouping everybody together and letting Lastra go wild on them. I'm really impressed by the Outlaws in this series, and it wasn't nearly as close as I think anyone expected.
No, the Outlaws today look like a real contender, in the Summer Showdown. A team that can really kind of push any other to the limit, where the Justice, I just have more questions for them at this point. It's just hard to contend when you're so wildly inconsistent, where today just a really inconsistent play. I don't think that's the Justice we've seen over the last few games, so really rough game for them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Their woes continue after showing us maybe they might have what it takes with this team set up. Perhaps there's question marks over their stint in Toronto coming up. Anyway, we're going to jump to a quick break. We'll have a post-match interview, and then we'll talk about our third and final match of the day here in the Summer Showdown qualifiers. It's getting pretty heavy here as all the teams try and get their seedings in line. Still much more to be played for today too.
I'm trying to left. Push guard.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Pelican from Houston Outlaws for the post-match interview. All right, Pelican, that was a very fast win for the Houston Outlaws. You guys completely dominated the Washington Justice. I want to be honest, did you guys expect this result? Did you guys expect this to be such a fast win for Houston Outlaws team? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 솔직한 좀 답변을 부탁드릴게요, 펠리칸 선수. 오늘 경기가 3대 0으로 굉장히 빨리 끝이 났는데 오늘 경기에 들어오면서 좀 이렇게 빨리 끝날 거라고 좀 예상을 하셨나요?
일단은 당연히 그럴 거라고 생각 못 했고요. 이때 게임하면서 이제 저는 진짜 못 했는데 이 팀원들이 또 버스를 이렇게 잘 태워줘서 빨리 끝난 것 같아요.
Alright, I mean, I definitely did not think it was going to be such a fast win for us. I personally believe that I didn't perform that well in today's match, but I definitely think I got carried by all of our teammates. I'm going to quickly follow up on that. You said that you didn't really expect this to be such a fast win for you guys, but you guys did. So what do you think you and your teammates did well for this matchup? 자, 방금 말씀했던 거에 살짝만 더 덧붙이자면은 방금 이제 이렇게 빨리 끝날 거라고 예상하지 않았다고 하셨지만은 어쨌든 결과는 3대 0으로 빨리 끝났기 때문에 좀 오늘 이제 펠리칸 선수뿐만이 아니라 이제 휴스턴 팀이 좀 뭐를 잘해서 어떻게 해서 이렇게 좀 좋은 성적을 이루었다고 생각을 하시나요?
솔직히 저희가 잘했다기보다는 워싱턴이 저희가 못했는데 던져줘서 뭐 그거를 받아 먹기만 했는데 이겼어요, 그냥.
Alright. To be honest, I don't think it's us playing really well. It was Washington just throwing the game. So we just had to pick up whatever they threw on the ground, and that's how we won the game. Alright, let's move on to my next question. I mean, with this match, you guys ended your, I guess, Summer Showdown qualifier matches. You guys have 4-2 record. What were your thoughts? What are your personal thoughts on the, I guess, the stage and this qualifier matches for the Houston Outlaws? 자, 두 번째 질문은 오늘 이제 경기로 휴스턴 팀의 이제 서머 쇼다운 예선전이 끝이 났습니다. 이제 4승 2패로 끝이 났는데 좋은 성적이죠. 이제 펠리칸 선수가 보셨을 때는 지금 현 스테이지 그리고 또 예선전 이렇게 좀 통틀어서 개인적인 의견이 있다면 좀 어떠셨나요?
일단은 굉장히 이번 메타는 좀 굉장히 어지러운데 솔직히 저희가 이번 스테이지 6승 0패도 할 수 있었는데 저희가 아쉽게 그 뉴욕이랑 런던한테 그냥 져버려가지고 그냥 저희한테 잘 맞는 메타라고 생각해요, 이번 메타는.
네, 알겠습니다. Alright, I mean, I just want to say I think this meta is a bit hectic or crazy and confusing. There were a lot of chance, or there was definitely a chance for us to go 6-0, but unfortunately we lost to New York Excelsior and London. That didn't happen. But at the end of the day, I do believe this is a very good meta for the Houston Outlaws. I believe as well, and from what we saw today, if you guys continue this, I think you guys could really take it all the way. 저도 그렇게 생각을 일단 하고요. 그리고 또 이제 이렇게 좋은 모습 계속 보여주시면 끝까지 좋은 결과 나오지 않을까 생각을 합니다. Alright, with that being said, let's end this interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 펠리칸 선수 감사합니다. 바이바이.
감사합니다. 바이바이.
Nice.
Yeah. They threw, they just had to pick it up. But I mean, you know, it was a very decisive win.
Yeah,
very one-sided.
Very, very one-sided. Yeah, Johnny, I mean, you picked Washington Justice, so I think it's time for you to defend.
Whoa. I didn't expect them to throw.
It's hot in here, right?
I thought they'd bring their A game, you know? I didn't expect them to come in and just drop the spaghetti on the floor.
No, honestly,
you know?
no, because I'm on the same boat as well, because I expected this to be a really close match. I think Matt and Mitch also said the same thing. Because previous couple matches, Washington looked really, really good.
Yeah, they have.
I was actually very surprised of how they were performing. So I expected this to be a close matchup, but it wasn't.
So break it down for us, guys.
So there were some real fumbles in the middle of that match. You know, we think of the opener beat on their attack on Paraiso, just like it made no sense why going into a 4v5 you would be dropping that one there. Then we have the Junker Queen ultimate coming out on by Kalios, where it just hit nobody. So sorry, I didn't even talk about the gargantuan C9 that happened on this round as well. So they just, other than obviously the big glaring just mistakes more than anything, the big thing was just how isolated they made themselves. And I think the Houston Outlaws did a great job of punishing that. Time and time again, every time Kalios overstepped, you know, we talked about, is his aggressive style, is that a problem? That's why his numbers are so high. The Houston Outlaws made it a problem for the Washington Justice, making sure to isolate him every time he was stepping up and just finding picks time and time again and just moving as a unit. Houston Outlaws, as Pelican just said, do look very comfortable in this meta and should be a team that should be feared heading into the Toronto land.
Yeah, I think one thing that's definitely shifted from week one is we're seeing so many more teams exercise discipline when it comes to taking these fights and minimizing the amount of damage they take that could lead to potential picks on their own behalf. So I was surprised to see Washington Justice, how much they like expose themselves to potential picks that, you know, Houston Outlaws, they are experts at finding these picks. When it comes to Merit Sojourn, for example, Pelican's ability to dash in and finish off some of these frags. And so, yeah, I did expect the Washington Justice to be a bit more on the same page, minimize the amount of damage they took, but instead, they just got picked repeatedly. They looked unsynchronized, and yeah, it wasn't a good performance from the Washington Justice. On the other hand, the Houston Outlaws, I said on Plat Chat earlier this week, I was like, I'm ready for the Houston Outlaws to take the next big step as a franchise, because they've looked good, like pretty much the entire season. They're 13-5 in the regular season. Like, we wouldn't believe that they're 13-5 based on like the public perception. We'd be like, yeah, you know, they're 10-8 maybe, you know, like 11-9 or wait, 11-7? 11-7.
Just adding losses.
But like, actually, Houston Outlaws, they're a good team. They just need to like take the step towards being like elite. And now you have Merit popping off like he's never done before. Pelican is like playing some of the best Overwatch of his life. And so I think that this should be the stage for the Houston Outlaws to go from like good, like top 6, like lower bracket team to Toronto to like, hey, it's time to make top 4, Houston. I'm not kidding around. This could be your big chance.
I completely agree. You know, I remember I was actually talking, some fan added me on Twitter because I was being down on the Houston Outlaws when they fell out in the second round of the lower bracket. And they were like, you're being harsh to them. They've been playing better. They've been making improvements. That's not where they want to be as a team. They want better aspirations. As Johnny said, top 4 would be a good performance for them, but even then, they want to go higher than that, and they have the potential. They are playing at that caliber. I will be really disappointed if they make it to this Toronto land and sort of underperform to their own expectations again.
I don't think that's going to happen, because every time Houston's in, like, if they need a clutch out and win, and if it's in a tournament, Pelican's gonna do something crazy.
Yeah, it's true. He does do crazy things.
Yeah, talking about crazy things. Okay, that didn't work.
No, it's
yeah,
true.
crazy. Yeah, no, this crazy matchup. Yeah, there you go. Vancouver Titans versus Boston Uprising is next.
Okay, here's that. This
is crazy.
This is crazy because what you're about to see is a completely new look from the Boston Uprising. They've already been tweeting, they've been talking about it. They're putting in the 3 Western players. So they recently acquired Mag. They were playing a fully Korean lineup with the V brothers, but Laurie has been removed as head coach. They are now playing their 3 Western players. I have no idea what to expect. We know Punk is good on that Junker Queen. We know Crimzo's a great player. Seeker is the new addition, and I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to show us. We've had so much new talent come into this roster. I just hope that they're actually practiced and they're ready for this match.
Look, I think that the Boston Uprising, under Laurie's head coaching, they sort of cater towards this more like disciplined kind of style, like very, you know, like not very creative.
Yeah.
They were very like slow in their approach, and they were very systematic. It's like, hey, we want to use these abilities to engage, you know, flowchart, ultimates, blah, blah, blah. I want to see them come out today, just like, yo, you're not going to qualify for Toronto stage in a way. Just come out with like energy and like fun engages and like show something different than just this very systematic look that they've shown throughout their entire career. So, you know, maybe that would inspire some like happiness from the players, you know, willing to take initiative, some engagement, stuff like that.
Video games,
It's just video games, yeah. Time and time again. Look, Hunter said, he came into the LA Gladiators, but like, I just want the LA Gladiators players to like have fun playing this game, and it paid dividends. I want the same for Boston Uprising. Make them have fun playing the game. They've been like benched. I'm going on a rant here. But they were like, oh, we're all Korean. Sorry, Punky, you're not allowed in the lineup. You're gonna be all Korean. That's not fun. Like, if you're Punk and Crimson's, like, you guys are just screaming like all Korean. We're not allowed to like take part in the conversation because we don't understand Korean. Like, no, just get everyone together. You know, group of friends. Like, time to play some Overwatch. We're gonna win this game. Like, we got a chance. It's the Vancouver Titans, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can do
Vancouver
it.
Titans.
Come on, Punky.
I think that's a really good point. Everyone should have fun, and I know our caster pair for this matchup always have fun, and they bring the fun. Matt and Mitch, hello.
Hello. I'm surprised. I'm so much fun.
Are you? To who?
Oh yes, definitely.
Who are you? Who thinks you're fun?
Danny
Who's
thinks
having
I'm
fun
fun
with you, Matt?
Danny, you don't think that's true. You
I'm
don't
gonna
think
be
that's fun,
honest.
Danny. There's no way.
No, I'm gonna be honest. Every
Be
time
honest.
I don't know. Like, I think I just love Matt too much. Like, every time I just see him or like talk, I just laugh. I can't do anything else but just laugh.
I do that too, but for a different reason, Danny. Yeah.
Yeah, I like hanging out with I like hanging out with Danny. It allows me, you know, whenever I hang out with Mitch, it's like, you know, Mitch just talks and then I'm about to talk, but then he talks again and then he just keeps talking again and then again and again. I'm like, oh, hey, let me talk to Danny real quick. Hey, Danny, what's going on? Me and Danny are you know, we gotta get a crazy day one day. Me and Danny gotta cast a game. I don't know what that would be like.
Go to Disneyland.
Terrible idea. Now that I said it,
I'm gonna,
Danny and
bro, I'm gonna say like
Madcast
one word.
would be
out of like a 2-hour cast.
that would be
one word.
That would be an experience, I think. I think that's probably the way to put it. That would be an experience.
Danny is too pure to be corrupted by you. Yeah, no, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
you are,
absolutely.
Matt, you are booming the desk via remotely right now. I'm watching their whole posture. As soon as you start talking, everyone starts sliding down the chairs like, oh, my train of thought just been interrupted.
Time's gone. We told you.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Johnny, Shins McGee, any thoughts?
I don't think crosstalk is in my contract. Like, can we just...
Oh, sorry. I'm hearing someone in my ear say we've got something far more important than this conversation. Yeah, it's a matchup between two teams already eliminated from Toronto. Okay, yeah, we'll get on that. Sorry, guys. Duty calls, I guess.
Vancouver?
Yeah, okay.
What about my
Titans?
Titans?
All right. Oh, by the way, Matt, is anyone else allowed to get on the train? Has the train slowed down enough for anybody to get back on it?
No.
Or
We've
just done with that?
converted
I'm already on the train.
into
No,
a
you're not on the train. What are
luxury
you talking
one-person
about?
train.
I parachuted
Scott's not on the
I
train.
parachuted
No.
onto the train.
He's
No.
Scott dropped in like SAS. Yeah, I don't know about that
No,
one. Yeah, Matt.
He's trying to jump onto the train late at night when we stop. You know, he's trying to sneak on.
Where we drop it?
We keep kicking it out.
Okay, all right.
Drop. Vancouver,
All right,
Johnny. We're dropping in Vancouver.
All right. All right, let's move on. Everybody, welcome back. Of course, the Vancouver Titans are going to be in Toronto, and that's something we're very much looking forward to because they've definitely found their stride in a meta game like this one. The Boston Uprising are playing against them in this match. And obviously, some big changes to this lineup, and changes that people have been asking for. I think Askoff now is at the helm of this Boston Uprising team, someone who's been with the organization for a long time. So still in good hands here, and I'm very curious to see how this permutation of the Uprising looks.
Yeah, I mean, you are wrong when you were like, oh yeah, both these teams are out. Like, you look at the Titans' record, you would think they're out, right? But all their wins,
mate, it's 100 degrees in here, right? I'm hanging on. I'm telling you.
I think we kind of know what the Titans are now. The Titans are looking to be a pretty good team, qualify for the summer showdown, maybe in the upper echelon. We can take a look at their roster first before we get into like a more, I think, interesting conversation around Boston. I think King and Aspire as like a DPS duo. King has been looking pretty good on the Genji, but Aspire on the Sojourn has been tremendous.
I mean, I think he's actually league best in a lot of key stats. He's #1 in hero damage, #1 in railgun kills, tied for second in solo kills, and he is outright second in final blows on Sojourn in the Summer Showdown. That's insane.
Yeah, and something they kind of like talked about on the desk there, and like it definitely is true. Where you kind of see the Titans, like even before they started to win, once they kind of found this like lineup, right? Deepay came in. You think about the match they had against Defiant, which goes to 5. Like, you see, it's all smiles, all laughs. Like, the positivity and the freedom, being able to play the game the way you want to be played, or the 5 players that are in there want to play it. There's a lot of power in that. To be able to feel like you can make those decisions and be able to really play the game you want and that's comfortable for you, and also to get some wins while doing it, where maybe things turn around here for Boston as they've made some changes, obviously.
Right, yeah, let's talk about the Uprising here, because there's a lot to be discussed. I think, Seeker gets brought up briefly, over in the truck, and this is a player that actually hails from Vancouver. So he's playing against his hometown in a sense. This player obviously had some success in contenders on that Revival roster, playing alongside Lep in many different contenders rosters. So he gets his opportunity here. Hitscan player, primarily. Known obviously sort of for Cassidy, Widow, Ashe kind of play. And obviously Crimzo comes back into the lineup here. In the past, we've known Crimzo as being primarily like a Baptiste Ana. Zen plays Zen's disgustingly good. Alongside Faith, obviously, he's played plenty. In this kind of metagame, it doesn't really matter what it is that Crimzo is expected to play. You expect him to look really good. And Punk's stats on Junker Queen, very, very good, which is half the reason why people were so surprised to see him sort of sat on the bench here. A new look for Boston, a clean slate in some senses, and I love how the truck talks about the really conservative, flowcharty style that the Uprising showed, because that was something, if you watch Victoria's POV, you could see even in a Widow meta, he would never, peek out aggressively. He would always take the more passive angle, play safe. The Uprising have a chance to rewrite their bio starting today.
And they've been good, like you mentioned, when Punk has been in, right? Seeker, new young exciting player. Maybe we see some great things from him. And then also Crimzo. He's performed well when they've been in as well. It just seemed like they wanted to go one direction with the team, right? They acquire Mag, and it was not working out. They looked, they arguably looked like the probably the worst they've looked all season almost in the fashion that they were playing, where I don't think it's a reflection on those players individually. I just think as a unit, and probably just wasn't the one. Maybe we see something better from Boston today.
Yeah, and Crimzo presumably, well, he may come in and play Brick here. I think that's probably the expected look. Could be on Lucio as well. So far, obviously, Faith has been on that Lucio, and he and Masa have really different styles of play. Masa's much more aggressively oriented, and Faith a little bit more passive, is really more interested in outputting healing and staying alive a bit more. So their head-to-head's pretty fascinating. Stylistic differences, to be sure. And yeah, no surprises to see this Boston Uprising setup. I think Valentine has definitely been an excellent Genji player for this team across, much of the season when he's had a chance to play that. But I'd be afraid of Aspire, especially Seeker coming into this is his, in a matchup like this. I'd be like, oh man, this guy's been putting up numbers, man. Seeker really has to show us something special straight out of the gates. It's a big ask.
And you got to think that the Titans come in with even a little bit more confidence, right? Seeing a team that's a bit floundering like the Uprising on the other side, and they're making changes like roster-wise. You gotta kind of like smell the blood here if you're the Titans, right? Just kind of go for the kill.
And again, already going to be at Toronto, but that's it. Seeker, what a great way to start. Get some pressure off his shoulders with a beautiful elimination on Masa. However, as the sapling snaps back, the Vancouver Titans lock it down, even in a player disadvantage. Pretty clean end of the fight for them here.
I think the Titans also hit something pretty good with having Masa being able to play that Lucio, right? We've seen him have success in the Overwatch League in the past. He's been in for a few seasons now. And to see him back on the Lucio, being able to play this role really like full time, makes the shot calling easier here. Allows him to kind of play a role he's comfortable with. I think probably brings that veteran experience to the team that you probably originally thought he did, right? Now into the lineup.
Miro really vocal at the moment. You can see how he's trying to guide his team through this sort of situation. Navigating the reef pretty comfortably here. It's Crimzo gets picked off early, and Miro is playing aggressively. The fact that you see a Junker Queen pushing up like this to tell you everything you need to know about the sort of matchup here. It's a very confident Titan starting to punish the Boston Uprising.
So the Uprising just gonna kind of stand outside their door. All right, Punk hits a knife, gets a little tick damage there, but they're gonna get back in here, and you see through the X-ray, Aztec is gonna take him a while to get back to the fight here for the Titans.
Mira a little low as well as a result of that. Much less healing in play, has to use a shout, and Valentine will just put pressure on that front line here. Crimzo has the rally. No support ultimates up here for the Titans, but Mira's close to a rampage. He needs the health, and Seeker, great job. He's about 30% health on Mira. Seeker gets rid of that last vestige of HP with a nice rail gun, and that'll put Boston back in the driver's seat. But They spend both support ultimates to do this.
Yeah, I was going to say King ends up using the Blade, and they end up using their last support ultimate, the Sound Barrier there, where that gives a huge advantage to the Titans. You can come in, Sound Barrier of yourselves, you have a Rampage. Should be enough to flip this point back.
Up to 20% now for the Uprising. Rampage, it's pretty good. Punk hitting the front line, Seeker in the back. You really want to at least get the Sojourn with that ability, and King is able to follow up. There's nothing Sojourn can do. If King's able to get close enough to Seeker and there's anti-heal at play, it's all over. King, good deflect timing there. Valentine going a little low as he tries to push up, and that's a flip of the point here. The Uprising now want to try and make something happen in this fight. Oh, it's 5 players caught with the Rampage. It's absolutely ginormous from Punk. Can you follow it up, though? A player advantage.
Will it be enough to take the point? Yeah, it looks like it will now. As for instance, like King could have jumped on and contested for a bit, dragged that one out. But yeah, that Rampage was massive. Gets all 5 players there. Now the Uprising flipped the point right back, so not that much gain there by the Titans. Really, that's about as good as you could ask for if you're the Uprising, right? Considering knowing what you're going up against in Ultimates, ultimately losing that one fight, then coming right back and taking it.
Seeker trying to take this one into his own hands, but Aspire doesn't one better, downing Valentine. Yes, the disruptor shot gets a bit of space, and Seeker's able to respond. Both Genjis traded out for both teams. The Titans may be happy enough to slow roll their way to the point here. And Boston give up a bit of ground, even though it's a 4v4. Here's a red. Oh, Crimzo got caught there. Not ideal. Unclear if he got yanked out of formation with a Jagged Blade, but either way, that's a bit of a sitter dropped by the Uprising.
Yeah, and Aztecs thought about pushing forward there and maybe going for the kill on the Valentine, because he wouldn't have been able to come back for this next fight, but opts to go back for the rest of the team as Boston will touch to trigger OT.
Here it is. Commanding shout from Mirror. The Uprising go for the rally. They have a Sound Barrier as well. Support ultimates favor the Uprising, and Punk strikes first again. Oh, they're looking pretty darn good, the Uprising, to take this fight. But they spend both support ultimates again. I guess they feel like they had to there, despite getting a player advantage early. The Uprising, they're still in this.
Maybe they feel like they needed to. Maybe it's obviously getting this support line together, as we haven't seen them in a bit, as the Titans come back 99%. With a Sound Barrier Blade combination at the ready. You also have that Sound Barrier to counter this Valentine Blade that'll come through. So right now the Titans, I think, managing their ultimates a bit better as Seeker gets really low.
Oh, he's down. Yep, didn't get healed up quickly enough as Mirror picks him off. The front lines come crashing together. Valentine can't find any with the Blade, and King, well, he got exactly what he needed to. The one kill on Crimzo will be able to seal the deal here as the Titans, pretty much on sheer weight of ultimates, come back in. And they'll be able to end the round here and now, surely. Boston looked quite competitive, I've got to say, but ultimately not enough.
I mean, it was better than we've seen Boston look in a while. It's kind of what I expected, to be honest. Like, there wasn't really a concrete reason to move away from Punk in terms of how he was playing as a tank. So to now see him come back, continue that good play, try and get Crimzo and Seeker in the mix, and maybe you can start to go in the positive direction here for the Boston Uprising, but they still find themselves down 1 round.
Really solid round for Punk, 4-2, despite being obviously in a losing round. 42% blade accuracy. That's come up about Punk before. People mention how frequently he's connecting those. Mirror's 3-3 with 32%, just for your interest's sake. Let's head now into Garden. Solid start from the Uprising there. They were able to punish Aztec's overextension at one point. That was a real big turning point for Boston as they almost got back in the driver's seat. Look at King playing even further behind Aspire right now. Very slow. He starts to make his way forward.
You also have to consider, Mitch, we talked about obviously the Summer Showdown with the Titans already have made it.
Yes.
And their record sitting at 3-14. Boston at 5-12. Like, these two teams sit on the fringe of the play for the overall season playoffs. Where you win a game here, if you're the Titans, right? You get within 1 game, and you're going to get that 1 league point just for attending the Summer Showdown. So, not only is this match, pretty significant for the Summer Showdown, for the Titans, for seeding and whatnot, it's kind of huge for Boston in terms of keeping a little bit of distance between themselves and the Titans in terms of the overall season plan.
Especially with Vancouver threatening to have a really good countdown comp, right? as they start to head towards playoffs. You know, Vancouver well positioned to be on a serious come up. Will they get to 500? No, but they don't necessarily have to, which is kind of the thing. If you peak at the right time in the Overwatch League, that's kind of all you need to do. I guess, you know, seen that from a few teams in the past as they make late runs. The Justice, for example. What happened here? Oh, beautiful stuff there from Aztec. That's a very high value elimination.
Say so. That's another high value kill there as Seeker takes out a Spire at a distance. He's done that a few times in this series so far. Pretty good start here for Seeker on the Surgery.
Yeah, then the Uprising surging ahead now. Trying to make something happen off the back of that key elimination. The Spire will be back soon, but Mira, can he get away alive? That's the question. He's being healed up, albeit slowly. And there's the sound barrier, keeps the Titans in the fight. They still have control of the point as well. The Uprising were 5v4 for a time and unable to convert it into anything tangible just yet. Seeker backs up, pops that ultimate here, a little bit concerned about a Spire, and across the bow comes the shot of Fire. Spire's found 2 in this fight. And the Uprising, that's a backbreaker right there, Matthew. The 5v4 turns into nothing for Boston.
And they go all in on that one, because now you're at 80. You're going to get probably like closer to 90% before this next fight kicks off. Blade plus Rampage here for the Titans. So they are primed to secure this map number 1.
10% left on the clock. Here come the Uprising via the bridge once more. Early damage on Seeky here as he has to play aggressively to get in position, but the Blade is threatening. Oh, King! Out over the abyss, able to claim Faith and send him down, and yeah, there's no chance the Uprising were touching under those conditions. A pretty back and forth first round. Some execution issues for the Uprising in the second leaves them shut out of the round. And Vancouver start with a solid 1-0.
Yeah, Boston nowhere to be seen in that second round as the Titans really asserted dominance. Spire able to pick up some kills, but King on the Genji looked really good there in map 1.
Not too shabby at all here. Vancouver Titans, again, building up those wins and getting themselves ready for intense competition at LAN. Stick around, everybody. The Uprising, plenty of opportunities to make something happen in this series, and they look like they've got the pieces to make it happen. tip of the spear, and the follow-up is there.
Rotations appointments, WGS Phoenix winning the fight. Saved by Aztec. Oh my god. Even Scale instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. A little bait and switch, huh?
Welcome back, everybody, to the matchup between the Vancouver Titans and the Boston Uprising, here to cap off our Saturday of games. In head-to-head matchups, Aspire, King, and Aztec all very much coming out on top in that first round, and that manifests itself onto the scoreboard with the Titans having a comfortable early lead. A very new look from the Boston Uprising, and we get to really see, how that change sort of will show itself in the rest of this series. Again, control's always a bit hectic, but the next couple maps should be a great opportunity, Matt, to get a feel for this adjusted roster.
Yeah, I think Boston, you're probably, obviously this change is made so late. Like, you need to give this, I think, roster a little bit more time. Like, my hope is that they, like, commit to this, like, hey, we're going to play these 5 players for the rest of the way, right? And see what we got here. Because you're not really giving any of your players a chance. You're just constantly cycling in and out and in and out and in and out, and different philosophies where you've seen these players individually play well throughout the season, lead them in, and let's see what we got here.
Midtown, obviously, always an interesting map. Tests your coordination to a great degree. The amount of teams we've seen really get snarled up attacking on this map. And so much of that early action is predicated on, well, first of all, how your Genjis navigate the neutral. Sometimes Genjis sort of just get caught out because it's quite open. There's not always a lot of ways for Genjis to escape after they take a face full of damage. But also just like that first pick, right? What can your Sojourn do to sort of tilt the fight in your favor right off the bat? Some teams really known, I'd say like the Justice, for example, and the Rain really known for like relying on those. Other teams not so much here, so definitely worth keeping an eye on. Is Boston definitely want to sort of tighten up the screws after that last round.
Yeah, and with them on defense, we'll get a chance to kind of see how they decide to play this unit, right? I know where they want to end up holding. This sniper shot's never resulted in a kill. And now we'll see. Okay, yeah, so Spire going to play the Ashe here. Interesting. So going with a little bit more, long range, a little bit of a slower, more decisive play style. Maybe they think they can punish this Boston Uprising team even harder.
The sidelines are quite long, especially as you wrap through the building to Seeker's right. Seeker obviously just plays around the fire truck. This is very standard Sojourn positioning for the most part. He's hoping just to find an insta-kill, as we discussed earlier. Good pressure, good damage, though, on Mirror early. Can he be topped up? No, the Uprising turn up the heat at just the right time, but they trade into it. This is getting a little risky now. But Valentine makes his way into the backline and kind of shuts down any chance for the Titans to retaliate.
Yeah, good first defense here from the Uprising, getting really aggressive to the choke. Valentine able to take out Aspire, as he didn't really have much help back there. So, same thing. I think for Boston, Mitch, like you mentioned, I think this roster, like, they've looked good. It's just that they need a little bit more time to kind of get the coordination down, right? And maybe a little bit in the terms of the decision-making as well.
Aspire getting pressured as he approaches. You can see some of that chip damage making its mark. Everybody really wants to sit around him as much as possible, but Aztec is brought down by Seeker. There's that first pick potential we were talking about. And this should be another easy fight for the Boston Uprising.
Yes, the teams, the teams like traded sides a little bit, and now Aspire and Masa still alive as they've been able to pick up some kills. Dynamite, that's going to do some good damage.
Valentine!
Oh, it's Masa's still here from the top rope. So what, you have Aztec here? You're not going to be able to like run in and make a play off of this, but maybe get some positioning as King's now back.
You saw the Dynamite pressure on Valentine, right?
Yeah.
He was getting healed, I think, by Faith. But it wasn't enough. His health wasn't going up because the Lucio healing and the Dynamite were competing. And so all it took was for Master just to breathe on him and he was down. Here comes King, pressure on for the Vancouver Titans now as they had a very close fight. They want the point, and so they rotate to it. Still being pressured though by Punk, and King is going to be very, very careful. No bleed damage on King, fortunately enough, so he can play from this high ground here. Almost 2 ticks and counting. Yep, it makes a difference. Bob's going to come in here as well. Rally from both sides. Mirrored down to Seeker. Seeker having a pretty decent round in terms of these railgun hits, but King deflects that one back at him. And Aspire is in such a safe position here. Valentine can barely get close enough. At this point, is still ticking along. That was pretty stunning. Aspire has no idea what just happened.
His Valentine isn't going to be able to get down here and contest. Oh, he is going to just run right in and contest. Yeah, so see what happens when he gets back from spawn and whereabout. But I actually thought Aspire was huge there because like when they pushed him back into that corner, that's the really optimal spots for like Dynamite, right? Where they all have to come around, hits a big one. And then the Bob, really good there, just blocking off the sight lines.
I still, you know, we're 4 weeks into qualifiers, right? I still think we're exploring the differences between bringing the Ashen, bringing the Sojourn on a couple of these different maps and what they offer a team willing to field them. So far, I've enjoyed the looks from Aspire, but Seeker's been really impactful with some of these railgun kills. Look at that big Dynamite. Rampage was there, though, so it doesn't really matter what the Titans throw at the Uprising here. They're unlikely to look any better. Mirror realized he's out of options here.
Yeah, Rampage back that big. Nothing you can really do against it, right? I mean, just comes in, hits just about everybody. We're going to get even more aggressive here as Seeker's going to end up using his overclock. They're going to push right into the spawn.
I mean, this is pretty standard defensive fare, right? Play forward and make it hard for the attackers. It's just frustrating for the attackers to get through some of these chokes. Spawn camp, while quite popular with this kind of meta game, also pretty strong on this part of the map now, as you can use his fire engine to break up that line of sight a lot, but long sight lines on either side lend itself to your hit scan DPS. Valentine close to Blade here, and King's got his Valentine.
Oh, Mirror gets hit with a headshot there, just a shot from Seeker as he's going with a Rampage. So now you've lost that. That is terrible for the Titans.
Yeah, this spawn camp going from bad to just a little worse now. And the Blade obviously used by Valentine to sort of set that up. But they've got both support ultimates, Boston. Again, starting to ease into this hole just a little more. Pressure is mounting for Vancouver. Yes, they have a support ultimate now up. They've used the commanding shout. Maybe Masa has to use that beat in response, and it comes too late to save King's life. Going from bad to worse here for Vancouver. How do they get themselves out of this situation? Seeker's still looking pretty comfortable now. Bob's got to get thrown into the mix here. Apply a lot of pressure, forcing Seeker to back around that light pole. Valentine does get rid of the mechanized menace, and Valentine doubles down. This is very dangerous for Vancouver. They are investing here, but it might be some cost fallacy unless King finds a little bit more action.
Yeah, as he's gotten 2, it's going to be King with 3 as he needed the rally. I think you can kind of feel the Titans felt like they were in dire straits. They needed to make a play there as Aspire now switches off of the Ash to the Sojourn. Provides maybe a little bit of a more insta-kill potential there with the rail shots as he finally got this cart moving.
Yeah, pretty crucial, but I mean, look at the amount of time that they've lost. Pretty brutal stuff for the Vancouver Titans, especially for a team who lost the first 2 fights of the round, so was behind the 8 ball in that sense already. 40 seconds. The Uprising solidly hold the high ground here. Seeker reluctant to give that up now. But we'll just make a rotation, probably feeling a little bit exposed up where he was. He backs up now. The Uprising being drawn out of formation a little bit because of this pressure in the back line. It was King and Master looking to make something happen there, but Crimzo and Faith so stalwart. They staved them off, and the Titans are down to 3 players. Aspire at least able to equalize here, but no. They're done. They might have one more chance, but it's slim at best.
I mean, very slim. What are you going to have to do? Have Masa get there and touch? It's going to be almost impossible. You see where he is right now. So, yeah, that should be it. So, good defense there on that second point by the Boston Uprising, giving themselves a pretty good chance here to take Midtown.
Not too shabby at all, Matt. The defense looked really solid. Crucially, Seeker had a huge impact. 4 final blows, 5 deaths, obviously, so a lot of grind there, but was really able to find some key eliminations. 61% railgun accuracy, right? We sort of talk about how important it is to be outputting consistent damage from that ability, and again, 61 is up with some of the top players in the league, so it doesn't necessarily manifest in terms of overall final blows, but very solid round for the Uprising. A lot of grit demonstrated there on defense, and the Titans look like they weren't quite expecting that level of resistance.
No.
Already out of the gates, this new look sort of roster for the Uprising is getting some results.
I was going to say they probably didn't think that they were going to see that level of aggression either from Boston, getting right up to the spawn door. Kind of forces the swap off of the Ash. So let's see this. Oh, yeah, it just jumps right around the corner and probably doesn't think he's going to be the recipient of one of those fully charged shots, but little does Mirror know. Seeker had it charged up waiting for him.
You make a great point. Really, really hard to know when to sort of push up on a Sojourn for kind of that exact reason. Zarya tends to glow and she's well charged up, but Sojourn sometimes you just need to assume she can tear your head off at a moment's notice. So, one checkpoint and change for the Vancouver Titans now. They need to drill down on this defense and outdo Boston. I like it. Okay, Faith, briefly there on the Zen, maybe just out of the gates here, back, of course, to Lucio. He's had a great round as well. Really, the difference in healing output between these two teams is quite high. Faith, a big part of that. Ton of healing on this Lucio compared to Masa.
So, well, Spire on the Sojourn yet again. I was going to say, before we saw them come out on D, like, do we see them maybe try and play the Ashe on D, like a little bit longer range, but going to go right over the Sojourn, no messing around here, as he's able to get that first pick. And you can understand maybe they want to work the Ashe in on certain parts of certain maps, right? They may think it's more beneficial, but yeah, Spire has been unreal on the Sojourn thus far this tournament. I don't know if there's a reason to change that.
Playing pretty safely here. He actually still has his mobility, so he's able to get away when pressured, but you know he's going to be chased out, and Punk actually notices that Aspire's forced to reposition. Both Sojourns are down right now. Valentine not really garnering a whole lot of attention playing around the fire truck as Mira's focused on what's happening on the point, and that's great for the Genji. Commanding shout here for Valentine, extra durability. Extra aggression opportunity, but it's King who strikes first in the Genji column. And this is starting to fall apart for the Boston Uprising.
Yeah, they do get 46% though, so they'll have one tick already on the point. So when we were watching Valentine, they almost like didn't really pay much attention to him. And then when he went on to Aztec, that's kind of when you saw like Masa come in to help, you know, a little bit more of the amped healing, but I think you got to get on the same page with Valentine in terms of like focusing on the targets, and maybe that's between him and Seeker.
Oh my, that's a lot of pressure. The damage from King there, the deflect looked good, and he's able to finish Valentine off with a lazy swipe of the blade. Punk taking a lot of slashes from behind here, quickly cutting the Junker Queen down to sides, and King's able to finish the job. And then just deflects, kind of just walks away, gets given a heal pack, and again the Boston Uprising are bundled up and rolled back onto spawn. That's over 2 minutes of clock burned here.
Yeah, Vancouver is just much faster, I think, at recognizing which target they need to go all in on and doing that. Where Boston, you're seeing players like linger around a while on the Vancouver side of things with like lower HP, where they need to take advantage of that.
The exchange of ultimates in this next fight is going to be really important. Even if the Uprising lose but they come out on top in economy, they'd probably be happy enough with that. Oh, that's devastating for Valentine. Shield bash away from Aztec, keeps himself out of the reach of the blade. Now Valentine has to kind of stay put, and Boston need to commit, but Aspire's found Seeker already. My god, this guy is devastating. But Overclock yielding the perfect kill to start the fight, and Valentine won't be allowed to escape. Steaming hole, drilled through Valentine.
Oh, they sound barrier here too.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, like I said, even if you lose but can keep some economy, that's fine, but Faith makes a bit of an uncharacteristic decision there to recklessly expend the sound barrier, and they get nothing for it.
Yes, that's a bit rough. I mean, maybe they think the sound barrier keeps them long enough to get like the overclock and the rampage, but that's
oh man,
really
running into a
risky.
sound barrier in this fight, that is so scary. Masa has the answer for the rampage.
They also got to be able to get the rampage off, right?
You're kidding. You're just kidding. Mira chops Seeker up, somehow gets close enough with the rampage. Seeker, I think, is unaware of just how close Mira is to him. The sheer amount of damage is like 130 damage from one swing, right, from that carnage. It is unreal.
And Punk uses the rampage there, maybe thinking he can snipe a kill or two as they're pushing a little bit further up, give themselves an opportunity, but that doesn't work. Valentine on the point all alone is pretty good defense from the Uprising. The offense, not the same, though.
Aspire, 11 final blows for the map, 7 deaths here. The DPS for the Titans really standing up where it counted. Valentine and Seeker had a great start. But that second round, the Boston Uprising lost all of that vitality. Unfortunate as well to see that sort of sound barrier used in a losing fight. The old economy wasn't really there for the Boston Uprising either. At any point, they weren't able to find an advantage in that regard. Again, coordination and how that's communicated is really important. And this is a newer team, or rather, a newer look team. We still need to see if they can get some more reps in to nail that coordination. Stick around, everybody. Still another chance for Boston to show what they're capable of, but the Titans look pretty reluctant to give an inch in this series. And we are less than a week away from Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament. The Toronto Defiant, who will be there by the way, are hosting the Summer Showdown presented by Bell between the 8th and 11th of September. Experience Esports live, play Overwatch 2, and come join the party. And be sure, of course, to check out the Bell Fan Zone for the best seats in the house. Looking forward to it. Obviously, we're heading out early next week, next few days. It's going to be quite exciting. Haven't been to Canada before. And again, it might be one of the best Overwatch tournaments to date. Yes, we're still going to see a lot of the sort of Junker Queen meta, I think, but you know, we really have a shake-up in terms of the teams, Matt, that are attending. One of them here, because obviously West Canada will be sending their representative over to Toronto, of course. Vancouver have qualified.
Different teams attending. The field kind of wide open, right? You know, Dallas is looking great. The Shock have played pretty good. You know, all summer showdown, right? You got Toronto in the mix, so should make for some really interesting matches. You know, I don't think you're going to have many matches like we've had in some tournaments where they're pretty lopsided. I think a lot of them are kind of how we talked about the Justice versus Outlaws match earlier, right? Where we were like, anybody could take this. I feel like that's a lot of the matches that we'll see that weekend.
Yeah, no doubt about it. A lot to look forward to, and I think a lot of teams actually starting to ramp up to potential peaks here. And now, maybe just a little bit more parity, seeing San Francisco look a little shaky. A lot of opportunities for, you know, teams with top Genjis, Sojourns, Junker Queens to shake things up. It's always a different feel at LAN, always a different atmosphere. That's where kind of the magic happens. It's kind of why we do these things. So if you can get there, I strongly recommend it. Otherwise, tune in and join us. It's one of the things that really drives my passion for the job. Hopefully you're all on the same page there. We're going to have the Uprising on defense now. Seeker will be on Ashe.
You're going to take a little bit of a more defensive long-range approach. If you're Boston, why not at this point? See if it works, right? You know, get Seeker some play time on it. And I wonder if Aspire answers back with it. You know, didn't really get to see the potential of like his Ashe play, as I thought. You know, his Sojourn was really good. The Boston, you know, Uprising, which is really good at, you know, really not letting him get tons and tons of value out of the Ashe.
So pretty standard setup with the Sim TP sending you to the high ground here. This is basically the antidote to that annoying high ground hold that we see some teams take. It doesn't completely shut it down, but you just put one player on the cart, usually the Genji, right, and the rest of them here, you keep everyone's heads down with the Ashe from this building. It's a great way to just like opt out of like this frustrating sort of oppressive scenario that attackers have to play from here. And that car is moving well. Aspire has such a great vantage point here, but Seeker, the dynamite connection, the reason for switching to Ashe, some would say, getting the Uprising off to a hot start.
Oh yeah, Crimson's going to find one as well, but see how long they can get this hold going for. They're going to have to take the high ground yet again with this type of composition. They can't allow King to get too close, right? Gonna get a dive up there on the high ground. Ashe not as good as like a Sojourn in terms of like defending against that.
Genji gets hit with the dynamite.
On the high ground too.
Yeah, frustrating. Brig plus dynamite. Genji gets hit with the dynamite. You can't even give him a pack and send him back in. He has to wait it out. Seeker. Oh, great pressure from King here. Just connecting shurikens.
He doesn't have the...
What discipline? I guess.
He doesn't
dash.
Have the dash. No, he doesn't have the dash up. Yeah, if he had a dash
Still,
up
I thought he'd walk around the corner maybe, but respected like potential burst damage from the Sojourn maybe. A body shot would have dealt him a hefty blow. Valentine is in the thick of things here with Mirror going down. Punk kind of looking very strong on the Junker Queen as expected. What is he cooking over there? King, okay, gets chopped down by Punk.
Bunch of ultimates coming into this fight, but Boston Uprising with a good defensive stand thus far. Payload not really making any significant progress. So what are you looking at? You know, Valentine Blade here. You got the sound barrier on the other side to counter that. You know, maybe the Bobs make a big play during this. I know, a little impactful.
Oh my! Nice Genji hit from Valentine. He hit 2 plays with that first slash, but the sound barrier timing is impeccable. And well, Fate's sound barrier just doesn't seem to be forthcoming. Bob will be dealt with here. He's barely a speed bump for the Vancouver Titans. And even though the Uprising try to sort of start that fight on the front foot, they get slapped back down. And I gotta wonder about the sort of support ult usage there for the Uprising. Like, is there a good chance to use that beat? But maybe there isn't.
I think they're just trying to hold it for King's Blade. They don't want to be without that support ultimate with the Blade coming out. Because if you use Sound Barrier there, you end up losing it. You know that they have Blade coming back in after that. You end up losing that too. So
yeah, makes sense.
It's your best opportunity to win this fight.
Oh, King shoots up like a firecracker. You know what he's going to do when he comes down. And the Sound Barrier is there for Fate. So ends up being saved for the correct occasion. The Boston Uprising don't want to give up the checkpoint. That's more important to them here, and King is just cornered. He gets removed here. 3 players hit with that rampage from Mirror. Is it enough to break the deadlock? The answer is no. Punk at home in every which way on the Junker Queen pick.
Yeah, quite surprised that they ended up using the Rampage there from Mirror. I thought maybe kind of as soon as you lose King, you understand you've lost that fight, you come back, you have your own Rampage and seal the deal. But Boston putting together a really good defensive hold with a chance to prevent the Titans from even capping checkpoint A.
15 seconds left. Boston, some great looks here. Kind of what we saw in Midtown. Defensively, they look really good. Seeker's gone down here. And the rally for Aztec trying to compound the problems for Boston. Crimso's forced to reciprocate. Jagged Blade, no connect, but Mira still wants to surge ahead. Okay, shield bash away by Crimso. Respects Mira's lumberjack skills. And that's a nice knife connection on Punk. He's not going to be able to get away. All right, checkpoint here for the Titans in overtime almost.
The first pick by Aspire was really good on the Seeker, and then right there when they hit the knife in, Punk gets yoinked right into a Dynamite, and the ticking damage just so heavy.
All right, now the Titans able to at least build up some momentum here. Spy still on the Ash. Bob available for both players. If you can direct here to Junker Queen with that Bob, get that knock up, that really start to break down the enemy front line, but the Titans still need to answer the question about, oh my, the Dynamite and the Slash? That has to be premeditated. That's a lot of pressure right there. Okay, neutral knockdown between the Bobs. Haymakers being thrown here, rage in the cage between the Omnic bodyguards. And it's actually going to be the Uprising coming out on top there on virtue of King being taken down. Crimso pressures a little further here, and Boston again on defense, pretty sharp.
Yeah, Payload makes a little bit of progress there for the Titans, but Uprising, they do a nice job of reclaiming the high ground after it looked like the Titans were trying to take some of that there at the start. So now we get this pushed up, a very aggressive defense yet again from Boston.
Yeah, Punk being a little hard to shift behind those stalls here. Okay, they want to go aggressive here. Valentine pulls the bait. The commanding shout was there, but Mira intercepts Valentine with the carnage. Not easy to do. Mira's timed that incredibly well. We're going to assume it was intentional. Oh, man. Yeah. What a momentum killer.
So, yeah, that is definitely any type of momentum you had. Yeah, that is definitely a momentum killer. As you come back around this corner. This might be like last fight, though, with how like slow this payload goes around the corners and whatnot here. For the Titans, where you're going to have like the Rampages for both teams. Maybe that's the difference here. Can Mirror land a big one this time?
Vancouver done pretty well here by sending King forward. Oh, he wants to play this. The guy. Okay, yeah. Interesting decision, I've got to say. Seeker's able to shut him down there. Sound barrier was forced out. The Titans may have another fight if they can disengage cleanly here, but that doesn't look like that's happening at all. Especially without the speed boost to get away. This is dangerous.
Yeah, it is not looking good here. It's Mirror will go in, and he's going to get taken out really fast. This should be a hold here for the Uprising.
Okay, questionable stuff for the Titans there, but again, it was a long walk back off spawn. They probably realized they didn't have enough time. King tries to make the play by neutralizing any Uprising presence on that high ground. He runs headlong into a sound barrier and then gets blown to smithereens. A little bit awkward for Vancouver. You can see what they're trying to make happen there, but perhaps just a slightly more conservative approach may have served them a little better. Either way, Boston, it's never been their defense in this series that we have leveled questions at, Matt. It's been their offense.
Exactly. Can they break what will most likely be a close to the spawn hold here from the Titans? It's really been the Titans' defense that have won them some of the last map specifically, right? Let's see if it can kind of come through yet again. Aspire will be on the Ash, so I want to use some of that more long range, some of that high ground here on that hero.
All right, scoreboard clearly being used there as Mira and Punk are noting that their damage is the same for whatever that's supposed to imply for these two. I can confirm they both have 5,656 damage exactly. Yeah, King, I mean, that is
nice. The Dynamite on the ground. The Dynamite on the ground to the shot to the knockback. Yeah, that's a really good... I mean, it's good to use that against the Genji there for the Ashe. The issue is like that's also all Ashe has, right? Like you have to use everything in her kit to make it work.
Still it pays off there. Obviously a little hard from that perspective to see what King's trying. Well, you know what King's trying to achieve there. Sound barrier did get forced, but unfortunately for the Titans, the Uprising made good use of it. Now, no Symmetra TP early, so the Uprising aren't trying to, use conventional methods to break this hold. They're just kind of got to go the old-fashioned way. Whether that's a mistake or not, we're about to find out.
So, Punk and Mirror both get low. It's be a dynamite around the corner here for Seeker putting down some damage. Oh, that's a big one though from the Spire, yeah.
Look at the heal pressure. Look at the tick damage is so impactful.
Yeah, it's so difficult with some of these comps. Like, I think the Ashe works really well where you have high ground or distance, and there's like one real main choke you're kind of forcing the team through, right? It's kind of like the perfect scenario for Ashe, especially going against a composition that wants to stay close together, doesn't really have any healers who can do that at the distance. Ugh.
Look at Aspire's ult charge. Compared to Seeker, but in general, the Dynamites, 4-5 player Dynamites here, you cannot heal through that damage with Lucio and Brig and also go forward and try and top anybody up. It's so hard
also
to push through.
It's way easier, I think, for Spire to get these Dynamites down than like Seeker, right? Like,
oh yeah.
If you're Boston, like this actually may be where the Sojourn's a bit better, right? Just to avoid the Dynamites and just kind of like play in that like middle range type of area, like play really aggressive and not really focus as much on the Ashe.
Right, maybe disrupt the shot is like safer zoning as well.
Yeah.
Bob here, pretty scary stuff. Throw that at the card and okay. No one knocked up, but again, immediately Valentine's forced to deflect, back away. Crimzo going for the rally here. Bob will be neutralized, but there's two support ultimates waiting on the Titans side of things. Big dynamite again, Matt. How do you fight through this? Again, King is there to follow it up every time. Commanding shout used.
The issue is when the Dynamites come, it forces you to use those commanding shouts. Now you're going to have to beat here, and for really just absolutely nothing, here's going to be the Blade.
I think it's a counterblade attempted from Valentine. Looking to chase King down. King is neutralized. He'll get packed. But we're down to 90 seconds left in the round here. Rampage is coming online. No support ultimates. This is going to be messy. Here it is. 4 players connected with on the Boston side, but Bob is a factor. Mira can't follow up on the anti-heal himself. He needs to deal with big bad Bob, but King was able to go in and chase Seeker down, and again the key damage dealers have been plucked out of formation for the Uprising.
Yeah, you got a minute plus on the clock here for Boston to get it going, but it does not look great thus far. You're going to have to give up some space here to get a Spire back, but still, you can play from this next choke. It's the same type of idea, right? 2 spots for them to come from.
Punk wondering how he gets value from Rampage when he's pushing into a concave. And high ground control still being loosely held by the Titans here and there. King trying to make good use of it. Commanding shout from Punk. Dynamite used. We heard it go off. Rampage. Only on a Spire here. There might be enough though. Get rid of the Ashe and he might be home free. Crimzo just able to stay alive. Oh no! He was using the rally. He's brought down, but Seeker's doing work in this fight. 2 kills and the Carnage connection on the enemy. Genji for Punk. Seeker having a great fight here in the Boston Uprising. Finally come up with the goods. Finally. They have a chance now.
Is the cart in a spot where you can't challenge again if you're the Titans? Or do you decide to give it up?
You're giving up, I think.
Yeah, it looks like the way they're going, they're going to have some players sit on that high ground, and yeah, they're going to give it up. So 2 minutes and 30 now on the clock. Boston with an opportunity to extend this series.
Close, but no cigar for the Titans. On that first point hold. Similar situation that befell them as they attacked. Making use of this high ground, so critical here. Aspire has another bob, but he's well ahead of Seeker and ult charge again. Although Seeker's bob was really nasty. They came out. Oh, big dynamite connection there, and Valentine's able to finish the job. That's big. Fate might look to hold it on the sound barrier. No, he lets that one go here as the Uprising want to build some momentum. Fair enough. Aztec goes for the rally here. King's Blade doesn't yield anything. And the sound barrier now comes out from Master. Only 3 players benefit from it, and Valentine is holding on to the Dragon Blade. It's falling apart here for the Vancouver Titans as the Uprising are grinding them down.
Now you have this Blade here for Valentine coming up next against absolutely nothing for the Titans. Where Boston looking to take a map here, extend the series. Mirror are going to get closer towards the Rampage coming out, but I know, you're really looking maybe a Spire here from the high ground. It's got to be the difference maker. Somebody's got to touch.
King gets there. Going to be a commanding shout immediately from Punk, though, and Valentine's Blaze coming in from the periphery, trying to work the backline, but Mirror's already down. It's perfect for the Boston Uprising. What a way to come alive here, breaking through an indomitable-looking hold from the Vancouver Titans, and they'll stay alive in this series. They're not done yet, Matt.
So Boston takes a map, sends us to a fourth map. What a push today. We'll get a chance to see that and see how this new look Boston looks in that game mode, but really good defense there from Boston, and then comes through on the offensive side finally.
Both Valentine and Seeker end the map with 11 final blows each to Aspiring Kings 7 respectively. See Valentine and Seeker really come alive in those last moments. Seeker gets that triple kill in that second to last fight. Big dynamite heal and damage rather, and follow up by Valentine to get rid of Aspire was crucial. Good looks for the Boston Uprising and positive signs for the future. But the near future is what's more concerning. This series is still on the line. Stick around, everybody, for map number 4. Boston Uprising keeping it fresh with a new look roster and keep it interesting in this series by taking it to the Vancouver Titans on Dorado. Again, a close affair as both these teams seem to be much better defensively, Matt, than when it comes to their offense. Neither have really plumbed the depths of any of our escort maps to a great degree. It's all about the defensive play. And the Titans were just a little behind the 8 ball on Dorado. Heading over to push, though, here, so time to mix things up.
Yeah, both teams gonna have to play offense here on Coliseum, so we'll get a chance. Maybe Boston's starting to click a little bit, starting to gel, right? A little confidence here going into this map. I also think potential that like the first 2 maps, like the Titans were so good. Maybe started to take things a little bit easy, like take your foot off the gas a little bit, right? Well, let's see how they bounce back here. As Boston could really make this one close and interesting. Send it to a Game 5 because, like I mentioned, a win here for the Titans. Obviously, still in the Summer Showdown. Nothing win or loss there that changes that. But getting to 4-13, you don't really talk about 4-13 as a huge something to really kind of showboat about. But getting to 4-14. Puts them 1 game behind the Boston Uprising. They get 1 league point just for going to the event. And maybe the Titans are actually able to, win a game or 2, right? Let's say they get 2 points, right? Then it makes, for Boston, like, them even harder to get into the play-in for the regular season.
I mean, especially like, okay, so let's assume Vancouver Titans, maybe they're not top 4 or wherever they end up, right? Okay, they get selected by a really nasty team like Dallas. Okay, but they still get to play in the lower bracket. There's still opportunities to get league points there as well. So, again, the more of those you can accrue now, the play-ins are pretty robust. Like, there's a pretty... It's kind of hard to not at least, sort of qualify for play-ins here. And when you're peaking now towards the late part of the season as you are as the Titans, your record doesn't really matter as long as you have a seat at the table, right?
As long as you finish in that play-in window, right, where you're kind of top 10, the 3 teams on the outside, in the bottom of NA or on the outside of the play-in, you have a shot at the overall season playoff. I think if you're the Titans, any way you can jump over the Uprising, especially a win here is crucial, but then getting some league points, right, it's the last kind of opportunity to earn bonus league points at an event, right? Because we go right into the play-ins after the seeding games for the Countdown Cup.
Boston opt to play around the outside for the time being here. Want to close the gap. Don't want to drag this out if they can help it. Mira gets absolutely slammed in the front line. Seeker, though, doesn't, I think, expect to get jacket-bladed in. He's able to get away with his mobility, and King gets over the barrier here. So, pretty intense engagement. Not passive by any stretch, but neither team actually really able to strike a mortal blow. Seeker's getting confused by particle effects here, I'm sure of it, but he still stays alive. A lot of the healing resources have got to be pretty heavily taxed for both teams right now, and it's the Titans that draw first blood, and Crimzo and Faith, they look like they're in trouble too.
As soon as you said healing resources for both teams were taxed, looked over on the Boston side, and they had both of their supports at below 50% HP.
Yeah.
And eventually they're just going to crumble, right? So that'll be the Titans who get in control of the barrier first. So yeah, it's kind of like these long drawn-out battles, and it's not as much of that big. I mean, obviously, big burst damage, right, where you can kill a target, is great, but that just consistent damage over time is what really ruins some of these comps.
And neither of these teams are incentivized, Matt, to poke for long periods of time because they need Inspire to be up. And in doing so, they need to have their front lines colliding. Great way to pick off Aspire there. He's just trying to play a bit of an off angle, but it's pretty easy to chase when you have 2 forms of speed boost at your disposal. Punk, nice knife. That's what I call a knife. Good man. Mirror brought down here by Seeker, so it's going to be tough for the Titans. They're able to get some extra push during this fight. Sneaky Master. Able to advance the bot a little further.
Yeah, Aztec rallies during that too, which is interesting. They end up losing Mir through when they got that rally going. So now it'll be the Boston Uprising in control of the barrier. Both support ultimates on deck. Maybe they can at least match the Titans' progress.
Oh, what? What a knife. Punk, my God. Guy's auditioning for Crocodile Dundee. All right. 4 ultimates up for the Uprising. That was a blade. Seeker finds Master at the start of the fight, though. So sound barrier, forget about it. What a great way to punish the Titans investing in this fight. You take the Lucio away, absolutely dominated.
Well, yeah, I mean, now you're starting to cook here a little bit for Boston. You see, you know, when we go to the player cams, a little bit more smiles, a little bit more liveliness in the play. Is no, they all end up being able to take the lead here. Yeah, a little bit of a bounce, yeah. A little bit of a pep in the step here as they're going to take the lead. And this is going to be a blade here as Masa will sound barrier, so not really going to result in much.
In fairness, Valentine obviously telegraphs that by dashing upwards at a 45-degree angle. Still a spike gets brought down there. This is scary stuff. The blade doesn't find anything, but the Rampage surely does. Boston finding another gear here. I'm thinking like we might be in reverse sweep territory here, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, things are falling apart fast for the Titans. So, you know, this will be their next best case scenario. Well, so the good thing here for Boston, right, is you're going to get, you know, the checkpoint here. So you won't have to deal with this again when you go back on your kind of push as the Spire takes out Faith. You won't have to deal with this again, so you'll be able to just run right on by this, where the Titans still have not gotten that on their side of things. So a lot of progress we made up here by the Titans. They're going to take the lead back again.
I'd say Boston probably knew they'd lost the fight about 15 seconds ago there with losing their Lucio, but hey, just buy a little bit of time here. You're not incentivized to invest any further, and the Titans would hate to burn anything in just trying to get the bot back under your control. So we're back to neutral here, and again, I remind you, these teams don't really want to poke too long. They need to get their bricks involved, and that's where the volatility becomes a factor. You see, there we go, straight away, Mira wants to charge forward. 5 minutes 40 left in the round, and the Titans want to make the most of what they have left on the clock. Good start, good Rampage connection, and a clean finish.
Trying to get Valentine there. He's really low, ends up making out with his life, but it's a fight they absolutely need to win. They have to get to the choke point now, get the checkpoint as well, and you'll have King with a blade, a free blade here. Nothing on the other side. King gets good value out of this blade. You could see them pass the Boston Uprising in a big way.
Aspire's not in position to get a first pick though, Matt, because he's actually the one on the bot right now. Interesting allocation of personnel there, but very, very close here. Okay, they got the checkpoint. Nicely done. So that's big for both teams. That also means that overtime gets scary because there's no sort of butt scratch involved. Both teams have achieved that. And now the Titans go ahead. Quite the back and forth affair.
Yeah, you didn't need a Spire pushed up to try and get one of those picks because you had the Dragon Blade. You're really going for the kills with the blade. As you end up getting one, and that's enough to give you the lead and then some now.
Well, Mira, I like that. Trying to swing around the corner with a Carnage. Fate takes a gigantic hit. Crimso's going to go for the rally here. Fair enough. The Titans, again, not incentivized to invest heavily in this fight because they are now ahead. It's 91 to 67.
Right, in the next fight, you'll probably see both teams invest pretty heavily about, you know what, mid-map-ish, right? In still, with this, you know, big push that just came out of the Titans, a huge lead with half the time already gone in the game.
Old economy, though, really favoring Boston. So what Valentine can do with this blade now, if he just forces Master's beat again and just lets it go. The neutral fight, though, yeah, favoring Boston as well. They're able to catch Mira out. How crucial is this, man? A fight, a convincing fight win with no ultimates used.
Nothing
that is a big
used.
deal.
I mean, that is massive there for the Boston Uprising and their chances to win here, right? Because as we mentioned, the checkpoint's already been gotten, so you're not going to have to stop and wait. As soon as we get to the barrier here, we're going to start going. As you still have a decent amount of progress to make up, but with 4 ultimates, you think you're going to be able to do it.
Okay, shout here for the Titans. Beat from Master as well, and Valentine says, okay, I'm happy with that. I'm going to sit on the bot now. But Seeker is brought down from the high ground, and Aspire has a very strong vantage here. 3 players still here with the Rampage load coming out of Punk. Looking to try and put the fight back in their favor. Faith even invested the sound barrier. It's going to actually pay off. Punk's found 2 kills, and Valentine gets rid of Aspire. And the Boston Uprising, they're not done.
Yeah, you have to if you're Boston. There's no way you don't invest the sound barrier there. You just don't. You're not going to have another opportunity like this where you're this close to taking the lead, especially. Yeah, but the chances of you getting back in that situation or in a better situation with this much time on the clock is just not great. I actually like the decision there.
Yeah, the foresight to make that decision is great, but how about this one, Matt? Rally from Aztec, still dead to Punk, and Seeker's able to find a kill to start the fight. This might start to blow out of proportion. The Vancouver Titans are losing their footing.
Well, still some time here for the Titans, right? You're going to have to get this back in your favor. They're really only like, what, a little bit more than 10 meters behind currently, 20 meters behind now at the moment. You got to get this rally out, ideally without using, like, the Blade, but you may have to.
Yeah, Blade does get used here. Pretty back and forth stuff. King needs to kill a catch a 3v3 with a Rampage, so it has to favor the Titans as Valentine eventually succumbs. Heavy spend for the Titans to get back in possession of the bot. And with the Uprising in a lead, with 2 minutes left in the round, this one could go either way, but you're happy with Boston because you win multiple fights, Matt, against support ultimates of the Titans.
Yeah, you win multiple fights. I think the one that you mentioned where the Boston Uprising won that fight for basically free without having to invest anything, if they end up winning this and forcing a game 5.
Yeah, the neutral one.
Yeah, that is the fight that ends up doing it for them.
Yeah. Crazy to think back to that because it's like halfway through the round, right? It's like 3 minutes ago.
3 minutes ago, yeah.
Yeah. Can the Titans sort of do the same thing? If they can do it here, they'll have to, you know, I mean, they can't spend anything, but if they can save the sound barrier, that could be a big deal. Blade, nah, maybe just use it. Yep, Master erring on the side of caution, got to respect it. Another Blade shut down by Valentine and a Rampage. You won't forget about quickly. Another lovely one from Pumpkin. Oh dear. The Vancouver Titans are going to have to dig deep now. It's a sound barrier spent and a Rampage to punish them.
Yeah, and if you're the Uprising, you don't even really necessarily need this bot pushed all the way. You just want to get it really far, further enough to make it a very difficult trek here for the Titans. So,
This ends now.
overclock here from Seeker. A few kills here would just be, you know, a GG.
I mean, talk about paving the way. I love it.
Ooh,
Great connection
okay.
from Seeker there. Mirror drops. What a day. What a game from Seeker. Aztec getting run down. Seeker still needs to respect that, but this is it. 18 seconds left in the round. The wailing, the moaning, the gnashing of teeth of the Boston Uprising fans saying, bring Punk back, bring Crimzo back. Finally been answered, and now this team is looking to take it to a map 5. Mirror gets knocked back at almost a full completion point. 06 meters remaining. A very small distance for those keeping track at home, and a sound barrier now comes out for Faith. Crimzo invests with the rally as well. Flags waving as the Boston Uprising get it done here on Colosseo, and in the end, it's pretty darn convincing.
Man, what? After map 2, this is probably the last thing I would have predicted, but the Boston Uprising have found a way. They have, you know, forged a path to a game 5 here. And they've looked great over the last 2 maps, right? Really strong here on Colosseo. Good usage of ultimates. I know consistently it seems like, I know maybe at the beginning of the series weren't exactly comfortable with this lineup, but now definitely looking like it.
I mean, it looked kind of close at times, that map, but in the end, 52 final blows for the Uprising, 20 for the Vancouver Titans. Seeker has 17 final blows to Aspire's 5. That is a huge gulf between those two players and a huge part of what propels the Uprising to victory on that map. They're on the come up right now, ladies and gentlemen, and so this map 5 is not one you want to miss. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman's finding all the snitches in the right places right now. Seeker with a ridiculous map foreshowing on Sojourn, completely eclipsing Aspire. 17 final blows, 5 deaths. That's some nice numbers, Matthew.
Yeah, real dominance here in the Sojourn on Coliseum with can he do it again? And can the Boston Uprising make a what seemed like an hour ago, like an improbable run, right? They were down bad after the first two. Dorado wasn't looking pretty. They battled back there. Coliseum, they really turned up, felt like. Ended up winning that one in pretty solid fashion. What in the world happens here in our Game 5? I mean, can Boston continue this level of play? Do the Titans still have something in the tank, right, to turn it around?
I just want to make it clear as well that we talked up Aspire coming in because he has league best stats in hero damage and railgun kills. And he's tied for second in solo kills, second in final blows. So the fact that, you know, he's getting outmatched in the 1-to-1, which is not always relevant because it's not a 1v1 game, but the fact that you know, so much greater impact is coming out from Seeker says one of two things. Obviously, either Seeker's incredible or Aspire's having a tough day, or maybe a little bit of both here. Either way, it's a great look for Boston, who are definitely trying something new, and I definitely feel like they're kind of playing with house money to a degree here, at least here in the Summer Showdown, because they're thinking more about the, well, sure. Well, I mean, like we discussed, like how they could be gate kept out of play-ins, right? So they don't have much time to get it right, but they have no choice, Matt, but to try and make it work with the.
Well, we've talked about it from Vancouver's perspective, but from Boston's, you win this. That weak point that the Titans get from the event isn't that scary anymore, right? Like you've kind of put yourself with that buffer yet again. Where, yeah, I mean, you're still like what, like at least 2 points up. Like I can't remember if Boston ever got any points from like any of the events. But just off of the records, right, you'd be in a much better spot winning this series.
6-12, not overly flattering, but enough in many cases to come out of the Summer Showdown with. So here we go. Into Nepal, ladies and gentlemen. Sanctum's up first. Again, standard setups for both sides. And we'll be fighting over this right-hand side. Again, a bit of poke here. Seeker goes low. The Uprising going to be very, very careful. Hard to heal that up quickly. Yamasa sees it. He wants to speed his team forward, and they get what they came for, Matt.
Yeah, that's really aggressive back into the corner there by the Titans, using the speed boost to put King and Mirror in a position to rack up some kills right now. Let's see where they decide to play. Looks like King moves into the choke, but may want to just kind of like observe a little bit here at the start, see where the Boston Uprising want to attack from, and then fight.
I like that, being on Master's POV in that previous fight, because you can see the exact point at which they decide to flip the switch and go on the aggressive after an extended poke phase. That's a repair pack used on Valentine. Seeker will have to take one as well, so I don't think you have any left if you're Crimzo right now. You might want to go for it yet again here, while the healing just isn't very good. And so they do. King comes forward. Punk very, very low. You have to amp heals here, I think, to try and keep him in the fight. Fate trying to get away. Well, no amp heals available anymore. Hasn't been used. It's too late. King gets caught. He sort of suspends himself in front of the Boston Uprising backline here, but he's done his job well and truly. Punk's healthy enough. He'll try and make his way towards the point here, but Aspire, I mean, he takes Valentine very low. What a finish there as he comes across the point. Classy shooting.
Yeah, as he's trying to get Faith as well, as he's not really getting a ton of benefits from the rally over healing, and that's going to be a commanding shout, trying to get everybody topped up a little bit for Boston as they want to battle this out.
Punk's getting so much work done here, even in a short-handed fight. Good pressure. Now they can start to at least threaten a capture. King will step onto the point and expose himself a little bit to some of that poke here. You can hear those shots being fired off by... Oh, dear! Okay, looks like Crimson got away with that one. Looks like his shield bash towards the point. Looked a little risky. Punk there with the Jagged Blade. King unable to deflect enough damage, and here's a Rampage catching the back line of the Vancouver Titans. Aztec rallies this? Oh, if he can stay alive, it would be huge, and he and Master do, but they lose Mirror in the process. I don't love it, but the Titans are at 88% here, so decent lead, at least.
Yeah, that rally, you may want that one back, though. Yeah, that one, you could imagine you had a rally coming into this fight. You feel a lot better if you're the Titans.
Man.
You do get to just a little bit under, 90% on the point. see how they go about and attack this. I mean, this seems like a little bit of a junk fight that you're going to have to fight here for the Titans. Oh, they rally going on in. That'll be the sound barrier in response, but you're going to get Seeker.
Yeah, Valentine is healthy though. So he goes super aggressive and finds 2 in the backline. Both DPS, by the way. That's big. This fight still hangs in the balance, but you've got to give it to the Uprising on virtue of then controlling the point here. But very quickly, Aztac and Masa want to make something happen. That trademark aggression from the back line of the Titans starting to show through here. That's the Portal Combat over on Sanctum. Oh dear, Masa eventually is the back way, but there's a blade. There was a boop early though, as King was forced away. And the Vancouver Titans in the 2v2. Well, you love to see those.
So now you're going to get close to victory here. We're going to have a few players going to trickle back in here for Boston to be able to touch. So Crimzo with this rally, you have to get it. You cannot let Crimzo die early here.
Disrupt the shots, 2 of them thrown down on the point. Marcy is able to get the sound barrier off. Now you got to go aggressive, chase after them. Seeker's low. The Titans don't care if they have to push up the point as long as they can win the fight cleanly as they're in overtime here. Punk eventually is going to be forced to succumb. Rally here from Crimzo. Not quite the rally jacks that we saw on Dorado, but not quite enough to save his team either. No knife connect there. Faith is going to be brought down though. Valentine is grounded and it's just Crimzo. Forced to give up the GOAT. The Vancouver Titans here with that first round in this map 5.
Yeah, as they start to, it's so weird though, Mitch. Like, where was this Titans the last like 2 maps, right? Saw a little bit on Dorado, but then they just started giving up a ton of space. Like, where was this Titans on Coliseo? As we have King potentially hovering over the May here.
I wouldn't hate it. King, by the way, really nice round just now. That boop though, that boop with a sound barrier in play. You just sent 1,000 HP over the edge. I'd be very pleased.
We see the May play a little bit more controlling around the objective.
I like it.
Yeah.
We've seen London so annoying to play on maps like this we had in High Rises when they've got that May in their composition. It's really nasty. Can you punish Punk though? That's the question. He's not nearly as aggressive as like, say, Kalios.
Well,
okay.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, forget about the May. Yeah, don't worry about that for now.
Oh, see, it's another shot there on the Spire. I was actually going to say that May is probably pretty good because if, you know, the other team looks maybe a little bit uncoordinated, right? You can take advantage of that.
Absolutely.
With the May. As Seeker gets quite low, it looks like you're going to be able to heal everybody up.
No way, Mirror survived that! He goes down to 10% on 2 separate occasions in that fight, and eventually Crimzo's the first one to go down. Nice work by Valentine though. Oh, he's got so many targets that are just so low. Genji, if you survive late in the fight, play a safe neutral, and there's all these targets that are getting slowly healed up by Lucio's unamped heals, you can go to town.
You didn't even really see, Valentine didn't even really have to use any of his, you know, primary or secondary fires. He's pretty much just dashing from target to target. They were all so low from just taking damage from really just everybody, like over time. As Seeker is like almost doubling up here, Aspire, in terms of charge towards that overclock. So you know the damage that he's been putting in.
The Titans want a close fight. The Uprising have to opt out of it to a degree. Yeah, see, that's what happens. The cone of silence goes up there, but now the Uprising are ready to commit. They trade Brigittas. Valentine forced into a deflect here. Blade ultimately yielding very little, but Seeker is at least able to take the May down again. So the Titans don't benefit from that consistent damage from the endothermic blaster. Again, they lose May far too early in the fight. That's pretty scary stuff here for the Titans. This pick is not working for them.
No, and what do you do? I mean, do you just give up some of the ultimate charge and swap at this point? If you do that, you're probably most likely not even looking at a Blade with how these fights have gone. Just be a really kind of like sad, a little bit of a throwaway round here for the Titans. As block has to be used early, they get a Spire. I mean, this is ugly.
Yep, not good. Not high value use of the May in these fights, unfortunately. The Titans not able to really maneuver into a position to get value there, and they get absolutely crumped.
Can you get high value out of anything if you're losing a player, but like before you even get close to the objective? I feel like every single time they've lost a player on the way in. So this would be a really odd start to Nepal with 2 back-to-back like blowout rounds. Now we see the Genji swap, so you never ended up getting the Blizzard, and you're most likely, unless you flip the point here, not going to get the Blade.
Oh, did it get early? I mean, King is, well, definitely not having the same impact that he did in the previous round. That's as nice as I can put it. Nice rampage connection there from Punk. He catches 3. King is not going to get back to the fight in time. Another rail kill for Seeker. Looking very dangerous there as Carnage makes it mark as Massa falls, and we will have a third round here on Nepal.
Oh, and I think you put that May away. I do not think you
stow
think
it.
about running that again.
Absolutely stow it.
It's it's like, well, we saw, you know, London do it and they were effective with it, and it's like, well, maybe put it away. Let's not use it. So we'll go back to the Genji here if you're the Titans. See who kind of gets the best in the mirror. It's been back and forth throughout the series. I think like right now, kind of definitely trending more towards the Uprising, right?
Well, we just saw around there where the Titans had a game plan and they couldn't actually play to any of the strengths of it.
Yeah.
Right? They don't get to be on the point, and when they do get on the point, they're usually a player down. Not saying that it's particularly excusable, but that is what happened. All right, out of spawn we come here. So back obviously to the Genji. The silly lad Juice has been put down. It'll be the Uprising playing for point control early.
So Boston takes the side of the point. So, you know, they kind of have the point at their back here, which...
Oh,
someone's going to kind of force the Titans directly into them.
Oh, and he gets Master as well. How is that rewarded? So aggressive. Still, though, I mean, Mira, if you're catching anybody, you get instant 90 damage off that Carnage. It's a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. As like you mentioned, Seeker pretty far up there. Kind of miraculous he gets one, right? Yeah, could have got knifed, could have got gripped in.
I have to give a benefit of the doubt anytime I see like a Sojourn deep within an enemy formation, because the Jagged Blade, hard to spot sometimes. It doesn't represent up on the scoreboard, and it's usually a good explanation for why a DPS plays in Narnia. Mira really...
Boston
trying to play
kind
forward,
roll
Matt.
up onto the point. Yeah, I mean, that like there wasn't really any kind of like setup or like go for positioning. It's just they just march straight in.
Got to appreciate Mira's evolution, I think, as well as a player, Matt. Going from like sort of like a sub coming in, looking at like a lot Doomfist on this Gladiators roster that looks like they're heading in a different direction, now to like a real leader, calling from the front line on this team. You can obviously see him on the player cam. They're really coordinating. Great little glow up for a player that's been around the league for a little while now. Rally here from Aztac. Good timing as well. Able to save King. Mira, though, under a lot of pressure, and Master's beat is just too late to save his life.
And then the rally comes through from Crimzo here late. It'll be the overclock from Aspire, and it's just making it like deadly to even go in and try and make a play for the point.
Okay, if Vancouver can force Boston to Blade here, they'll be very happy. Looks like they'll give up the point instead, though. 71% seems to be enough for them, but the Uprising have a chance here. Remember, it's a reverse sweep on the line and a safer postseason for this team. Valentine Blade looking for King. Deflect for King. Able to get away with it there as that Blade is shut down. Neither Genji really getting a ton of value.
Bizarre. Both Blades go for nothing against teams that both have no support ults on the other side.
Yeah, they respect each other too much. The Genjis end up just fighting one another. 3 players hit with that rampage, and it's going to be 2 backliners for Punk. Man, this guy's Junker Queen is nasty. And that'll keep the Boston in the hot seat.
Yeah, as you'll have an overclock coming in here for that next fight, but man, both Blades popped, then everybody just kind of like jumps around and looks at each other for a bit. A little bit of damage put down, but not really anything huge. Is Boston going to get close with this next fight? That if you can win this one here, especially just kind of like using an overclock potentially and dodging this rampage, you set yourself up to steal this series.
Again, the Spy's been really quiet, Matt. Less final blows than Aztac right now, or maybe that'll change after this fight. Seeker, what is going on? Excuse me? That's 4 for him in the fight. 3 of them, yep, drop them. Drop the twinings, lad. Give him a bit of raspberry as well. The Uprising are now even. This is getting awful close, and that reverse sweep possibility starting to materialize.
I mean, they go in with a rampage. They get a hook really kind of on a Punk early. Let's see this from Seeker's POV. Just popping off here at the end. I mean, nice shot there. Ooh, that is clean. That is not one where everybody's lined up. Those are tough shots.
Here it is, the Titans getting pressured now. Aspire getting left behind. Valentine just in his element here. Great aggression, the Uprising try and preempt the Vancouver Titans and start that fight. They look calm on the outside, but you know how close they are to this reverse sweep. Unbelievable stuff. The Uprising are asleep at the wheel for the start of the series, and Seeker will sit on the point. and claim his prize. The Uprising complete an incredible reverse sweep. New coaching staff, they take a chance. Punk, Seeker, Crimzo in the lineup, and they get a huge result against a team that's been incredible so far.
Oh, man. I was just laughing at Punk doing the L Fortnite dance there, just into the camera. But this is a team, the Boston Uprising, right? Like, these are players they've had around. Look at that, you know, Mag celebrating with the crew. Like, these are players they've had around, right? I know Seeker, I think, has been on the roster for a bit, but didn't turn 18 for a while. Where now you have him in the lineup. You bring in Punk back, who clearly is a difference maker. What's sad for, you know, Boston is, like, in a win here, it's like, this could have been like kind of what you played all tournament long. Is you know, you see how kind of relieved and just happy Punk is there. Is like his season has been all over the place. He's been in, then he's been out, and really like out for not like any.
But every time he comes in,
like
he puts up incredible showings.
They come in,
inexplicable.
Yeah. He comes in and they win, and then they just take him out again. Just really bizarre, but good to see him play and you know, Boston success today, and that's a huge win, right? Makes it really hard now, like where the Titans have to play really good in the Countdown Cup to end up overtaking the Boston Uprising.
Is this the fabled Ascoft gap? Is that what we're seeing right now? Great look here for the Boston Uprising. I'm such a fan of how they've managed to turn things around in a match like this. Even Mag and Co getting involved in the celebration, because whether you're playing or not, this is a huge result for this franchise. Some life stirs amongst this roster. Your player of the match here has got to be Seeker. Incredible showing. A player that, you know, at Overwatch League level, we know very little about coming into this matchup outside of some history, but he comes out and frankly works one of the top surgeon players in the whole league in the neutral, utterly, especially in the back half of that
second half of the series. Yeah, second half of the series. I think everybody from Boston was a little bit lifeless at the start. But man, did he really turn up when it mattered the most, right? Maps, you know, 3, 4, and 5. Absolutely fantastic on the Sojourn. Definitely gave them a lot of energy and life today. So really excited to see what we get out of this player in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeker stats there as well, obviously, maybe hampered by how those first couple of maps went, but Dorado is where that momentum really started to shift, right? And it was also Seeker that managed to turn this 3K on defense as they're getting pushed into the second part of the map, turn that into a win for this team. I don't really think you can overstate how crucial this is. Not just on paper. It's nice to get a win here, of course, and have like a more competitive postseason. But the prospect now of this team getting some, you know, official match experience and adapting midway through a series and finding their strength against a team that's kind of beating a lot of really impressive rosters so far. This is incredible for Boston. Very pleased.
Yeah, you'd love to see those Seeker stats like over maps 3, 4, and 5, because like we talked about, like, and you can see the scores at the bottom, like maps 1 and 2 weren't really it for the Boston Uprising, but you know, once we got to that third game and then we got to Coliseum, they started to really turn up. And that final, you know, the first point didn't look great, but then, you know, the May really kind of like took all the wind out of the sails of the Titans, right? I mean, that May play there, we've seen a lot of other teams do it, but Boston was not working against them. It gave them tons of confidence. Who knows what we see out of the Boston Uprising moving forward, right? This is a team that they win, you know, historically they win a match like this. You know, we'll never see these players again, but you know, I'd love to see these players stay in the lineup and give them some more time.
Man, you had to do it. Great stuff here for the Boston Uprising.
Did I lie?
No, sadly not there. But now everybody's been asking for this, right? Punk comes in and basically he carries most of that last map here. So anyway, they're trying to get us out of here, chat. So we're going to have a post-match interview. We're going to soak it all in. We're going to catch up with the crew from the truck here. Toronto's fast approaching. We've got some more games tomorrow, of course. But for now, let's head over to our experts in the truck.
Genji. All that.
드디어 이겼다.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show. I'm Reinforced, and I'm joined by Crimso from the Boston Uprising after reverse sweeping the Vancouver Titans. Huge win for you guys. Look, I just gotta ask, you're down 2-0 to the Vancouver Titans and you go into Dorado. Like, what's going through the team communications at that point to start this reverse sweep of yours?
I think just like the first two maps, we were just kind of trying to find our footing. Obviously, coming in with a kind of fresh roster, not too much time to practice. We were just kind of finding our footing. Obviously, Seeker's first match, just overall just trying to find the key to victory pretty much. And then, we talked in between the maps, and then, come map 3, we felt like we had like a pretty good idea of what we needed to do. I think just overall, we knew that we had a really good chance of winning, and, we just trusted the process and just kept it going.
All right, what were some of those changes? Were it like a different player you were focusing down, or like some ultimate coordination missing, or what was the change?
No, I think it was mostly just kind of like ourselves. It wasn't really like it wasn't any of like their players or like even like their strategy. It was just mostly just us kind of like figuring out like what to do and playing like we do in practice, because there was a lot of energy. But, sometimes energy can be like a bad thing when there's too much of it. That's an example of like something that went wrong. But I think we just like we found ourselves. We found the right flow of the game, and we just figured it out, and we just kept going from there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there were several times like Seeker, for example, would just pop off and like, really get into it. So, it seemed like emotions were running high. You mentioned, of course, you've had a pretty busy past week, of course. Head coach Laurie left the organization, and you've since moved on. You went from an all-Korean roster fielded most of the stage to now, of course, you were in the lineup with Seeker and Punk as well. How was sort of this past week for you guys as a team? When did you find out that like this was the roster you're going to play with? And how did you as a team like adapt going into today's matchup?
Yeah, I mean, oh man, it was like we found out we pretty much had like a week to kind of like cram as much information as we could. We're going up against teams that have like months of practice, and some of us obviously have been like not playing for a while. So it's been a really hard week for us, but we continuously kept trying our hardest and figuring it out, and eventually we were able to pull out the win. And I'm just so proud of all the guys and how hard we worked.
Yeah, I mean, huge result for you guys, of course, coming off this week, so maybe something to build up for next stage. Now, this was Seeker's first match, as you mentioned, of course, and I mean, he had some incredible moments, especially there to cap it off on Nepal as well. As a player who's spent time with Seeker, like, how would you describe him as a player and as a teammate so far?
I think he's a great guy. He brings a lot of personality to our team. I think he's a really big part of our team. I think he has. It's something that is kind of uncommon with DPS players, is that he actually has like really good communication in terms of like planning and stuff like that. And I think that brings a lot to our team. And I think the kid's definitely a star, and I think he can really shine.
All right, so you're 6-12 after this win, and of course that's the end of your Summer Showdown qualifiers. But there's one stage left remaining. Of course, you're still in the play-in hunt. Of course, you have one of those spots. So how are you going to prepare for next stage? What's your plan for the stage break coming up?
Well, after this match, going to take a nice long sleep tonight, take a break, kind of chill, and going into next stage is kind of back to the same old, working hard, reviewing, figuring things out, and just being the best team we can be. So I think that we have potential, and it's time to really live up to it.
Yeah, for sure. Nice to cap off the stage with a win, of course. Well, congratulations on today's win, Crimso, and I wish you the best of luck in the next stage.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Crimso, and back to you, Danny.
All right, thank you, Jonathan Reinforce Larson and Crimso for the interview. And that was a nice stuff.
I was scared to hurt you.
We have so many cards lying around because Custo was like, yo, it's really fun.
And he never cleans them up.
I do clean them up. I pick them up all the time.
three.
There's 3. That's because you threw one, Johnny threw one, and I threw one.
You're like one of those players
one.
in the comms check where it's like, oh, a messy desk. Like, it's always Costa. It's just,
no way. I have a
there's
very
like 3
clean
coffees
desk.
down here, like water bottles.
I'm a very clean person. When I was on Valiant, I'm going to throw someone under the bus. Agilities. Bad desk cleanliness. Also, XQC when I was on the Dallas Fuel, as you can imagine.
Dude, I lived
it
with
was, yeah, XQC. Whoa. No, you should see that desk. It was the worst. He's a messy man.
I mean, and also, I think I have to say, I think my 2 favorite players from the Overwatch League are now Seeker and Punk.
Both on Boston.
That was pretty good.
I'm not shaking. The reverse sweep was crazy, but I mean, Seeker's debut match, and he really popped off. Like, okay, I have a question for you, Costa. So, how are you liking this new Boston Uprising? Do you think this will work better for the team in the future, or what are your thoughts?
It's not even an objective opinion, okay? We've looked at the numbers, we've seen the graphics. When Punk is in the lineup for the Boston Uprising, when did he join the team? 2020? Late 2020?
Something like
2021?
that.
Something around there.
Competed with Guy Bulsey.
Yeah, he's competed with a million tanks, it feels like, at this point. There have been so many players who have tried to bench him, try and push him to the side, and every time, regardless of which tank hero he has to play, he steps up and he gets the win. And he's done it once again. This Boston Uprising team tried to go full Korean with the acquisition of Mag, and it just didn't work out. Yes, they played hard teams. It's not just Mag's fault, but the results are the results, and we get to see another great win from Punk. But as you said, Danny, Seeker, with his first match into the Overwatch League, you can't ask for better than what he put on today. He got player of the match, deservedly so. It wasn't just, you look at his numbers and the raw stats. His opening picks throughout this series.
Dude, it was bonkers.
It was consistent, it was clean. It's exactly what you want from a hitscan player, and he's not going against an average hitscan player. This is Aspire, someone who has been turning our heads and raising awareness for the last couple of stages. He's incredible at what he does, and Seeker just came in and was like, I can do that too.
Yeah, I just to second that. That is why you play Sojourn as a hero. Like some other teams, they sometimes prefer to play the Ashe, like here for example, more consistent damage, you can play around the Dynamite, the Bob, etc. The Sojourn is, the mission is to find picks. It's literally to utilize your railgun to find openings for the rest of your team or for the Genji to dash onto. And the fact that he just consistently found picks for his team, he did a fantastic job and provided so much for the Boston Uprising in this series. So, as you said, fantastic debut here for Seeker as well, and I'm honestly stoked to see what they can do in the Countdown Cup. There's no tournament in the Countdown Cup, but we do have the play-ins, of course. As I mentioned, Boston Uprising with 6 wins, they're sort of lingering in that final play-in spot, so they want to keep this up because Vancouver Titans is the other team really gunning for that spot as well.
Right.
So this was actually a massive matchup between two teams who are gunning for the final play-in spot, and Boston Uprising arguably upsetting Vancouver Titans here. This could be crucial come playoffs.
I also want to add one more thing in, just because the story is going to be the 3 Western players that played, but I want to give a special shout out to Valentine as well. Had a great series on the Genji.
Really good.
He had some really clutch moments to close it out. For the Vancouver Titans, it's a pretty disappointing Ed going into the Countdown Cup.
Right.
They wanted to get as many wins as they could going into the LAN, be as comfortable as they can. They looked fine. It didn't look like they were all out of sorts. The biggest issue was ultimate usage. I think that they threw away a couple of ultimates. When things started slipping away from them, I think they really struggled to consolidate in this series. So I'd like to see something better, something cleaner, because they're only going to play against better opponents in the next week.
Do you think Vancouver Titans, do you think they should be worried after this loss going into the tournament?
I think they were always exceeding expectations and a little bit, right? This is the first 3 wins that they got in this stage. And I don't think they should be that worried. I think there's a lot of things to learn from this match. And it's about taking that and bringing it back and learning from it. We talked about Deepe earlier. He's a great coach. He should be able to ground them again.
Yeah, honestly, as someone who's gone into tournaments in the past, it's sort of scary because you go in and you have 1 or 2 lives. In this case, there's double limbs. You have 2 lives, and going in and just not having something to really work on, or you're aware of something that you could figure out leading into the tournament. It's kind of annoying because you go in kind of blind. It's are we going to play good enough in this tournament? Do we trust enough in our style, or is someone going to expose something? Vancouver Titans, they lose this match. It's not good for their seeding. But as Costa mentioned, they now have something with a goal to improve on for an entire week and ironing out those mistakes. And if they iron out those mistakes, that's going to lead to a confidence boost because they've improved upon something that they had to improve upon. So that kind of confidence boost, it could make a massive difference. So in many ways, mistakes they committed in this series, they didn't have to commit when it really mattered in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and we'll see if those mistakes could be improved in the tournament, and that is happening very soon. And for Boston Uprising, I'm very excited to see them for the next stage, because this was their first time working as a team. So if they get more practice, they're gonna be better.
Yeah.
I just kind of want to see Punk dance a little more and Seeker do his thing again.
Was that a raspberry in a tea bag?
Yeah, raspberry.
Man's first game in the Overwatch League, and he's like, welcome to chaos. I'm here now. Like, I respect it. You know, to have that kind of confidence. You know, he's an incredible mechanical player. I think we'll see it more.
Okay, to be serious for a second. Going into the series, I was like, they've been so disciplined under Lori now for the longest time, and I wanted to see them come out and have fun. That looked like a fun Boston Uprising.
Yeah.
That looked like when those guys capped off the series, Seeker with his emotiveness, just like when he got his 4K, and then the dancing from Punk, like those guys had a great time. And I want to see them play more if they have such a good time playing Overwatch, because that was fun.
Yeah. Boston definitely had fun, and we always have fun when it's time for standings. So just to refresh everybody, to update everybody on the Western standings, let's take a look at our West standings. Currently, Dallas Fuel Shock, Defiant, Outlaws, Titans, and Justice.
Yeah. So we have 2 matches tomorrow.
Right.
These are going to be the big ones. So as you can see in the bottom end, Florida and New York, they are playing against each other. Whoever gets that win will go to 3-3 and qualify for the LAN. And then for tomorrow, the other match, London Spitfire versus Toronto Defiant. The London Spitfire's future is in their own hands here. If they win the match, they are in. If they lose 3-2, they are also in. So if you're a Gladiators fan, you're hoping for a 3-0 or a 3-1 victory from the Toronto Defiant tomorrow in their match.
If Toronto win 3-2, Spitfire is still in.
Still in because there's a lot of tiebreakers that go on there. It's very complicated to understand that one, but that is yes. London will be above Gladiators if even if London Spitfire wins 3-2.
Okay, interesting.
All
right. Those were the matches, and we just took a look at our standings. So it's time for everyone's favorite best of the day, everybody. Yeah, we had some great Overwatch matches today. So let's start off with my best of the day. You know, I like a good Sojourn play. And every time I do it, it's usually like Kai or some other player. But this time, I picked Merit because he had some sick shots. I think it was a sick 2K on Junkertown. We're gonna take a look at that because it was pretty nasty and very quick. We just saw one right there.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so impressed because sometimes like I'm looking at the Sojourn play. I'm like, okay, he's gonna get a kill, and it just like happens instantly.
Yeah.
And then the second one just follows instantly after that. It's just.
As Johnny said, it was such an important kill because Open is beating. He's in the air as this is going down. If they get that beat down, it could be a completely different fight. So yeah, crazy 2K. Just Sojourn's pulling something out of nothing is like really what is the determining factor with some of these things right now.
Yeah. Also from that series, we had one big C9 today. And, of course, we had to cover it as well. This was a brutal one. As someone who predicted the Washington Justice as well, I was just like, you know, they're on top of the point, like, you know, they're swinging out from the point, which led to them stepping off the point, which is not as recommended as, you know, it's not recommended at all, actually. It's heavily advised against to step off the point when it's overtime. But you can see here the Houston Outlaws, they're fighting, you know, they're trading picks a little bit here and there, and then Decay and Quillen are on the point, and then they're not on the point. It's like they have the positional advantage. I freaked.
We have live footage.
I just couldn't. I just couldn't handle it. I was so convinced that they were gonna win that fight, and then they step off.
No.
It really just like got me going. Just,
that was a great live.
Out of nowhere.
I remember Johnny just jumping up and like, no!
You guys don't hear it, but Johnny went on like you know how he goes on a monologue? He went on like a monologue in that corner of the truck for a little bit, like, you cannot be serious!
Yeah, that was so
That's why Kosa and I weren't like shocked by how they got the C9, but it was just like, we're just shocked that Johnny was going crazy.
I was very invested in that fight.
Yeah, we're not as emotionally invested in that match as Johnny was with the Justice. All right, my best of the day. This is going to be King taking a trip down, I was going to say memory lane, but that doesn't even make sense. This is King just going for a trip. Here we go. Where are we going? Dash. He's going to the moon right now. He gets shot as he goes for the dash, and then when that happens, sometimes you just keep going. And some say he is still flying to this day around the Earth at a very slow pace. He's going.
Circling the Earth. Earth is orbit.
Where is he actually going?
Does he hit the Earth? Oh God! The house! This is like when you flip out of the map and you're just falling. You're like, this isn't right.
This is terrifying.
Our observers followed this for that long.
That's why I'm getting the big bucks.
It's like a picnic basket in that little hill there. Right?
All right, guys, those were our best of the days for today. And now, let's take a look at our schedule for tomorrow because we got some great matches, not only in the
bangers.
West, but as East as well. This is the last day for the qualifiers. Starting things off, we got the Philadelphia Fusion versus the Hangzhou Spark. And then, fighting for the #1 seed, Seoul Dynasty versus the Shanghai Dragons.
Ooh, so the Philly one is interesting because I believe Spark is out, but Philly can still qualify if they win.
If they win
3-1
If
or
they win-
3-0.
Yeah, if Philly wins 3-1 or 3-0, they have qualified, and then this is just a battle for #1 seed. That's going to be a banger of a match between Seoul
And it is
Shanghai.
important because the #1 seed gets to pick their opponent first, right?
Yep.
Which is probably Philly.
Or Chengdu.
I mean, maybe. All right, what's the region? We got London Spitfire versus Toronto, and then Florida Mayhem versus the New York Excelsior. And Costa, I think you explained it really, really well for these matchups.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. We've gone over the implications of these matches.
They matter.
They matter.
No, I
matches
I
matter.
memorized it. I got it. I heard you.
Oh,
So you
Danny's
said
got it?
London. If they win, they're in.
Yeah.
Right. If Toronto beats London 3-0 or 3-1, Gladiators could go in.
That's
if
it.
they win 3-2, London goes in.
Yes, that's
and
it.
Florida Mayhem, New York Excelsior, whoever wins, all right.
That's it.
You did great, Danny.
I did it! It only took me like 6 tries. And Hex telling me in my ear 3 times and Costa explaining to me twice. Finally did it, guys. Finally did it.
We're proud of you,
So
Dan.
all those 4 matches are giga bangers.
Yeah,
so please tune in tomorrow. And that is it for Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you guys, as always. And of course, we will see you all tomorrow. Peace!
Peace!